1. Dad! Zoe's voice penetrated the walls of the barn. Sierra felt Dev's hands drop from her back. Her own hands were damp and tacky from his sweat. It was a hot day, and the end of deodorants and long daily showers had been years ago. She wiped her hands on her shorts and tugged her shirt down. She shouldn't be doing this anyway. It wasn't fair to Dev, and it wasn't fair to her. "Your daughter wants you," she said, pushing him gently away. "Your daughter too," Dev said. "Huh," she said. "I was there. She arrived via your body," he said, rearranging himself. "Come on," he muttered. She assumed that was an order to his own body part. "Your dad is in here, Zoe," she called. "I would have said that," he said, "when I was ready. Here, take that empty bushel basket out to the garden for me. You can hide your remaining erection behind it. I need to get today's harvest anyway." He grabbed the basket, and when the door opened, letting in harsh sunlight, he had it strategically held in front of him. "Hey, pumpkin!" "Dad! The black rabbit had babies!" "That's terrific." "How many?" Sierra said. "Oh, hi, Sierra. I didn't see you back there. The barn sure is dark. Want to come see them, Dad?" "Sure, after I drop this off at the garden for your mom." He shot a glance back at Sierra. More than 9 years since Zoe had been born, and he still thought it would confuse her too much to call one of them Dad and the other by her first name. It did not. Not that Sierra often heard her daughter call her anything at all. Zoe was definitely Dev's kid, not only because he was the only candidate, but because she was so very much like him, and they connected on some deep level. If she were less of a rationalist, she'd call it mystical. It wasn't like her own close relationship to her father. It was more, somehow. They were best friends, which wasn't so surprising, but they could nearly read each other's minds. Zoe lived with the Quinns. Sierra couldn't bring herself to entirely hate the distance between herself and her daughter for one major reason. Dev's relationship with his father, always strained, had been a source of pain for him as a child and teenager. That he was able to overwrite that with his own very close relationship with Zoe? Only a truly evil person would resent that. And Sierra wasn't evil. She was just dead inside. Oh, not wholly dead. She still laughed and she had cried when that useless dog Jasper had died. But the events that had happened back when gasoline ran out, all the violence, all the killing she had done, the guilt and the years of flashbacks, had destroyed some part of her. She thought of it as equal to a stroke that took out a section of the brain, leaving a person incapable of speaking correctly, but perfectly capable of seeing and hearing. She'd had a stroke of the heart, of the spirit. Bits of her were dead that were never going to come back to life. If they hadn't in a decade, they weren't going to now. She accepted that, didn't love it, but knew it to be true. No wonder Zoe preferred her father. Sierra knew this, and it hurt now and then. This was simply one of those days. She followed Dev and Zoe outside. The sun pounded down, but the dry air sucked away her sweat nearly as fast as she could make it. Not even 10 in the morning, and already as hot as hellfire, as Arch would put it. Gasoline wasn't being burned anymore, and probably not coal or natural gas anywhere in what used to be the United States, and probably not in Canada either. But the costs of burning it for 150 years were still with them. Climate change was real, and they were living a nasty side of it. Their land grew hotter and drier every year. She couldn't even imagine what sort of oven the valley that had once held Phoenix might be like by now. But up here in the pine forests, only a quarter of the trees were still alive, most having been killed by the heat, drought, and by opportunistic insects like the bark beetle. Their vegetable gardens needed constant watering. The drought-resistant amaranth that Dev's mother Kelly had planted down the hill was a lifesaver. They only went to tend it once every week during dry spells, and it still survived, giving them a rough kind of flatbread that, along with potatoes, provided most of their calories. The wheat flour was long gone, even though Arch and Kelly had 100-pound barrels of it hoarded when this all began. And all the leavening, the yeast and baking powder, was nothing more than a distant memory. Kelly had, for a short time, experimented with sourdough starter, trying to capture yeast out of the air, but after a winter of failing, she had given up, saying the Arizona air was too dry to keep any wild yeast alive. Zoe didn't even remember sandwich bread or muffins or cupcakes. Kelly had baked her last batch of those for Zoe's 4th birthday, with 2 cups of flour she'd set aside, along with just enough powdered sugar to sprinkle over them. Though the flour had tasted stale, everyone but Zoe had eaten their one treat slowly, understanding it was the last cupcake they'd ever eat, trying to memorize the taste to last them a lifetime. Sierra tied on her straw hat and watched Zoe and Dev walk away, Dev matching his gait to Zoe's, past the slowly spinning wind turbines and off to the Quinn house. Dev had grown into a tall man, taller than his own father, leanly muscled, attractive, and he was still her friend, but she'd never loved him the way he had loved her. No, as he had once loved her. He felt that no more, she was certain. Zoe was dark-haired like Dev, and her nose was Kelly's. She had an easy, athletic lope, a comfort in her own body that had never been marred by bullying at school or advertisements telling her that her natural physical self was lacking in any way. She'll be a woman soon enough, starting her periods any time. And I'll be 30 before I know it. 30 and in my sexual prime, according to Joan. Because thinking of Zoe was too complicated, she thought about that other thing as she weeded the garden, feeling as if an important part of life was drifting out of her reach, maybe forever. Dev was really her only realistic choice of sex partner. Trips down to the other neighborhood now took a day-long bike ride, and she'd only done that once the past year. The last trip any of them had taken into Payson had been nearly 3 years ago, in October. An outbreak of a fever had lowered the population there to less than 2,000, though it was only 40 miles distant. For all she knew of its condition now, it might as well be on the other side of the earth. So, if she wanted a lover, her options were 2, Dev or Kurt, and Kurt had put her off years ago the one time she'd suggested it, right around the time Zoe had been weaned. She hadn't gathered the courage to try and approach him again. Rod, the adopted son of Joan, was old enough now, but Sierra still thought of him as a little kid, despite that he was almost 20. She'd put bandages on his skinned knees and taught him how to shoot a rifle. She'd never think of him as a potential mate. He'd always be like a nephew to her. And so her choice was narrowed to one, Dev. And Dev's choices weren't much better. Misha was the age Sierra had been when she'd learned to kill men to defend her home. But Dev felt much about Misha as Sierra felt about Rod. And Emily, though 23 now, was still damaged from her childhood trauma. Enough. You've been over this in your mind before, 1,000,000 times. You're sexually frustrated, but that never killed anyone. Time to put up the garden screen. Another one of Kelly's good ideas, or fortuitous accidents, if you were to believe Kelly. She'd bought up some light-colored cotton material right when oil had run out. The Walmart food shelves had been nearly empty because no gasoline meant the food deliveries everyone had once taken for granted had stopped. The empty shelves had forced Kelly to get creative in her shopping. While Kelly claimed she had been thinking only of sheets and bandages when she bought it, the cloth now served as shade for the cabbage, carrots, kohlrabi, and broccoli plants that would bolt in this heat if left in the pounding sun. At 10:30, everyone put up the cloth screens to shade their gardens, and they didn't come back down until the sun fell behind the pines. It was so hot, an old mercury thermometer of Kurt's was all they had to go on now, and every day in June had crested 100 Fahrenheit, that the tomatoes had been harvested by June the 1st. What tomatoes they had canned a month ago would be all they had for the year, for by the time the temps would fall to 90, cool enough for tomatoes to set fruit again, the days would be too short to ripen the fruit. Considering how thirsty tomato plants were, it wasn't a smart use of water, so they only grew them in spring. The only bright side of the heat for their garden was that they could grow chard and spinach right up until January 1st. Their slice of paradise up on the slopes of the mountains was turning slowly, inexorably, into a high desert. The desert must extend from L.A. to Payson by now, and possibly all the way through Texas. A vast, unbroken stretch of parched sand and scrub plants. She tried to remember the maps of the world. What country might be that size? Tibet? Maybe not that big. She was losing everything she had learned in school from disuse. Kurt walked up just as she was finishing the day's harvest. A dozen kinds of peppers and stunted sweet potatoes. He held his crossbow. "I'm going out hunting. If you need anything at my house, it's unlocked." She still didn't feel comfortable wandering in and out of his cabin, though he swore it was fine with him. "I can't think of what I would need." "Tools? To read the temperature?" "That's outside, and I don't think I want to know. There's something depressing about seeing it hit 100 this early in the day, you know?" "I've never found it a good use of energy to hate the weather, or to resent time passing." She looked at him more closely. The disease that had ravaged his features as a young man seemed to be taking an additional toll on him as he grew older. His brow ridge seemed more pronounced, or maybe that was just how the sun threw a shadow from it. He wasn't much past 40, and the light color of his hair disguised the gray until the sunlight glinted off the few strands of silver, as it did now. "You in pain?" "Usual," he said, with a dismissive shrug. "Anyway, I'm going to try and get another javelina. Meat for everyone on the road if I bag one." "Be careful," she said. Javelina were aggressive, and they seemed to understand that they were no longer at much risk of being shot with guns. They'd charge you as soon as look at you. "Always," he said. "I'm going to let Arch know he might need to fire up the smokehouse if I manage to kill one. Make sure he's ready." "Good hunting. If you get one, I'll have you over for stuffed peppers, okay?" She knew he liked them. "Stay in the shade if you can," he said, and he crossed the yard in the wake of Dev and Zoe. She wished she could stay in the shade. She had to collect eggs again. She did it 4 times a day in this heat, and then climbed the central turbine tower to fiddle with it. 10 years ago, they had lowered it to hide their neighborhood from strangers' eyes, and it had never been okay since, tending to tremors when the wind picked up, and it was making more and more noise every year. No way could she delay going up there today, for she'd found a bolt it had thrown yesterday as if it were a wild horse bucking off an unwanted rider. Her mind slid sideways. Wild horses hadn't likely survived the end of food deliveries. They hadn't even seen a deer in 2 years now. Who would have thought that humans could have hunted deer to extinction in Arizona? But they apparently had. Or we apparently have, to be fair about it, she admitted to herself. She'd eaten her share of venison that first few years. She took the basket of vegetables into the house. Joan was at the table, talking with Pilar, working at braiding t-shirt rags together. They made rugs and jackets out of them, the last step a shirt took on its way out. Sierra's own father, though over 50, got more sex than she did, though Joan and he didn't seem to be in romantic love, just good friends and lovers. Sierra said, "Hey, Joan, how's everyone?" "Everyone is in the garden but Rodney, who is out on the trap line." "Have you seen Lily lately?" Lily was the offspring of Jasper, the red setter they'd found and adopted. She'd mated with what Kurt had said was a gray wolf, a Mexican wolf expanding its range again after the end of busy highways and border guards keeping at the walls. The hens weren't safe around her, but she spent a lot of time wandering, days away from the neighborhood, finding her own food. Perhaps she sensed she needed to. They certainly couldn't spare any food for her, though Misha would have thrown a tantrum had anyone suggested killing the dog. As long as she left Sierra's hands alone, she could live. But the instant she went for them, that dog would be in trouble. "No, not in almost a week," Joan said. "I wonder how long she'll live, with her wolf ancestry, I mean. Do you know Pilar?" "Wolves?" he said. 5 or 6 years, I imagine. Possibly Lily will see more because she's only half-wolf, and because she gets some help from us. She's close to 5, isn't she?" "Yeah, but she doesn't get food from us. Misha's old enough to know better, and I make sure she doesn't get a chicken," Joan said. "No, but if she's hurt or it's cold or she needs water, you help her with that." Joan looked at Sierra, who had begun to set out the peppers and yams on the counter for Pilar to deal with. "Need any help with the veggies?" "Only if Pilar asks. That's his job. I'm going to put on long pants and I'm going back out." "You're not climbing the tower," her father said. "Pilar?" she said, a bit impatient. "You're certainly not climbing it. I just wish you'd do it first thing, as soon as the dew dries." "What dew?" Joan said. You have a point," Pilar said. "But early." "The wind is light today. I'll be fine." Better her than him up there. "I'll keep an eye out through the window." "Thanks," she said. "First, I'll drop off whatever eggs have been laid in the past 4 hours on the porch for you." The hen house could use a coat of paint, but that was another thing they had no more of. Kurt said he believed paint could be made of clay. They had plenty of that, and water and dye and starch. But starch was the limiting factor. All the starch they grew, from amaranth to potatoes, they needed to eat. And so the wood that stood in the sun was starting to show its age. The rooster took a run at her, but it was only for show. It stood panting afterward, tired out by the short dash. The hens had come inside after a morning of foraging, and were groggy with the heat. They didn't even spare her a glance as she collected the eggs. They laid less in the heat, though she'd done everything she could to help them survive the hot summers. Every small solar cell they had owned had been converted to running fans for the hens or the quin rabbits. Kurt had been instrumental in doing that. He had also devised stationary bike-driven swamp coolers. You grew crazy hot pedaling one, but the hen stayed cooler, and on the days it peaked 110, she spent 10 minutes out of every hot hour pedaling. Today Sierra found only 5 brown eggs, which looked pitiful at the bottom of the big wire basket, and took them to the back deck and called to Pilar that they were there. Then she headed for the barn again to get the harness she used to climb the tower. She checked it carefully, as she did each time, running her bare fingers over the straps and pulling to test the closures. And then she pulled out her tool belt, loaded it with tools and lubricant, and the bolt she needed to replace and a spare just like it, put on gloves, and walked out to the turbines. She made sure her straw hat was snugged tightly to her chin, and started the climb. The tower was scalding hot. Her gloved hands didn't feel it, but her legs did through the worn jeans. Like most of her clothing, the pants were threadbare. The knees and rump had both been patched multiple times in the past 10 years. A rope belt kept them from sliding off her hips. She reached the platform, made sure with a tug that it was secure, and stood on it. The sweat was really pouring off her now, too quickly for the dry air to evaporate all of it. The glare was merciless, and the only sunglasses she owned were on her face, though probably working less well than they did 11 or 12 years ago when she bought them online. She was grateful to have them at all. Her clothes, her sunglasses, and the turbine itself, all were subject to decay. And in this world, with no car, no Walmart, no delivery of goods via trucks, and no manufacturing of goods to be delivered in the first place, what they had was what they had. It was what they'd die with. None of them expected anything to change for the better. More heat, clothes worn thinner and thinner, things breaking, on and on until they were living like 12th century Indians in the last big drought, wondering if this was the day to leave their homes to crumble into ruins. But they were worse off, really, because the Indians, the local Hokopai and Anasazi of Colorado, who'd survived the great drought back then, had centuries of knowledge about how to live off the land, skills taught since childhood. And Sierra and her neighbors and child had to work out everything for themselves from scratch. She tried to explain to Zoe what the internet had been, and how you'd once been able to flip on a phone and look up anything you wanted to. How to make paint, for instance, which you'd only do as a lark back then, in small amounts, for the stores were loaded with it. But Zoe's eyes had been glazed at the explanation. She didn't understand it. She had no context for understanding that world that had disappeared when the U.S. lost its oil supply. Sierra wrenched her mind away from nostalgia, for those thoughts inevitably led to grief over all that had been lost. She didn't want to fall from this tower, as her father once had. Pilar had been lucky, for he'd taken no permanent harm, but he could have died. And as bleak as the future sometimes looked to her, Sierra did not want to die. She wanted to survive, and to help her daughter survive, and maybe laugh every so often on the way to death, and have sex a few times before she grew old, if that was possible without complicating life even more. Chapter 2. Dev listened to Zoe telling him about the birth of the bunnies, trying to keep a silly grin off his face. He loved her so much it could literally hurt, a twisting pain in his gut that was part pride, and part attachment, and part the terror of losing her. But right now it was nothing but a pleasure. As he listened, his irritation at Sierra faded, and he felt a bit sorry for her. For not seeing this side of Zoe very often, for not having her every day, watching her wake up and tucking her in at night like he did. "We should name them," she said. "Remember why we don't?" "I know. We'll have them for Sunday dinner one day." "They don't name each other," he said. "How do you know?" She pointed. "Look. That one with the white spots might be talking to the black one next to it, in rabbitese, so we can't understand it." Could be, he said. It's saying, "What is wrong with those two big rabbits out of the cage over there looking at us? They don't have a bit of fur and their back legs are put on wrong." "You're silly." "You're sillier," he said. "Dad," Zoe said, making it 2 syllables. "I'm not a little kid anymore. I'm almost 10. Dev thought it was odd that she had a way of measuring time, and who was a little kid and who wasn't, when she was the only child around. She'd met some other children in Payson and in Wes's neighborhood when she was younger, so maybe she'd picked up the notion then. Little kids and big kids, grown up and not. "You're more grown up than I was at 9. "Really?" "Really. You have a lot of responsibilities around here. Your work helps keep us eating." He'd almost said alive, but changed it at the last moment. He didn't want her thinking about her own death, and how that was possible. He didn't want to think about it either. "Hey, there's your grandma with a basket. What's she up to?" "Fruit picking," Zoe said. "Peaches and plums." "Want to go help her? Or do you have other chores?" "Eggs are collected," she said. "Come with me and help." "For a second. I should help your grandpa with the batteries today." "Then why were you with Mom?" "Just talking for a minute," he said. And that is all he'd intended to do. But as frustrating as he found Sierra, her beauty still made him want her. "Let's follow Grandma. You can tell her about the rabbits." "I did already." She ran ahead of him, full of energy. She ate more calories than the 3 adults did. They all made sure of that. So she was growing up healthy. He watched her run up to his mom and saw his mom smile up at her. Zoe would soon loom over her grandmother. After making sure his mother and Zoe didn't need him for anything, he went hunting for his father. Arch was as irascible as ever, except when it came to Zoe. He'd found a tenderness for the little girl Dev couldn't remember seeing aimed his own way. He'd resented that once, and then felt guilt for the resentment. But the past year or 2 he thought he'd come to terms with it. Arch was the man he was, and nothing could change that. You took him as he was or not at all. And because his obsessions about guns and preparing for the worst had helped make Zoe possible, how could Dev complain? "Dad," he said as he approached the house. "Under here," came the muffled voice. Dev squatted down. His father was in the crawl space under the house. "What are you doing there?" "Checking connections." "Let me do it." "I'm almost done. Where were you?" "With your granddaughter." He didn't mention Sierra, and not just because it wasn't his father's business. His father had not taken well the news that he and Sierra, despite making a child together, weren't going to be a couple. Though it had been 10 years since Sierra had laid down the law to Arch, he could still get short-tempered about it. Dev thought Arch felt betrayed by Sierra's choices more than he himself did. Arch felt he'd turned her into a warrior, and then suddenly she no longer wanted to be one. He had barely come to terms with that when Sierra came over one morning, announced she was pregnant, and told Dev's folks how it was going to be. Yes, Dev was the father, and yes, she knew they'd be terrific grandparents. But no, they should disabuse themselves of the notion that she, Dev, and the child would be anything like a typical family. "Zoe's too attached to those rabbits," his father said. "I know. She's too tender for this world." "Maybe so," Dev said, though he didn't agree. He'd finally learned to not disagree with his father. Non-committal responses seemed to be good enough most times. "Damn," his father said. "What?" "Just drop the flashlight. Nope, here it is. I can finish for you. I want you scrubbing the contacts on the batteries. Disconnect them a third at a time. Test every one, and test them again an hour later. Got it? I understand. He didn't see the point, though. The batteries, 10 years old now, were never allowed to bottom out. If they had to stop using electricity at night in winters to make sure of that, they did. But despite their careful monitoring, the batteries were getting old, and they wouldn't last forever, and no amount of testing them once every 3 months would change that fact. Testing made sense only in times when you could run into town and buy batteries to replace the weak ones. The day was coming, and not too far into the future, where they would still have solar power, but only while the sun shone. The batteries would become useless, and so they'd only be able to use appliances in the day, and only on sunny days at that. And then the day would come, though Arch probably wouldn't live to see it, where the solar panels themselves quit giving them much power, and it would be, for all intents and purposes, the year 1700 again, except they were missing a horse or ox and a plow for them to pull, so maybe that meant it would become the year 1550 instead. Except they couldn't smelt bronze. Earlier then. Dev went to the shop and found a small toolkit designed just for this job. Pliers, rag, pencil, pad, sandpaper, and wire brush stuffed into a folded rabbit skin pouch, his own handiwork. He went to the outside door that led to the battery bank, unlocked it, though he wondered why they bothered to lock it anymore, and began the chore. It had been years, literally years, since anyone had attacked them. The last 2 strangers showing up weren't even an attack, but begging. The first group had been sent packing, but the second group, well, Zoe had been old enough to voice an opinion.
We can feed them a meal, or give them some apples.
It had been late fall, and the apple crop had been good. That means you'll have less applesauce in March, Dev had told her. It means worse than that, his father had said. It means they know we have food, and they might come and steal it from us at night.
Not after we've been nice to them,
Zoe insisted.
I want to meet them.
Dev and his father had exchanged a look over her head. His mother, with a shotgun, and Kurt with his crossbow, were holding the group out on the road. I guess I'm okay with that, Dev had said, but he hadn't been. He was torn between giving Zoe something like normal human interactions, praising her for being kind, and the reality of their new lives. They should not give away food, but he couldn't say no to his daughter's impulse toward kindness. And Zoe had marched up to the people and asked if they were going to steal from them. There were 6 of them, 2 families, or what was left of them, as he soon learned. They apologized for not being able to pay or trade. We can work, the oldest male said, a kid about 20 years old. No, Arch said. He didn't want any strangers to see all that they had.
You're on your way somewhere,
Zoe said, like a professional negotiator.
So you don't want to stop. Wait, and we'll get you some apples. Okay, Grandma?
His mother had looked at Dev and shrugged. Dev and Zoe collected 2 dozen apples.
That's 4 apiece, Zoe said. And maybe we should give them a trap so they can catch meat.
No traps, his father had said, putting his foot down. The apples are more than enough. Dev's father grumbled about it after Zoe had gone to bed that night. It's good she has compassion, Dev had said. Compassion is for rich times, his father had said. These are lean times. I want you and me to stand watch tonight. We'll do the whole deal, too. Night vision, rifles. If they come back to steal from us, They'll regret it. Dev had agreed to split the night watch with his father. Better safe than sorry. But the people did not return. Not to steal, and not to beg either. The apples each of them would have otherwise eaten were not missed, not terribly at least. But Dev was just as happy that these moments of people showing up had ended. Everyone was either dead or had figured out a way to survive where they were, and they were staying put, or so it seemed. In 2 days, he would reflect again on that thought, and feel grateful that his mother had not taken Zoe down to harvest amaranth with the other women. Chapter 3. Sierra steered the old electric car down the rutted highway. Grass grew through cracks in it, and the edges of the asphalt road had crumbled away. Long ago, the Arizona sun had baked away the lane markings, but as they were the only ones who used the road, that hardly mattered. Sierra could have driven on the left-hand side of the road had she wanted, though habit kept her to the right. Kelly was next to her, and in the back seat were Joan and Emily. Emily didn't say a word, of course, had not said one so far as Sierra knew, in the 10 years since she'd been raped by men in Payson at the age of 13. Joan chatted on about the hens and gardens, but Kelly was unusually quiet today. At a pause in Joan's report of what she was trying to make the hens lay more, Sierra said to Kelly, "Are you feeling okay?" Kelly seemed to come back to the world. "I'm fine," she said. "The heat has me a bit spacey is all." "I know. Don't overdo it, okay?" "You just don't want to lose the medic," Kelly said. She seemed to be teasing. "I don't want Zoe to lose her grandma. She adores you. She loves you too." Kelly wiped away sweat. Sierra wasn't sure about that, but would not argue the point with Kelly. "Pilar says, and Kurt backed him up, that we shouldn't use the air conditioning in the car. Sorry." "No, it's good. The breeze through the window feels nice." She had her window cracked open a few inches. Emily leaned forward, tapped Kelly's window, and pointed down. She did communicate, but only like this. Her actions said clearly, "It's fine with me if you lower the window all the way." Kelly understood her. "I'm fine. We're almost there." Sierra slowed for the turnoff that led to the Amaranth Farm. Once a 6-house neighborhood, it had been half burned down by marauders during the weeks just after the end of gasoline deliveries. Where the remaining residents had gone, they had never found out. There had been no bodies or fresh graves, so maybe everyone had survived the attack. Their own group had cleared out the remains of the homes over the years, and used what building supplies they could salvage for fencing off the grain farm. The lots of those 3 houses, their gardens, and the gardens and yards of the other homes were now the grain farm, 2 cleared acres amid the dying pine forest. Sierra made the turn onto the road and pulled up to the first house. "Something's wrong," Kelly said. "What?" Sierra's senses went on high alert. "Look," she said, pointing ahead. The corner of a wagon was visible, the kind of open wagon a horse might pull. "I didn't bring my rifle," Sierra said past a suddenly dry throat. "Joan?" "No." "I have a .35, Kelly said, reaching down for an ankle holster. "My revolver, but no extra rounds. It's not going to be enough if this is more than a couple of people to deal with." Joan said, "What are the chances they have weapons?" "Or ammunition," Sierra said, calming down as she realized how unlikely it was that they did. "Kelly and Arch had more to start with than most people, and we've been careful with it, but even they're almost out. Anyone who has been on the road would probably not have a lot left, would they?" "Right now, I have only the 7 in the gun," Kelly said.
What should we do? Maybe go home and get more weapons, Joan said. Or more people, Kelly said. We should have some idea of what we're getting into before we go back, Sierra said. Just then, a woman appeared by the wagon, dragging a piece of wood. She saw them and called out something, Sierra couldn't hear what, to someone out of sight. Go or not, Sierra said, reaching for the car's starter. As a group of 4 people appeared by the wagon 2 seconds later, the point seemed to be decided. None had a gun. One had a baseball bat, and another had what appeared to be a slingshot. I'll get out, Sierra said, handing Kelly the keys. Roll down your window and cover me, I guess. You have a daughter, Kelly said. It was a warning, a plea. Sierra's hand stayed on the door handle. We all have kids, except Emily, and she can't talk to these people. Or wouldn't talk, but it made no difference, as it came down to the same thing. It'll be fine, she said, though she didn't know if she was reassuring Kelly or herself. She opened her car door. She heard Kelly's window power down as she came around the front of the car, mindful both of the reach of the man with the club and the shot Kelly might need to take from the window. Stop right there, one of the strange women said. I'm Sierra. We're here to harvest our crops. And you are? She directed it toward the woman who had spoken, though she never for a moment lost focus on the men with weapons. I don't see how that's any of your concern. As you seem to be squatting in our place, I believe it is our concern. The woman glanced back, making eye contact with one of the men, the one with the slingshot. We don't see any sign that anyone is living here. We don't live in these houses, but those are our crops, the man with the bat said. These aren't vegetables. If they didn't know what the amaranth was, she wasn't going to explain it to them. Not all crops are food crops, is what she said, feeling a twinge of guilt about lying, and, immediately on its heels, amusement that she still gave a damn about lying to people anymore. She'd done far worse. Look, wherever you came from, wherever you're going, you need to move on. The man with the bat said, No. We have guns, Sierra said. But I truly don't want to use them. There has been enough killing, don't you agree? A second woman who had been silent until now said, My wife is going to have a baby. Someone in their group hissed, as if to silence her. My name is Sierra, Sierra said again. And yours? After a guilty glance around, the woman mumbled, Becca? And your wife? Where's she? In a bedroom? She's been bleeding and... Becca! The man with the club said in a sharp voice. Sierra ignored him and spoke to the woman. We have a healer, a former EMT. Do you have anyone medical in your group? We can't pay you, the first woman said. We have almost nothing. The plea in her voice was clear. She wanted help for the pregnant woman. Sierra felt sympathy for them, though she didn't want to. She tried to imagine what their lives might have been like these past 10 years. There was a wagon, but no horse or donkey was in evidence. And had there been one, they might have eaten it years ago. They'd been pulling it themselves, it seemed. And for how long? Had they always been nomads? Chased out of a community? Been burned out like the people who once lived here? Had changes in the climate forced them to move? That could have easily been her. And that's what stirred her sympathy and made her say something other than get the hell off our land. I tell you what, she said. We'll do what we set out to do. Harvest the crop here. and then look at your pregnant person." "Your medical man is close by?" "The slingshot man." "Close enough," Sierra said. "I'll talk with my people and be right back." She didn't turn her back on them. The guy with the slingshot was probably pretty good with it, if that was the only hunting weapon they owned, for they'd survived. She backed up until the car was between her and them. She leaned in the driver's side window and said, "Did you hear that?" Joan said, "Most of it, except what the smaller woman said. Her voice was too soft." "There's another woman inside. Her wife, pregnant and spotting, it sounds like." "What month?" "We didn't get that far. So as it stands, they didn't object to our harvesting the crop and then Kelly taking a look at the woman. What do you all think? Do we make this a fight? Or do we do what we came here to do, and maybe help them, and try to do a kindness for a sick person?" Emily was slouched down, looking terrified. Strange men still upset her. Joan said, "I don't know. Emily, you going to be okay with going out there to harvest?" Emily nodded, but it didn't look very convincing. Kelly said, "I'd feel better if one of us held the gun and protected the others while we harvested. Emily, are you up to that? Harvesting if I or Sierra is armed?" Emily nodded again. She mimed plucking plants up, though that's not how they harvested the amaranth. "Okay," Kelly said. "I guess I'll stand guard, unless you'd rather, Sierra." "It's your gun," Sierra said. Truth be told, she didn't want to have to be the one to shoot someone if one of the strangers made a move. "I hope they don't have a firearm hidden away," Joan said. "They'd have shown it first thing if they had, trying to scare us off. They weren't shy about showing the bat." Sierra said, "Okay, let's harvest then, the three of us. Emily, you carry the sacks. I'll get the scythes." They had brought 4 tools to harvest with. One was a store-bought scythe from their garden supplies, a serrated tool with a flat blade probably meant for chopping weeds. The other scythe, Kurt had fashioned from his collection of scrap metal. One side of each was sharpened every month, and they'd serve as defensive weapons if this went badly today. There were also 2 sets of garden shears for cutting off the seed-rich grain heads of the plants, tools manufactured back in the old days when hardware stores had racks of such things for sale. She popped open the small trunk and they collected their gear. "Stick together," she muttered, as they readied themselves to move to the field. They circled around the group of 5 people, everyone watching the others in fear and caution, and headed for the biggest fields, where the burned houses had been. The amaranth was undisturbed by the interlopers. The variety that had survived the drought turned a red color when ripe. The plants were head-high in wetter years, only chest-high this dry year. The grain heads were sparer than in good rain years, but they were developing as they should. The farthest field was ripest, bright pink. The middle third was just coming into ripeness, the pink only a hint of color. The third nearest them wasn't ready for harvest. "If we can't drive them off, I'm thinking we should harvest this middle portion too," Kelly said, "before they tear through it." "We can drive them off," Joan said. "The question is, should we?" "What do you mean?" Kelly said. "It wouldn't hurt to have neighbors this close." "It would hurt a lot to give up the grain fields," Sierra said. The hens relied on the grain to supplement their foraging and the few food scraps they got, and the grain was the humans' only source of bread. It provided a good portion of their daily calories. "That doesn't have to happen," Joan said. "We can work out something." "Of course it does," Kelly said. "If they stayed, They'd eat it or need the land for their own food crops, which I guess you're suggesting we also give them seed for? We're on the verge as it is. What with all this hot weather?
I don't know, Jones said.
I was thinking aloud, and I was hoping the killing was behind us, to tell you the truth.
Be careful with this ripe stuff, Kelly said, pointing to a fat head of grain. It's going to want to fall off. I'd use the clippers on these and put the sack under to catch what falls. We'll be careful, Sierra said. You keep an eye on those strangers, okay? Will do, Kelly said. She checked her revolver and then stationed herself at the edge of the field, not hiding the weapon from the strangers. When the strangers made no move, Sierra started the harvest. They worked in silence for a time, focusing on harvesting the precious seeds without dropping too many. Emily took the job of keeping the burlap sacks spread out below the seed heads, trying to catch most of what fell. Jones said, after she had toppled some seeds from merely brushing against a plant, "We should have been here 2 days ago." "The center field will be a faster job to harvest," Sierra said. "Just side the plants, hang them in the barn over a tarp, and flail them in a few days more." "What do you think about these people?" "I don't know, but I do know that I believed I was done with killing." She'd never told anyone but her father about her accidentally killing an ally, first because of her promise to him, and later because it seemed like ancient news, inappropriate to bring up. But that experience had changed her, turned her from a young, enthusiastic warrior who liked strategy and tactics, and who enjoyed killing an enemy, into someone who wanted to kill no one. Even killing the hens that had quit laying was painful for her now. "We probably wouldn't have to kill them. They don't look like they have much. Their clothes are tattered." She looked down at herself. "Though I should talk. We have a lot of animal skins stored. The barrels at the Quinn's that had once held sugar and flour and hundreds of pounds of rice now held those, or at least the ones that they'd successfully tanned. That had taken some experimenting to get right. One day, they'd all be wearing those instead of woven cloth. "But these people," she said, getting back to the topic. "You seem interested in having them stay. No offense intended, but I believe we could do with new friends. I love the ones I have, but Rodney and Misha..." She trailed off. "You're thinking of them finding mates?" The word sounded odd, but no odder than the other phrase that came to mind, which was someone to breed with. She didn't say that one aloud. "Friends, at least. One fellow was pretty young, maybe young enough for Misha. I don't think age matters that much anymore. Not when your choices of mates and friends both were down to a few. We don't know what kind of people they are." Emily nodded hard at that. Joan smiled at her eldest daughter, but it was a sad smile, Sierra thought. "You don't have to make friends if you don't want to," she said to Emily. It would be hard for Emily to make new friends, not having words to do it with. But Sierra knew from her expression it wasn't something she wanted to do. She had her neighbors, and though it had taken a good year after her rape at the hands of the Payson invaders, she'd finally grown to trust the men she knew. Back when Wes's neighborhood still sent young people up for a week's stay and exchange of skills, she'd hidden from them. Emily's world had shrunk to 10 people other than herself, and it seemed to be enough for her. "They're probably all paired off," Sierra said, thinking it through. "I'm not sure monogamy is really a thing anymore. Are you anxious for Misha to have children? Rod? You had a child," Joan said. "Not on purpose. Zoe wasn't planned. She was loved and welcomed, but Sierra still wondered if it had been a cruel choice on her part to bring a new person into a life that was sure to only get harder and harder. If a disease ravaged their hens, or a swarm of locusts destroyed their gardens, or if the heat got any worse, Zoe's life might be very short indeed. The thought caused a stabbing pain in Sierra's heart. "I love her," she said, "but I worry about her." "That's what mothers do," Joan said, her eyes drifting to Emily. "Hold that one back, would you?" Sierra said, as she held the stem of a fat head of grain and clipped beneath it. Emily positioned the sack just under it, and Sierra managed the transfer without dropping a single seed. "Ha! We got that one," Joan said. "Those 3 houses are just sitting there, going to waste. Probably leaking and rotting by now without people caring for them. They'd taken everything of value from the houses after a little more than a year had passed without their owners returning. Solar panels, cables, batteries, and tools at first. Later, clothes and old towels and sheets that had been left behind to supplement their own things. She was wearing one of those sheets now, sewn into a light cotton shirt for her by Joan. By this point, there was almost nothing left in the 3 houses but bare furniture and some kitchen supplies. And Sierra hadn't been inside the houses for years. "Then we don't care if they use them, right?" "I guess not. The issue isn't the houses, which they could have as far as I'm concerned. It's the food. You know, we could switch the amaranth fields up to our place, clear some land up there." "Lot of work," Sierra said. "I know, and we'd burn calories doing that work. But so many trees are dead now. We can chop them down, store the firewood on the road, and plant there." "I've taken out a couple of stumps to expand our garden," Sierra said. "It's hard work, particularly without gasoline to run chainsaws or a winch." "We have the come-along." "A lot of work," Sierra repeated. "Maybe we can take down the trees and plant grain between the stumps. Do they have to come out?" Sierra didn't know. "Don't stumps still take up nutrients? Or give them, as they rot?" "I don't know. Emily?" Sierra said, including the young woman out of habit. Emily shrugged. Only 13 when all this happened. She'd not had time to learn a lot about practical living skills before the end of civilization, and as they lived in town, her knowledge of farming would have been absent in any case. Since then, she'd learned to garden, sew, tend hens, and clean small animals from their traps. She oiled their family's rebuilt turbine and serviced the single Tesla fuel cell the house had instead of batteries. Emily was as competent as any of them. She took off her straw hat and waved it at her face. Her hair had darkened into a light brown since childhood, with reddish highlights at the crown where the sun hid it. Her features were fine and regular, with a mouth that seldom transformed into a smile. A crease between her eyebrows revealed her worry. "It'll be okay, Emily," Sierra said. Emily glanced up at her and did a thing with her eyebrows that said, "We'll see." It was amazing how clearly she made herself understood without words. Sometimes, especially when it came to Dev and Zoe, Sierra couldn't make herself understood with 10,000 words. "They don't have any young children," Sierra said. "Not that we've seen," Joan said. "They could be hiding them." "Good point. And there seems to be one on the way, though I'm a bit confused." "About what?" "The woman called her my wife," So they're married lesbians, it seems. And unless I missed something in health class, that can't result in pregnancy. The expression on Emily's face made her regret she'd said anything. The pregnancy might have been by choice, but yeah, it could well have been rape that resulted in it. Emily would never forget the violence that had been perpetrated on her. Her silence still spoke of it. Maybe that's why they left wherever they were. I'm sure they have a story. I'd like to hear it. Maybe there's news of the outside world. They worked in silence for a time, and then Sierra had a thought. Maybe it's time to go down to Wes's and see what's up. How long has it been? Almost a year. I'm not looking forward to the bike ride up. I hate for you to go alone. Who knows what you'll encounter? Maybe we should take the car. They had decided not to risk that any longer. If the electric car broke down far from home, they'd never get it back. It was important to carry the grain harvest. No, it's not that important. Maybe this group has news of our old friends, or of Payson. Another good reason to talk to them. They aren't anyone you recognize? I didn't. No, they're not from Payson, I think. Though who knows? It's been so long since we've had contact with them, a whole new group could have moved in there. Or everyone could have died. If that sickness from 5 years ago went through town a second time, or another sickness, that's not impossible. Joan sighed. I'm glad I moved the family up here, but sometimes I still feel guilty that I have it better than they did. You couldn't have done anything about the sickness. Kelly couldn't. Kelly couldn't what? Kelly said, moving closer. Save Payson from whatever the disease was? That's true enough. Whatever it was viral. Even if I'd stocked up on antivirals before the crash, I couldn't have treated everyone in town. Speaking of which, we should be careful about close contact with these people, Joan said. They could be carrying something with them other than bats and sticks. An infection. Kelly, are you really going to take a look at that pregnant woman? They all glanced over at the group of strangers. The wife of the pregnant woman had gone inside, but the others were all standing there. There's someone else inside, watching, Kelly said softly. A boy, about 13, I'd say, from a window. There might be more, Sierra said, and she felt real fear at the thought. She realized she'd lost her battle readiness, years ago in fact. There might be 24 of these people, half of them circling around to take her group in some surprise attack, and they might have weapons they hadn't shown. Her heart raced like in the old times, but there was none of the excitement she used to feel before a battle, just dread. That's not what they're acting like, Kelly said. They're acting frightened, tired, defensive, ready to fight, but not hopeful they'll win. I'd rather not fight them. We have to defend our fields. You know what Arch will say. As clearly as if he were standing right here, Sierra said. We've had this discussion before. Not in many months, Joan said. And the only agreement we came to is that we defend our own land to the death. This is our land, Kelly said. Not really, Joan said. What if this group is related to one of the people who used to live here? Maybe that's one of the things they'll tell us if we listen to them. She clipped one of the last ripe seed heads and put it into the sack that Emily held. Emily was paying attention to every word said. Unlikely. And if they were, Kelly said, they'd have mentioned it first thing.
So your position is, this is our land, and we should kill to defend it. No, that's Arch's position. I'm reasonably sure I can speak for my husband.
Sierra had no doubt she could, and she knew Kelly was right. Arch wouldn't want to show any kindness or leniency to these people, but she knew who would.
Zoe would say to invite them to stay, at least until they're rested.
Sierra, that's low of you, Kelly said, but without rancor.
I agree with her.
They all knew her position, if not the whole reason for it. As far as they knew, she merely wanted the killing to be done. Yes, she'd defend her home against armed invaders, but if all they were armed with was rocks and sticks, she'd try her damnedest to convince them to leave before using any weapon on them.
That's the worst thing we should do here, she said.
What? Joan said.
Sorry, I didn't say that, did I? Just thought it. At the worst, we should explain we have guns and ammunition, and that they should get back on the road, put their sick woman in the wagon and move on.
Move on where? Joan said.
I mean, what direction did they come from? And what was happening there? I'd like to know.
They had to come on the road with that wagon, Kelly said.
We're ready to harvest the next field,
Sierra said, and Kelly moved her position to stay between them and the strangers. The man with the bat glared at her, but once he'd done that, he backed off several feet. Might be he was making it a challenging shot for her, should Kelly decide to fire the revolver. And it might be a challenge. It wouldn't have been 10 years ago, not even 5 years, when the Quinns still hunted for the table with firearms. But now, when Arch and Dev only used a longbow, and Kelly not even that, perhaps those old skills were gone. Sierra believed hers were, and if she shot to miss, that's what she'd tell Arch.
A single shot over someone's head should be the end of any confrontation.
If they don't have guns, yes, it should be, Kelly said.
There could still be worse out there,
Joan said.
Another reason to talk with them. What if someone drove them out? What if they are being followed by dangerous people? We need to know if trouble is coming up the hill for us.
Damn, Sierra said.
You're right.
She really wished this hadn't happened. But while she was making useless wishes, why not wish the war had never happened that had cut off petroleum deliveries? This situation was what it was.
Kelly, are you willing to look at the pregnant woman?
I guess, she said.
I'll give you the gun while I do.
Sierra didn't want it.
Maybe Joan would be better.
I'm out of practice, Joan said.
And I was never great at it, you know that.
Kelly said.
Sierra, you always were the better shot.
Fine, Sierra said, but she hoped she wouldn't have to point the gun at anyone. The harvesting of the less ripe grain was easier, accomplished with the scythes, with Emily working hard to bag up everything the other two scythed down. Only 2 of the strangers were still watching them by the end, as they hauled all the full sacks of grain to the car and crammed them into the trunk and rear seat. The sacks on the rear deck would block the view out the rear window, but with no other traffic, that didn't matter one bit.
Okay,
Kelly called once they were done.
I'll look at your sick person.
Why? Said the man with the bat.
Because she's sick, and I have some skill, and we're all human beings here.
Joan and Emily stayed with the car, locking themselves in with the fob that held the smart key. They knew to run back home for help if there were gunshots. In minutes, they could return with a force of 5 or 6 armed people. Not that it would be soon enough for Sierra if things went south in the next few minutes. Kelly handed over the revolver, and Sierra checked it, the action still automatic to her after so many years. Round in chamber, cocked, safety on. She flicked the safety on and back off twice to make sure it moved easily. Of course it did. It was Arch's, and he took care of his guns, and nodded that she was ready. They walked up the dirt road, which was overgrown with dried weeds beyond where they always parked the car. The man with the slingshot led, and the man with the bat wanted to trail. Sierra gestured him to go on in front of her, but he shook his head. They compromised by walking side by side, but farther apart than the length of his arm plus the length of his bat. Kelly and the other man went first. He turned in at the last house, and they walked up to the front door, propped open with an ottoman. The musty scent wafting out was powerful. Sierra stifled the urge to sneeze. An older man who had not been outside was standing there, looking tense. Kelly said, "Where's the patient? The pregnant woman? I'm a medic." The man pointed wordlessly inside. Sierra's neck was crawling as she trailed Kelly into the hallway. Anyone could jump out from any of these doors. Her fingertip found the gun's safety, but a voice in her mind was begging them, "Don't make me kill you." She hoped if it came to that, she'd be able to shoot to kill, and then she hoped she wouldn't be able to. Sweat broke out on her face again, but not from the heat. Her breathing grew faster, and she had a powerful urge to run. But Kelly's back ahead of her reminded her she could not, and she forced her legs on. She could still remember turning over the Paysonite Roy that night in Payson, seeing who she had shot, a new friend, and the sinking feeling as the whole world seemed to be falling away. She didn't in any sense think she was there right now, and she never had, so she didn't think what she had could qualify as a flashback exactly. But the memory had never faded while most of the others from that time had. Her father falling, for instance. That had been scary and awful, but she remembered only one quick visual from that day. The look of his crumpled body under the wind turbine as she ran toward him. The rest of it had faded away. But killing poor Roy was still fresh, in every detail in her mind. The smell of rain, the dark night, the apartment building looming up on her left, the moan from Jackson, one of Wes's men who had been along that night and was injured. The metallic smell of blood from both men, a sort of stereo version of a smell. Every detail was still crisp, accessible, and tinged with the horrible guilt of her stupid mistake. She was walking through a hall, Kelly's back in front of her, still aware of where she was, but the memory walked the hall with her. The woman who had said my wife was in the bedroom, sitting in a chair, as they entered. On the bed was a black woman, light-skinned and very pregnant. One of the men came in behind Sierra, not the one with a bat, thankfully. The woman in the chair said, "I'm Becca, and this is Janine." Kelly introduced herself and Sierra, who nodded. The room was packed with 5. "Jacob, you should leave," Becca said. "I don't think Janine wants you watching this." "I can talk for myself," the pregnant woman said. "And you're right. I don't." "But," said the man. "It'll be fine," Kelly said. "I'm not going to hurt her." Jacob glanced at Sierra. She shrugged. Either he'd trust them or not. Sierra had some sympathy with his reluctance to leave, but for the moment, he didn't have the power. They did, and not because of the gun, because Kelly had a skill they needed. Becca said, "We have to start somewhere in dealing with each other, and I'm worried about Janine.
So get, Jacob. Go on now.
He left. Sierra uncocked the revolver and let her arm hang. She didn't think she was going to need to shoot anyone in here. "So, you're spotting?" Kelly said, leaning over the pregnant woman. Becca got up from the chair. "Take this." "That's okay," Kelly said. "I'll be moving around, but maybe you can pull it back to the wall over there to give me more room." Becca did so and stood on the opposite side of the bed as Kelly, who was checking out the patient, her eyes, feeling her forehead, getting her to open her mouth. Kelly said, "I don't have any way to test this, and I don't have my first aid kit with me to so much as take your temperature. But you might be anemic. How much are you bleeding? A lot?" "Not a lot. Only right after I do a lot of work, like pull the wagon. Then it gets worse." "Does it hurt? Contractions ever?" "No and no. My back hurts, but that's it." "All the time or periodically?" "All the time," she said. "Can I feel your belly?" Kelly said. Becca said, "It's still alive. The fetus, I mean." "That's good," Kelly said. "And it's good you're resting in bed. Have you been walking a lot?" Janine said, "They let me ride when it gets bad, but it's hard on everyone to do that, to pull my weight." Sierra spoke up. "You have a horse or donkey? Or do you all pull the wagon yourselves?" "We do it," said Becca, glancing back. "In pairs. We take turns." Kelly was feeling her patient's abdomen. "Oh, yeah. I felt that move. His elbow." "Do you feel anything I should worry about?" Janine said. "No. I was checking to see if your abdomen was abnormally hard. It's not." "So you were what? An OB nurse?" "No, an EMT. Briefly. But I helped Sierra through her pregnancy," Kelly said, and she glanced at Sierra and smiled. "And I remember almost everything I read back then." "You have a baby?" Becca asked Sierra. "A 9-year-old, Sierra said. "Did your delivery go okay?" "It did," Kelly said. "If you think me screaming like a crazy person for more than 12 hours is okay, yeah," Sierra said, correcting Kelly's version. "It hurt." And pain wasn't usually that big a deal, but it was significant pain, and it went on for more than half a day. No drugs to take the edge off. And it didn't help that Arch had yelled in the door that women had been doing it for thousands of years without drugs. Dev had to hold her down in bed to keep her from running out and slapping the shit out of Arch for that one. "But it went fine," Kelly said. "And the baby was healthy, and Sierra was, and nothing went wrong." "I hope that's how it goes for me." "I'm worried about your anemia, which I'm guessing at, from your gums and eyes," Kelly said. "I apologize, but I don't have a lot of experience with people of your coloring, so I might be wrong about that." "We haven't been getting much meat," Becca said, "or food at all." "I'm hungry all the time, and tired," Janine said. "But that doesn't matter. What's wrong with me? Is it normal?" "I'd like to examine you vaginally, but I really don't have my supplies here. Tell me more about your bleeding. Is it just spotting or more? Bright? Dark?" "Bright," said Becca. "And I'd call it more than spotting." "Okay," Kelly said, tapping her thumb against her upper lip. Sierra could tell somehow that she was thinking she might know what was wrong with the woman. And something was wrong, she thought, from the look on Kelly's face.
which she could only see the left side of. But she knew her child's grandmother pretty well. Kelly was worried. "Tell her what you're thinking," Sierra said. "It's better to know and not lie there and think the worst." "It could be. Now, I'm no doctor, understand," Kelly said. "That's okay," Janine said. "Give it to me straight." "Maybe a placenta problem. Placenta previa. Or the placenta might be trying to detach, or something like that. I'll want to read up in my medical book before I commit to it." "What's that mean?" "It's not rare. I'm sure you'll be fine. How long has this been going on?" "I spotted the first trimester, and not hardly at all the second. And now it's back and worse," said Janine. "Can I survive it? Can the child?" Sierra thought the order of the questions was telling. The idea that the pregnancy resulted from a rape seemed more likely to her. "How long have you been on the road like this?" she asked, unwilling to ask directly about the source of the pregnancy. The two women glanced at each other. They didn't want to talk about whatever had put them on the road. That much seemed clear. "It's okay. Not important right now," Kelly said. "You're doing right by resting. This could resolve itself. How much longer until you're at 9 months? 10 days? Could happen any time. Today, even," Kelly said. "We'll be back later, and I'll have more medical information for you. So no matter what happens, you'll have that." "What do you mean?" Becca said. "This is our farm. I know my husband won't want you to stay. And truth be told, I'm not very happy with finding you here either." The pregnant woman looked at her wife. "I don't know that I can travel in this condition." "We'll manage," Becca said. "But it would be easier if we could stay here until this is over." She reached for her wife's hand and held it, speaking gently to the pregnant woman. "You've been through enough." "Who hasn't?" Janine said to her with a sad smile. "Expect us back. Maybe late today, maybe tomorrow morning," Kelly said. "Until then, stay in bed." "Can I go to the bathroom?" "Yes, but only that. Otherwise, don't move. There's a well here. No electricity now, but there's a hand pump that we installed on the central house's wellhead out back, so you can haul buckets of water and flush the toilet." That was directed toward Becca. Becca said, "What happened to these people? It sounds like these weren't your houses." "They were burned out. Marauders." "Are they dead? Or living with you?" "I'm not sure that's information you need to have. Certainly not if you're gone by tomorrow morning." Kelly had been sympathetic with Janine, but her posture and tone of voice changed now. "Expect us back soon, today or first thing tomorrow. Until then, you have our permission to be here. Temporary permission. Hunt if you want, within a few miles. But don't try to find us. And don't trash the place. And leave our fields alone." Janine said, "I'll pass that on." "No, you just rest," Kelly said. "I'll pass it on myself, on my way out." Kelly came to Sierra, who handed her back her revolver. Kelly checked it again quickly and left the room, gun in hand. Sierra raised a hand in farewell to the pregnant woman. In the living room, there were 4 people gathered, 3 of them men. They were all white and all dark-haired. So was Becca. Was it an extended family? Sierra thought perhaps so. Janine was an in-law. "How is she?" the man who'd had the slingshot asked.
I'm not entirely sure, Kelly said. Fine for now. Sierra said, Are you Jacob? Yeah. Why? I was getting your name straight is all. The woman said, I'm Gilly. Jacob and I are married. Saul... He interrupted her. There's no reason to share our business with these people. There's every reason, Sierra said. You want our cooperation. Believe me. You don't want to be our enemies. She didn't say it in a belligerent way. What she felt was sad and worried. Please, she added, don't make this any harder than it has to be. We'll be back soon with the others, said Kelly, and some medical help for your pregnant woman, if I can figure out what to do for her. Why shouldn't we just kill you right now? Saul said. Because hell would rain down on you, Kelly said in a calm voice. None of you would survive, including your children, and I know you have at least one of those. You really do not want to cross my husband. Word of advice there. You'll be dealing with him soon, so keep that in mind. Be very polite with him. Saul, please don't make this worse, Gilly said. We are trespassing after all. She looked back at Sierra. We're dead tired. We need a day's rest, and a week would be better. And Janine, she's getting close, I think, and with the bleeding and all. She trailed off. Sierra felt the other people fade away from her focus as she locked eyes with the pleading woman. I'll do what I can. Do the men run things in your group? Gilly asked her. No, it's a democracy, Sierra said. A man who hadn't spoken before now said, How many are you? Kelly said, Enough. There's enough of us, and more than there are of you. She pointed to the ceiling. And that counts the young man you have hidden up there, and however many other children who are with you. You're strong, we're weak, we get it, Jacob said, weary, resigned. You hunt with that slingshot? Sierra said. Pretty good with it? Yeah, he said, reluctantly, as if he wasn't sure where she was going with this. I never took to the longbow, she said. We have ammunition and plenty of guns, but we try to hunt with other weapons to conserve our ammo. I was thinking about what you might have to offer us. Instruction in use of that weapon would be one thing. I'm pretty sure I could make one, but I wouldn't have the first idea how to use it. Kelly said to her, Not now. We need to get home, or they'll start to worry. She looked around at everyone there. We will be back, and soon, Sierra said. Middle house has a pump for the well out back. There's a bucket over it, so you can use the toilet in here. Kelly motioned her out and left last. Sierra didn't turn to watch, but guessed she was backing out the door and not turning her back on those people. You said too much, she muttered when she'd caught up to Sierra. Probably, Sierra said. I don't know that we need them out of here today. The only real issue is the grain. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't care if they spent a month here. We'll talk about it at home. Let's get there safe and sound first. No one from the group trailed them. They made it to the car safely, and Joan moved again to the back seat. Sierra started the car and steered it around in a tight circle. How'd it go? Joan said. Kelly said, Let's talk about it at home. Our place. Joan, would you round up your kids and Kurt? If they're around, I want everyone there. Including Zoe? Sierra asked. Kelly sighed. I don't see how we'll be able to keep her away.
She's getting a little old to send to her room with a book, and she's getting old enough to learn more about this kind of thing." "You haven't been teaching her to shoot?" Sierra said. "You know we discussed that with you first." "Good," Sierra said. She was of two minds about it. Zoe was certainly old enough at 9 to learn how to handle a weapon, but she did not want her daughter to go through what she had. In fact, Zoe had lived a surprisingly normal life, except for not being around other kids her own age for the past several years. The world might have fallen apart, but so far it had barely touched her child. Zoe lived in a bubble of safety and love. Sierra wanted to keep it that way forever. "I'm so curious about them," said Joan. "Did you learn much?" "Not really," Kelly said. "I tried, but Kelly wanted me quiet," Sierra said. "And I'm not blaming you, Kelly. You're right. It's fine if we learn about them. I just don't want them knowing about us is all." When Sierra pulled up to a stop in her driveway, Kelly and Joan went opposite ways, agreeing to meet at Kelly and Arch's place in 15 minutes. Emily stayed with her to unload the grain bags, and within minutes, her father joined them. "There are people down there at the grain farm," Sierra told him. "Squatters. We're meeting at the Quinn house in a few minutes to talk about it." "Are they well armed?" "No, not that they showed, and they would have shown were it the case. It's been 10 years, Pilar. Most people are going to be down to primitive weapons or empty guns." They all hauled a burlap sack into the barn and dropped them on the floor. Her arms free now, Emily mimed swinging a baseball bat and shooting a rubber band. "That's right," Sierra said. "They had a bat and slingshot, and nothing more that we saw." They went for another load. Later they'd flail and winnow, and then label the bags of grain with a date and haul them up to the loft where there were many mousetraps set. But right now, before she started in on the grain, they needed to talk about the squatters. The three of them were a bit late to the meeting, held around a picnic table outside. Once upon a time, Kelly had put out baked goods for meetings like this. Today there was a small bowl of plums. Sierra didn't take one. "We need to go down and chase them out of there, right now," Arch was saying as they walked up. Everyone was there. "I don't know that they'll do us any harm," Joan said. "Where's Zoe?" Sierra asked Dev. "With the rabbits, but I doubt that'll last when she understands we're all here," he said. "Your granddaughter would say to be nice to them," Sierra said to Arch. "She's 9 years old," he shot back. He was clearly in a fighting mood. Sierra only shrugged. She was not in a fighting mood. Seldom was anymore. Kelly said, "If we let them stay, they'd either take our grain or tear it out to plant something else. I don't know how we'd survive without that food." 2.5 million calories per year, Pilar said. "It's a lot to lose." Kelly said, "That's in a good year, a wet year. I doubt we'll hit 2 million this year from the grain, unless we get a good monsoon season, and starting soon." Sierra knew the calculations as well as any of them. Survival was all about calories. Fewer than 4,000 calories per week came from the grain per person. The hens got part of it, and part of the amaranth leaves as well. But losing 3,500 calories per week of food would hurt. More than hurt. Kelly said aloud what most of them must be thinking. "We are eating 1,500 calories a day, unless the hunt is good, like now, with the javelina Kurt got us." Kurt, standing with his back against a tree, nodded in acknowledgement of the implied thanks. "I don't know if I still have it in me to do that," Pilar said. "Give up those calories."
The adults ate about a kilo of various vegetables per day, for about 270 calories. 4 eggs each provided 280 calories, and in May and June, they often had 6 eggs each. 2 potatoes per day were another 250 calories. Red meat or rabbit or cold cockerels or stewed hens that had moved beyond laying age, 200 calories. Fruit, not much. All she and Pilar grew were strawberries and blueberries, and without a lot of rain, the fruit yields were poor. The grain gave each of them 500 calories per day. Without that, she'd be eating 1,000 calories per day on bad days, which was not enough. 1,500 wasn't enough. But they survived because they could still hunt and supplement their diet with wild game. Kurt said, "We'd have more competitors for game if they stayed." "Exactly," Arch said. "So we don't just lose the grain. Now we're competing for game too? We have to drive them off." Pilar said, "I'd rather talk with them first. Maybe one of them has some skill we need." "We have skills enough," said Arch. "We've made it alone for years now." It would have been much harder had they not traded with Wes's group for the first years. Sierra didn't bother to point it out, for they all knew that was true. "I'd like it if one were a dentist," Joan said. She'd been suffering from a toothache off and on all year. "At least the kids' teeth seem okay," Kelly said, glancing automatically toward the rabbit hutch, where Zoe was. Sierra's teeth were fine, too. Perhaps it was the lack of sugar and bread. They'd tried to entice bees into a hive back at the beginning, but had no luck. They were too rare. They ate healthily, except for not eating enough. No one around the table had any extra fat on them. "So let's arm ourselves and go," Arch said. Dev spoke for the first time. "I would like to talk to them. Figure out who they are. Get news of the world, if they have any." "Doubtful," Arch said. Sierra said, "They'd know about where they came from, and I'm curious why they left there." "They didn't say?" Dev asked her. "No. I have a theory, but it's more like a wild guess. If someone had raped Janine and impregnated her, that might be a reason to leave." "What do we know about them?" Dev asked. He was looking at his mom. She ticked off points on her fingers. "They didn't have firearms, or didn't show any. All white except one woman, the pregnant woman. A family, it seems. We got 5 names. Janine, Becca, Gilly, and 2 men." She frowned, trying to remember. Sierra supplied them. "Saul and Jacob." "Biblical names," Kelly said. "That's right." Joan said, "Not just biblical." "What do you mean?" Pilar asked. "Jewish. Those are Hebrew names. Shaul, Jacob, Rebecca. Not Janine, though." "She's the black woman," Kelly said. "The pregnant one. You're right, of course. Old Testament names. I should have noticed." "How pregnant is she?" "Very," said Kelly. "And not well. In fact, I want to go get my medical book right now. Be back in a second." She rose and went inside the house. Sierra explained what Kelly had found out from the woman about her spotting and being on her feet, making it worse. "So if we drive them off, she's going to have a hard time of it, her and all of them, if they need to haul her along on their wagon." "That's harsh," Joan said. "I don't feel good about that. I mean, a pregnant woman, Arch." "You've all gotten soft," Arch said. "They're sitting on 500 calories per day that you want for your own belly. And you aren't ready to march down there and give them what for?
There was a long silence. Finally, Sierra said, I don't know. I'm afraid I don't have that in me anymore. I mean, how many people are still alive after all this time? Some died in battles over food. Some surely starved to death. Some froze to death or died of the heat. Disease must have taken many. I hope we're to a point where we can share the land and get along.
I'm willing to share the earth with them, Arch said. But not my own land.
It isn't our land, she said, but quietly, not wanting to escalate him.
Don't you care about your daughter?
Of course I do. That did get a rise out of her.
You want her fed, right?
Sierra forced herself to not respond with more anger. She took a few deep breaths instead. Jones said, I'd like to talk with them. Arch said,
I'm not sure what there is to talk about. And once we talk, then we'll feel like we owe them.
They might have something to teach us. And if I'm right about their religion, it's possible I can appeal to them along those lines. I took quite a bit of Hebrew and courses on the Talmud in my doctorate of divinity. Lots of Levinus.
I have no idea what you're talking about, Arch said.
I'm saying, maybe we have a religious basis to talk with them. It might be a way to connect.
I don't want to connect anything, Arch said.
His face was growing red. Arch, honey, Kelly said, coming back with her book. Shush. Sierra saw Zoe coming across the yard. Your granddaughter heard you. Everyone turned to see Zoe approach. It gave everyone a chance to settle down. Hi, honey, Kelly said. How are the rabbits? Zoe walked up to her dad's chair and leaned into him. Dev put his arm around her, and Sierra felt an unwelcome pang of jealousy. Hey, kiddo, she said to her daughter. Hey, Sierra, Zoe said back. She was a polite child, but she didn't move from her dad's side. Sierra didn't want that to hurt, but it did. What would the people down the hill do to her daughter's chances of survival? Zoe must have enough food. That wasn't up for debate. But she didn't want to go down there and shoot people. She tried to imagine putting a bullet into the center mass of the pregnant woman, Janine, and her mind balked at the thought. Joan is a good choice for negotiator, she said. I'll stay here with Zoe and the animals. Emily raised her hand to shoulder level and pointed to herself and nodded. She'd be staying back as well. Where is everybody going? Zoe said. I want to go, Dev said. There might be trouble where we're going. I want you home and safe. Your mom will watch over you. He patted her on the hip. He did this thing that looked a little like how you'd pet a big dog, a thump-thump rather than a caress. But Zoe didn't mind it at all. Sierra wanted to have that kind of closeness with her daughter, but she didn't. She never had, and she never would. Usually she accepted that. Today, the thought was depressing. Maybe it was seeing a pregnant woman that had done it, stirred some maternal instinct to life.
Arch said, Well, I'm going to go check. He stopped himself. Something in the shop, he finished. His stash of weapons, he meant. I'm not sure what to do, Kurt said. About what? Zoe said. Dev and his mother exchanged a glance. We have a problem, and we're trying to figure out how to solve it. Tell me. I'm good at math, aren't I? Zoe asked her grandmother, who functioned as her teacher most often. You are, but this isn't just a math problem.
What kind of problem?
A food problem, Dev said. If we lost some of our food, say the rabbits all got sick and died, how would we make up that food?
Catch wild rabbits? She said. And put them in the hutches?
That's an idea, he said. But I'm pretty sure wild rabbits wouldn't like that.
I could make them like me, Zoe said. I'm nice.
It really was a wonder how protected she was, Sierra thought. They'd all created that bubble of safety for her, and they were continuing to. Maybe we should tell her, she said. Dev looked over. I'm pretty sure I know her answer. Sierra nodded at him. But give her a chance to say it. She's getting to be grown up enough. I love you, Zoe, said Kelly. But in this, I'm afraid you won't be making the decision for us. We need to talk as a group and decide.
I'm part of the group,
Zoe said.
Aren't I?
My point exactly, Sierra said. Dev looked less than happy about it, but he finally nodded. Okay, here's what's up. Some people want our grain farm. Without it, we'll go hungry. What do you think we should do about it?
It's ours,
Zoe said, frowning.
So they shouldn't try and take it.
That's right, Dev said.
So we tell them not to. We tell them it's wrong.
That sounds like a good plan, Dev said. But what if they say they will anyway?
Then yell like Grandpa does.
Kelly smiled. That's a pretty good idea. I'm sure your grandpa will approve. Zoe looked at Pilar.
Not you, Pilar. My other grandpa.
I knew who you meant.
You don't yell,
Zoe said. Sierra waited to see if the conversation would return to normal, or if Zoe's presence would make everyone hold back. It was one thing to explain to her in simple terms what the problem was. It was quite another to speak of shooting people dead, and that's where a confrontation might well lead. I'm cold, Kelly said. Could you run in and get me my sweater, Zoe? It's on the back of the chair in my bedroom.
Okay,
Zoe said and skipped off. There was no way Kelly could be cold. It had to be over 100 degrees still. That won't work for long, Sierra said. If you aren't coming, why don't you take Zoe over to your house and have her help you with something now? The grain, or the garden, the hens?
Good idea,
Rod said, the first thing he'd said yet.
I mean, no offense, Sierra, but if you aren't coming, do you really care what our detailed plans are?
I guess not, she said. Misha, you haven't said anything yet. And Kurt, you've barely spoken. After Zoe is gone, Kurt said. I'll go get Arch out here again when she is. When Zoe came back with the sweater, Kelly did drape it over her shoulders, taking the ruse a bit far. Sierra said, Hey, Zoe, I need to get going with hanging the grain to finish drying. I'd like your help.
What about those people?
We'll figure something out, Dev said. Go on with your mom and help her.
What if you need us, Dad?
We'll come and get you if we do, Dev said. Go on, now. I'd love some of your grandma's plum jelly on bread this week, and I can't have that without the bread part. Zoe's face suggested she wasn't entirely buying her dismissal, but she seemed unable to come up with another argument that would allow her to stay. She said, Okay, and she walked over to Sierra. Ready? Sierra said. Yeah, Zoe said, but she wasn't enthusiastic. Well, why should she be? I'll let you collect the eggs if you want. That seemed to cheer her up a bit.
Okay,
See y'all later, Sierra said. She walked away with her daughter, aware of how much more distance Zoe kept between them than she kept from her father when they walked together. It hurt, but she couldn't really blame Zoe. Chapter 4. Dev watched his daughter walk away with Sierra, and then his eyes lingered on Sierra's hips and thighs. He still wanted her, but it was too easy for him to fall in love with her again when they made love. He'd done it more than once over the years. The bittersweet feeling that pierced him when he thought of those times was about the least complicated thing he felt for her. Some days, it was a darker and more twisted bundle of emotions that boiled up in him. "She'll be fine," his mother said. He turned back, realizing after a confusing second his mother meant Zoe. "I know. I trust Sierra." His father was walking up as she said that and made a noise, still frustrated that Sierra had become a pacifist at some point, rather than the enthusiastic warrior she'd been. He could remember the day 10 years ago Sierra had brought back one of his father's books on war, thanked him for the loan, and refused another book his father pressed on her. "I'm done. I hope we're all done killing." As always, Arch's response to things he didn't understand was to become angry, and he had cursed Sierra after she had left that day, and Pilar for raising her to be such a weakling. But Sierra wasn't weak, not at all, and he did trust her when it came to Zoe. She loved her daughter, that much he was sure of. He dragged his attention back to the matter at hand. "What are we going to do?" "Run them out," Arch said. "Talk to them," Jones said. And though the debate went on for another 25 minutes, those were the two sides. Finally, they reached a compromise. They'd go armed and in force, but they'd let Joan take the lead in talking to the strangers first. His mom had convinced his dad by looking up from her medical book and saying, "If we drive them off first, or kill them, we won't get a chance to talk. So at least let's do it in the right order. They might know something we'll need to know to defend ourselves." Arch demanded they go right now, and on this point, no one could battle him. The problem was, they only had one car. All three of them and Joan had to go. They could cram a fifth person in the rear seat. Rod said, "Misha and I can ride in the trunk. Just leave it open and we'll sit there, facing backward. Right, Mish?" "Sure," she said. Kurt said, "I'll stay here and patrol, just in case there are more of them than you think and they come up here." "That's a good idea," Arch said. "I don't want to leave our homes and animals undefended." "I'll keep an eye on your place," Kurt said. "Don't worry." Jones said, "Emily, you keep an eye on our place and Kurt's, so he doesn't have to worry about the far end of the road." She nodded. The whistle they'd once used to signal danger was now hers full time. As a person without a voice, she needed it more than those of them who could yell out a warning or call for help. They broke up the meeting and agreed to meet in 15 minutes with weapons at the car, parked as always at the Crocker place, as Sierra was the one to usually drive it to the grain farm. His father had stockpiled weapons and ammunition, but the initial battles 10 years ago had depleted them by almost half. Then hunting had depleted them further. They'd melted scrap lead, and his father had made more bullets, but the supplies of gunpowder and casings weren't infinite either. They collected spent brass to reuse, and they switched to bow hunting most of the time, though occasionally varmints trying to get hens or rabbits still caught a bullet. What had mostly taken a hit was their practice time. They could not afford to waste ammo on targets, and so their skills weren't what they once were. Arch had some snap caps for dry firing, but those didn't last forever either. And Arch would never admit it, but his eyesight wasn't as good as it once was. Dev knew he was now the best shot in his family, his vision still perfect, his hand steady. He and his father took their rifles. His mother grabbed a Glock and carried the medical book with her. They got halfway to the car and his father said, "Forgot something," and turned back for the house. As they crossed over to the car, Dev said to his mother, "Have you learned anything about that woman? Her condition?" "Yes, but my diagnosis might be wrong. If it's right, she could be in trouble." "Is there any way to make sure of what she has?" "Not without equipment, scanners or X-ray machines, and an endoscope, one of those tiny things they use to look inside you." Dev really didn't know. He'd never been seriously ill as a kid, and they'd not been television watchers, so he'd never so much as seen a video about it. "Okay," he said. "But, of course, we have none of that." "Is she going to lose the baby, you think?" "I'm more concerned she's going to lose her life." Dev felt fear on the woman's behalf, even though he'd never met her, and she was no friend of his. It was easy to remember how worried he'd been about Sierra and their child during her pregnancy, though Sierra dismissed any and all concerns. "Why? I mean, if she dies, how will she?" "She'll bleed to death." "So, like, she'll have the baby normally, but it will kill her?" "That's the risk. It's hard to tell because the medical book assumes there are hospitals, so it keeps telling me to take someone to the ER, which is about as useful as telling me to take them to the moon." They'd run into that problem many times. The book took his mother only so far, and then it said to rush the patient to the hospital or call a helicopter or ambulance. None of this was possible. The solution was in his mother's hands, or there was no solution at all. Joan and her kids came up then, Misha and Rod carrying a rifle and a shotgun respectively. She pointed to the medical book. "Learn anything?" "That she should probably have a C-section." "Can you do that?" Joan said. "No, not in a million years would I even try." "That's not good." Misha said, "Can I do anything to help?" She learned the most about first aid from his mother, though she didn't get much of a chance to put the education into practice. Dev felt it necessary to point out what his father would say. "We're not sure we're going to try to help them in any way." "This is true," his mom said. "Maybe all I can do for the pregnant woman is to tell her what to expect. I hate to be the bearer of bad news." She pursed her lips. "And I could be wrong. I hope I am wrong. Maybe it's nothing." Dev's father came up then. "Ready? Where's Crocker?" "I'm here," Pilar said, coming around the back corner of the house. "Couldn't find the key for a moment. Who wants to drive? Dev?" "Sure," Dev said. He didn't get much of a chance to. Pilar said, "Misha, no, you take the back seat with Kelly and your mom. Arch can sit up front, and I'll ride in the trunk with Rod." "And my rifle, please," Dev said. He didn't want to have to keep track of it while driving. "Sure, hand it over," Pilar said. Dev popped open the trunk and waited until everybody was arranged. The car was riding low with all the people in it. He squatted down and checked the clearance. To Rod and Pilar he said, "Maybe hop out until we get down the driveway, just to be safe." They did. The car made it down the driveway fine, and then the two men jumped back on. Dev waved to Kurt as he passed him standing at the end of the private road, crossbow held in both arms. Arch grumbled, "He should have his rifle. He's more comfortable with his crossbow these days." Dev wondered why his father was in such a mood. He'd mellowed over the years, partly because of Zoe. Did he want confrontation today? Was his temper because of worry, or was it born of anxiety to see action again? Dev still found Arch difficult to read at times, and this was definitely one of those times. Best to say as little as possible. For every word he uttered, there was a chance Arch would find fault with it, and with him. "Go faster," Arch said. "We've delayed too long already. They may have fortifications built." "Okay," Dev said, but he didn't speed up. He didn't want to bounce Pilar and Rod out of the trunk. The road was much rougher than the last time he'd driven it, which, come to think of it, was over a year ago. When he left the property, it was always on foot, to hunt. Otherwise, his world had collapsed to a couple dozen acres and 3 houses, for he seldom went up to Kurt's cabin. He focused on the problem ahead, the possibility of confrontation or shooting, and he tried to gear himself up for a fight. It had been so long, 2 or 3 years since the last wanderers had come past. "How many again, Mom?" he said. "What?" She leaned forward. "How many people were there?" 7, I'm sure of. If there are more, I suspect they're younger children." Jones said. "If there were more, they hid them well." 7 without firearms against 7 with. The outcome seemed inevitable. He hoped it would to the strangers as well, for he did not want to have to shoot anyone. If you'd survived 10 years after the fall of civilization, it would be a damned shame to die now. So much smarter for them to back off and leave. As he pulled onto the dirt road that led to the grain farm, his heart sped as it seldom did. Usually these days, it was a brief fear for Zoe's safety that made his heart pound. Of course, in a way, this moment was ultimately about that too. The thought made his resolve harden. He'd protect his daughter. No one greeted them. "Be careful," Arch said. "They might have guns trained on us right now. Stick to cover." Dev pocketed the key fob and said, "Key's in my right pocket if you need it." He meant, if I'm dead and you need to retreat fast, that's where to find it. It wasn't a key, but an electronic device that let the starter work by proximity. Arch got out and hunkered down behind the door, checking things out through his scope. Dev opened his own door, moved low around the car to the trunk, and took his rifle from Rod, who handed it over without a word. He scanned behind them. No movement, no sun glinting off a scope. His father motioned him to go right, and Dev motioned for Rod to follow him. Up in the fields, birds were flitting around, picking up dropped seeds, no doubt, from that morning's harvest. He checked the still tall field and saw no people, no motion that suggested someone was hiding there. Though the birds probably wouldn't be that active were there people hidden in the amaranth fields. "See anything?" he said to Rod. "Nope." "We're okay over here." "I can stay here just in case." "Okay," Dev said. "Find cover. Any of those big trees." "Gotcha." Dev returned to the car. Pilar, Joan, and his mom were still there. Misha must have gone with his father. "We're clear on this side." "Let's go to the house," Joan said. "Let's wait for a signal from my dad," Dev said. "Is Rodney okay?" she asked. "Yeah, he's guarding that side of the road for now." Misha came back a few minutes later. "Arch says it's clear, but to be careful." "They're probably all in the house," Joan said. "I'll go first." "No, let me, Mom," Misha said. "I'd rather they see the rifle and know we mean business." Joan clearly wasn't happy about it. "We'll lead," Dev said to Misha. "I'll take the rear," Pilar said. "Going straight up the road?" "I guess," Dev said. Misha said,
Arch is watching the fields behind the left-hand houses and the woods beyond, just in case, he said.
Okay. Dev stepped out onto the dirt road and marched forward, his rifle at port arms. When they approached the last house, where his mother directed him, a man stepped through the door. That's far enough. He held a baseball bat.
Saul, it's us,
Dev's mom said.
We want to talk.
We'll talk when you put your guns down.
I don't think we can do that.
It looked like a standoff, but of course it wasn't. If this group had guns, they'd be brandishing them now. Dev's heart began to slow as he realized he wasn't in much danger. I don't think they have guns, he said to his mom, turning his head and speaking quietly.
No, doesn't look like it,
his mom replied. Joan stepped forward and spoke louder.
We need to talk first. Talk like people. Friendly talk.
She stepped beyond Dev's reach, and he didn't know what to do. But she kept moving, and he decided to let her. His hands began to sweat. She muttered a prayer as she walked up to the house, her hands raised to show she had no weapon.
Make us instruments of your peace. Where there is hatred, let us sow love. Where there is injury, pardon. Where there is discord, union.
There was more, but he couldn't hear the rest of the words as she moved beyond his range of hearing. Brave woman. Dev hoped she wasn't being too brave, and he knew were his father right here, he might stop her from walking up there unarmed. Dev would not, but his damp hands gripped the rifle, ready to raise it and fire if the man with the bat made an aggressive move. Yet he didn't move his feet at all, not wanting his own motion to trigger the man into violence. Joan stood facing the man on the porch, and they talked quietly enough he could not hear them. It didn't take long until Joan came back.
They want Kelly for the pregnant woman, and I said there'd have to be a third person inside to even up the numbers. But he doesn't want us armed. Dev, are you willing to put down your rifle?
He wasn't thrilled with the idea, but his mother said, I have an ankle holster, and that reassured him to know that she had the Glock on her. Do you think they have any kind of guns at all?
We've not seen evidence of any, Joan said. Kelly?
None in evidence. Dev knew his father wouldn't like this, but he was his own man now, and he didn't have to do everything the way his father would want. I want to be there. I like to see them with my own eyes and figure out who they are.
Okay, Joan said. Kelly?
I'm willing. It's why I'm here, in part.
Pilar? Misha? What do you think?
Pilar said, They aren't making aggressive moves.
That seems a good sign.
Misha said,
Be careful, Mom. I will. I won't raise my voice. I'll listen more than I talk. We can get through this.
I hope they're willing to talk freely, Dev said. If they told a story that made him sympathize, he'd be more inclined to let them stay a few days, until the baby was born, perhaps. If they apologized for trespassing, that would be best. If they promised not to touch the grain still ripening, he'd like to believe the promise. But if they just sat there and glared, he'd be siding with his father. Drive them out, and follow them along the road to make sure they kept going past their neighborhood. In any case, his father was going to fight for that end. Dev might have to sick Zoe on him. Arch had a hard time staying tough in the face of her compassion. Zoe. The thought of her made his own compassion wane. He needed to keep his daughter safe, and he needed to keep her fed. That was the bottom line here. Still, he handed his rifle over to Misha to hang on to. His mom, Joan, and he walked back up to the man on the front stoop. He didn't offer to shake Dev's hand, just looked him over, nodded once, and then opened the door. Inside there was the smell of meat, freshly cooked. 2 women stood in the living room. Joan introduced herself and Dev. He was confused for a moment because he thought she'd met these people already. His mom said, "Hello, Saul. Becca, I like to see Janine, and talk to you both after that." The shorter of the 2 women and his mom left the room, leaving 4 of them. Joan said, "Where are the others? I'd like to talk with everyone if I could." "Out hunting and trapping," the man said. Saul, his name was? Dev could smell the meat. It wasn't rabbit. "What did you just eat? Squirrel?" "Sigmadon." Dev's mind conjured a picture of a dinosaur, which definitely couldn't be right. "What's that?" "Cotton rat family. Big rodent." So the word had been its species name. "You a scientist?" Dev asked. "Was," Joan said. "Did you teach at one of the universities?" "No. Department of Agriculture." "Really? Do you know anything about the government? What happened to it back when oil stopped?" "I didn't stick around to see the last of it, but it was falling apart, and reports were sporadic from Washington." "We couldn't get news at all," Jones said. "We were out of touch from quite early on." "I guess it doesn't matter now," Saul said. "No," Joan agreed. "But, of course, we're curious." "I'm sure you're curious about more than that. If I satisfy your curiosity, are you willing to trade for it? Leave us alone and we'll tell you what we know?" "I don't know," she said. "How can you not know?" "Some of us say we should force you to leave before nightfall. Others are less intransigent." Dev wasn't sure what that word meant, but the context made it sure. Some were willing to be violent, and some were not. "What about you?" the woman asked Dev. "What's your name?" he asked in return. "Gilly? Pleased to meet you," she said, a habit that apparently took more than 10 years to fade away. No one here was particularly happy to meet anyone else. "Ma'am," he said, "my name is Dev. I'm willing to listen to you. I know my mom is worried about your pregnant woman." "You're Kelly's son? You don't look much like her." Dev knew that. "But my father, he's going to want you out. Like I say, I'll listen. He isn't inclined to." "I'm not sure our story is your business," Saul said. Dev didn't rise to the bait. "Your choice," he said with a shrug. The man stared at him, but Dev kept his face calm and composed. He was the one in control here, and he didn't have to get defensive at all. Quiet and firm was the way to act. Jones said, "We figure you must have had a stable situation, but recently were driven out, or chose to leave. Maybe because of the pregnancy?" Nothing but silence greeted her statement. Jones said, "It must be hard. 6 or 8 of you, depending on how many children. No guns, pulling what you own in that wagon?" She glanced at Dev. Was that a cue? He supposed it was and searched for something sympathetic to say. "Gonna be harder to hunt in unfamiliar terrain." "Helps that I'm a biologist," Saul said. "I know animals." Then why wasn't he out hunting with the others? Maybe he was their leader. Maybe he was their best fighter, and so he'd been left behind to protect the weakest of them, the children and the pregnant woman. While Dev was curious how many children there were, he knew not to ask. That would feel like a threat. "We're more desert-like here than we were," Dev said. Global warming's a bitch, Saul said. Joan said, It's pretty dry this year. You picked a drought-tolerant grain, I see. Smart. Dev didn't like that, and he wanted to somehow remind the man it was theirs, not anyone else's. It wasn't free for the taking. Gilly broke the silence that followed. I know you want us gone. I can even understand it. But if we could just have a week to rest. Saul glared at her. I'm not sure a week would buy you much information. Did you come through Payson? Joan asked. I lived there, had a church there, still have friends there, but it has been a long while since I saw them. That would be information. If we're going to trade, I need something in exchange. In a different world, I'd be thinking about Gemilut Kesedim, Joan said. That made as much sense to Dev as the species designation Saul had used. Tzedakah would be the more appropriate obligation, Gilly said. But you aren't Jewish. No, I'm not, Saul said. That life is over. No one has time for compassion or enough to give as charity. Aren't those the times we're supposed to practice charity the most? Joan said. When it's the hardest to do so, when it costs us the most. Dev was surprised they were talking about what he thought of as Christian obligations. He didn't know anything about Jews and what they believed. He'd never met any that he knew of. If so, Saul said, your obligation is clear. You let us stay here and go on home. Gilly said, Saul's really an atheist. Joan said, Before we lost oil, or after? Gilly had been about to answer, but Saul threw her a glance and said, That's information. You want to barter? We'll barter. I can't speak for our whole group. You have 5 here? Dev said, More. But that's information as well, if we're going to argue over sharing every little bit. And honestly, you're not going to get that from us easily. Not our armaments, how much ammunition we have stored, or what other weapons we're good at using. He thought about that. No, I'll give you this for free. We have enough. Joan stepped in. We don't really want to be adversarial. Saul laughed at her. We are adversaries. There's no reason to beat around the bush. Joan said, I wish we weren't. Then it's on you to make it so. You know my faith. Do not oppress a stranger, for you know the nephesh of the stranger, for you were strangers in the land of Egypt. Dev knew that. Exodus. But there were extra words in there. Joan said, I was a stranger to these people. They took me in, and my children, and now I am one of them. But they have no interest in doing that for us. It's all about food, Joan said. Dev shifted. He didn't want her telling them anything that would give them an advantage. Joan turned to Dev. We could probably give up the hunting land, but we can't give up the grain. Joan, Dev said, a warning. It's amaranth, isn't it? Saul said. Joan said, I tell you this because I need you to have sympathy with our position. And if you tell me about yours, we might feel more sympathetic towards you. Dev said, You can't have the grain. Period. It's ours. Joan shot him a look. It's not ripe anyway. The fields over on this side were planted behind the others. You want a steady harvest, Saul said. Makes sense. It's the only good part of the hotter world, Joan said. We can grow more for longer. 2 seasons of planting, really, for a lot of crops. It's damned hot right now, Saul said. But we have ways of growing food. You're right. Picking the right grain did a lot of the work for us. Joan, Dev said again, not wanting her to say any more. He did not want these people thinking of what else they had, what might be stolen. Don't worry, Saul said, with a disgusted expression aimed at Dev. You're better armed. Even were we inclined to, we couldn't steal your shit. Gilly said, We're not inclined to. We just want to be left in peace, if not forever, for a week, or even a day. She lowered her head and put her hands over her face. It took a second for Dev to realize she was crying. Saul went over to her and put his hand on her shoulder. Joan glanced at Dev, as if to say, See, they're people just like us. Dev knew that, but he had a daughter, and not enough food as it was, though the last few days had been good because of the javelina. Charity was a great theory. Charity that killed you might even win you a place in heaven, if there was such a place. Who knew? But dead was dead, and the thought of Zoe dead from something that could have been prevented in this very hour? Unthinkable. The woman looked up, wiping her face. I'm sorry. I thought I was done with crying. But I'm tired. That's all. I'm tired. The thought of Zoe's needs had hardened his heart. The woman's words tried to soften it. Dev tried to hang tough. My father is going to want to demand you go. I understand, Gilly said. I'd do the same in your position. She looked to Joan. What if we promised to leave your grain alone? Just let us rest here a day or 2. She glanced at Saul. Maybe they could leave a guard here even. He shook his head. They wouldn't leave just one person. One person with a gun against a half-dozen angry adults wouldn't work. What if I tell you my story? Joan said, looking from Saul to Dev. It's an old story. It can't get you much in the way of advantage over us. And it's Payson's story as well, or the first part of it. The fever was the second part of their story. The 2 strangers glanced at one another. Dev read that as saying they'd been through Payson, or skirted it because it wasn't safe. Found it what? Totally empty, perhaps? No, that made no sense. They'd have stayed there if that were the case. Well defended, perhaps. To Joan he shrugged. Just don't mention our numbers. Joan told a brief version of her story, about the troubles in Payson and the invasion from the valley. Without naming her own daughter, she told of the rapes and outright killing and jailing of the men, and how without Dev's family and neighbors and another group, it would have continued. So they're the good guys, you're suggesting, Saul said, sounding skeptical. Dev said, I'm not sure about that. I've killed. We've killed. It never feels good, and it bothers some of us quite a bit even now. He knew it ate at Sierra most of all. It hadn't bothered him at all until Zoe had been born, and he'd thought about how he felt about her, so protective, and that everyone he had shot had a father and mother who felt the same about them once. Parenthood was a sobering change, making him more ferocious and at the same time more sympathetic. Do you both have kids? He asked. They looked at each other. Joan said, If we're going to trust each other, we have to move forward somehow. Maybe you tell me your story at the beginning. Nothing sensitive, nothing recent. How it started for you."
Saul pulled his mouth to one side as he thought. Dev thought he wasn't going to talk, but after a half-minute, he spoke. "I was based in Tucson, and my family was there."
"We've been in Tucson since the 1880s, Gilly said. "My family, that is. Saul's family came during World War II.
Joan said to Saul,
"So you're native to Tucson?"
"Yes, and was lucky enough to get a job with the USDA there. But I was assigned to Chandler temporarily, and nearly stayed there too long. I barely made it back."
"He had to walk the last 25 miles, Gilly said. "We were all so relieved when he showed up one evening, tired and thirsty."
"Things went to hell slower in Tucson than in Phoenix, from what I understand," Saul said. "But when it was clear they would go to hell, we left town. My brother, my sister, and their spouses. I headed toward a colleague I knew of in Safford. Based on what I'd seen, I thought the smaller a town, the better. She didn't exactly welcome us with open arms, and she was getting ready to leave that area herself. So we went with her plan, and it was good we did, for we needed the larger numbers by then. It was rough going. There was violence. We made it up into the mountains, and we found a place that took us in." He shrugged. "And this year we left the place. That's all I'm willing to share."
"Did you have guns at first?" Dev said. "It's pretty clear you don't now."
"I bartered for what we had, and it cost dearly."
"Too dearly," Gilly said.
He spoke to her, not to Joan or Dev. "We needed to defend ourselves, and I doubt they'd have let us in where they did without a way to add to their defensive capabilities."
Joan said, "Is your colleague still with you? Still alive?"
"No and yes, respectively, so far as I know," Saul said.
"It's just the family now," Gilly said.
Joan glanced at Dev, as if weighing her words by his expression.
"We're many families, plus found family, like my adopted son."
Kelly walked out of the hall just then without the other woman.
"How are things in here?" "Okay," Gilly said. "Cool but warming. How's Janine? Do you know what's wrong with her?" "I don't know. I can't know without diagnostic equipment. But my fear is she has a placental issue." "What do you mean?" Gilly asked. "The placenta can detach from the lining of the womb, or it can move to a dangerous position. Because of her bleeding, I'm thinking it's the second thing, but I can't swear that's what it is." "Is it dangerous?" "Yes," his mom answered. "Very. Perhaps not for the baby, but definitely for Janine."
Saul said, "Will she survive it?"
His mom hesitated, glanced at him, and then said, "I can't say. I might be wrong in my diagnosis. I'm not a doctor. I've delivered one baby and had one. It's not a lot of experience to go on."
"But you think it's bad," Saul said.
"I do. In fact," and she looked around and didn't finish the thought. "How's the talking going?" "I don't know," Joan said. "As well as can be expected. Becca says she'd like to stay here. You all would, at least until Janine delivers and is on her feet again." Gilly nodded. "And our main concern is that you don't hurt us or destroy our grain crop. What's here won't be ripe for another month, and you'll be long gone. But you could still do us damage out of spite or ignorance." "We wouldn't," Gilly said. Out of hunger. Maybe we could have eaten some before you came. Out of spite. No, never. Food is too precious.
As I say, it's just flowering now on this side of the road. At the earliest, there will be grain in a month, and we'd expect you to be gone by then. Dev was surprised his mother was offering them a temporary home, especially without consulting his father. Gilly and Saul exchanged a look. Saul said, "And there's a cost to this." "Not a cost so much. A deal. An arrangement."
"Kelly?"
His father's voice startled Dev, coming from not far from the front door.
"Is everything okay in there?"
"1 second," she said to Saul, and she slipped out the front door. "What does she mean, a deal?" Saul said to Joan. Gilly looked nervously at the front door. "I haven't a clue," Joan said. "Dev?" "Mystery to me." Outside, his parents' voices were soft, and Dev couldn't make out what they were saying. That his father wasn't yelling surprised him. In 5 minutes, his mother came back in. "Okay, so I have a proposal." "Which is?" "Number 1, you keep your hands off our plants. That's non-negotiable. Number 2, you don't come looking for where we live. Also non-negotiable. Stay here, hunt, trap, hunt for mushrooms or pine nuts, and rest from your troubles." "For how long?" Saul said. "We'll see, but until the baby is born at least." "And what do we have to do to earn this favor?" "I'm not done offering you favors. I'll take Janine with me so I can keep an eye on her, and I'll do my best for her when she goes into labor." There was a long silence. Gilly looked stunned, then hopeful. She turned to look at Saul, who was frowning. He said, "You mean you want her as a hostage?" His mom gave a little shrug. "It does end up working like that. No one will hurt her, I promise you. But her being with us would be a guarantee of your good behavior." "Maybe one of you should stay here. An exchange." "No," his mom said. "That's not going to happen." Dev wouldn't volunteer, that was for sure. He'd feel as if he couldn't risk falling asleep. He didn't want to end up a hostage himself, only bartered back to his family at the cost of hens or rabbits or bushels of fruit. Gilly said to Saul, "It would probably be best for Janine." "I have to be honest with you," his mother said. "I don't expect the childbirth to go easily. Truth is, were it 15 years ago, she'd have a C-section, and I can't do that." Gilly said, "Did you tell Becca that?" "I was honest with them both." "She'll want to stay with Janine," Gilly said. "Not going to happen," Dev's mom said. "Janine will be in bed. We can keep an eye on her there. We can't afford to have someone healthy wandering around our homes." "You don't trust us," Gilly said. "You don't trust us either," Dev's mom said. Joan said, "I know there isn't any reason to trust us, but there is no way we would hurt Janine. Kelly will take good care of her." "Not even if we did everything you just ordered us not to?" Saul said. "Not even then," Joan said. "But I hope you cooperate. Surely you can see it's to your benefit." "You have to be prepared for Janine not to make it despite my best efforts," his mom said. "I won't do a thing to hurt her, but I don't know that I can guarantee a good outcome." "And Becca agreed to this?" Gilly asked. "No," his mom said. "They both said no.
I understand why they don't want to be separated, so I thought you could convince them. If you can't, you should pack up and leave." Saul cursed under his breath. He gnawed at his lower lip and looked down at the floor. Finally, he looked up. "I can't make a decision like that on my own." The combative tone was gone from his voice for the first time. Dev found himself relaxing, and only when he felt his muscles unclench did he realize how tense he had been. "I understand," Dev's mom said. "We'll give you overnight to talk it over. At least even if you decide to move on, you'll get a good night's rest tonight, and possibly eat a good meal or two. We'll be back a couple hours after dawn, and either we'll take Janine with us, or you'll be moving on, and packed and ready to go. Are we agreed?" Saul gave a sharp nod. Gilly said, "Thank you for the day's rest. I'm worried about Janine. More, now that you've said what you just did." "I could be wrong," his mom said. "I hope I am." "I don't know how we're going to manage a baby," Gilly said. "But I guess we have to. But how, if there's no mom and no milk?" "I don't know." Saul said, "You have a goat or a cow?" "No," his mom said. "We don't. Wish we had thought of that." Joan stood. "I hope we can talk more in the future." She offered her hand to Gilly, who hesitated only a moment before shaking it. Joan glanced at Saul, but seemed to think better of offering her hand to him. He didn't look welcoming, that was for sure, but he looked more worried than angry. Dev waited until the women had left before he did. "So," his father said, "how did it go?" "Let's discuss it in the car," his mom said, and they all walked back to it. Pilar fell in beside Dev. "What are they like?" Dev shrugged. "Just people. Tired, hungry, worried, defensive." "Did you like them?" "I wasn't thinking about if they were likable or not, to tell you the truth. I was thinking about if they were dangerous or not." "Are they?" "I guess anybody is if they're desperate enough. This group seems fairly desperate, but tired." Pilar said. "I'm going to get Rod." And he peeled off from the group and jogged across the street. Once everyone was back in the car, they drove home, leaving the car in their own driveway instead of at Crocker's. And everybody split up, for they all had work to do. Dev said to his dad, "I'm going to relieve Kurt on watch. I guess we should keep a watch for now." "I guess we should," said his father, as if Dev hadn't suggested it in the first place. This situation was not good for Arch, Dev thought. He had mellowed from the influence of Zoe on their lives. But the old Arch must have been waiting, just under the surface. Did he enjoy having enemies? Maybe he did. Dev did not. First, he had to at least get a glimpse of his daughter and make sure she was okay. It wasn't that he didn't trust Sierra with her. Of course he did. But he had to see for himself. Chapter 5. Sierra saw Dev come around the house. "There's your dad, safe and sound," she said to Zoe. "Dad!" Zoe said, dropping the basket of eggs she'd just helped collect and running off. Sierra picked up the wire basket and checked the eggs. None were cracked, luckily. She hooked a finger over the wire handle and watched the two hug. Dev had put his rifle on the ground before Zoe arrived, and he had stepped away from it. He swung her around, and Sierra tried not to feel jealous of their closeness. But she did sometimes. Joan came walking over next. Sierra didn't see her at first. She was so focused on Zoe and Dev. But Joan called out her name. Sierra dragged her eyes away from her daughter and turned to greet Joan. "How'd it go?" "Could have been worse. Could have been better." "What did you think of them?" "Good people in a bad situation." "I guess that's all of us." Her fingers were going numb, and she transferred the wire basket to her other hand. "This used to have a wooden grip on it. Everything is falling apart." "You could replace the wood easy enough. We seem to have plenty of that." "I know. I think I prefer complaining to working at some chore like that." "You work plenty hard." Joan looked at Dev and Zoe. He was explaining something to her, and she didn't look happy about it. "She's a beautiful child, so open and loving." "That's Dev's doing, and Kelly's. I'm not a big part of who she is." "Of course you are. She's half you, more than half. You carried her in your body. You fed her from your breasts. I remember you doing all your chores with her slung on your chest." "Long time ago," Sierra said. "You know, if you want to be closer to her—" Joan shook her head. "Never mind. It's none of my business." "No, go on." Sierra turned her back on Dev and Zoe and spoke quietly. "Say whatever you're thinking." "If you want her, fight for her." That took Sierra back. "I don't want to take her away from the Quinns. They need her. She needs them. I'm talking about adding, not subtracting. She gets the family she loves, but she gets more of you too. I can see it's important to you. So work on it as if it is." "I don't know the first thing to do." "Listen. Laugh with her. Watch how Dev is with her. You were good with my kids when they were close to that age." "They're great people. You raised them well." "Maybe. Of course you did." "I have regrets. Every parent does." "What are yours?" Sierra thought about it. "Emily?" "Mostly her, yes. Sometimes at night, I stay awake and wonder what I failed to do that could have brought her back to the land of the living. Back to whole." "That might have been outside your control. She's fine, though. Wary of strangers, but that's a sane attitude considering. We all are, and she's simply a little more wary than average." "I'd love to hear her voice again. Or her new voice. Her adult voice. She was a chatterer before all that, you know." "I didn't. I don't think you ever told me that." "Your daughter is headed back over here. Have fun with her. Try to remember what you did with my kids." "Less pressure with other people's," Sierra said. "Isn't that the truth?" She patted Sierra's arm. "You're a good person. I'm off to talk to Pilar. I need help at my place if I can borrow him from you." "Sure. I'm not sure where he is. I didn't see him come back." Zoe came up, a little mopey looking. "Dad says I should stay here until he's done." "What's he doing?" "Walking the road, he said. Keeping us safe." "Then I'll have to take my turn later." Zoe perked up. "So I could go with you?" "It's better to do that alone, so you can hear noises." She was sorry she couldn't offer her daughter what she wanted, something Dev couldn't give her. But Zoe's safety was more important than Sierra's own feelings. "I tell you what, let's work hanging the grain. That'll be fun." Zoe's face screwed up in a doubting expression. "The barn is cooler than out here in the sun. We'll see which one of us can throw the rope over the rafter best, in the fewest throws," Sierra said. "What's the winner get?" Zoe said. I don't know. What do you want?" "I want to play Life." "Life?" The old board game. It had been her mother's, was falling apart, and they hadn't played that in at least a year, maybe 2.
I like the money part.
Old-fashioned stuff, money.
But fun.
Okay, it's a deal.
It's not a deal until you say what you want if you win.
Sierra did not plan on winning. Just a hug, she said.
That's too easy.
A long hug. And don't forget it's hot. A hug long enough to make you want to jump into the freezer. Zoe thought about it.
Okay, deal.
Let me put the egg basket inside the back door. Zoe ran ahead to the barn. Sierra didn't feel like a very fun person right now, but she'd try and work at it. Joan was right. Sierra had to fight. Not Dev, not Kelly, not anyone else but herself. To bring herself and her daughter closer. Or she'd live to regret it. No, that was wrong. She already regretted it. It was past time to try and make this right. Chapter 6.
But Dad,
Zoe said. Dev glanced down the hall to make sure his parents weren't around. He was leaning in her door while Zoe packed. Don't let your grandpa hear you whine.
He says his bark is worse than his bite.
It won't be for long if you whine.
Do I get to at least see the lady?
If she comes. They were supposed to decide that last night. Either the pregnant lady will come here today, or they all have to leave.
You won't hurt them?
I don't plan on it, he said, feeling a twinge of guilt at the lie of omission. If he had to, he would. His mom and Sierra were going to pick up the pregnant woman and bring her back here. She was moving into Zoe's room, Dev's old room, for the duration. Dev slept on the sofa these days, or out on the porch where it was cooler, and they all wanted Zoe safe over at Pilar and Sierra's house. It's only for a week or 2.
Grandma said she didn't know when the baby was coming.
No, there's no way to know that. They come when they do.
Do you remember when I came?
Every second of it.
Were you happy?
Of course. And scared, and nervous, and excited, and all kinds of things.
I want to watch.
No. Sorry, Pumpkin. That's a private thing, and not many ladies want an audience of strangers.
Did Sierra?
There weren't any strangers around to watch. Just us. She did want someone to yell at, but absent a target for her screams, she seemed okay with simply yelling curses in an empty room. His father hadn't been able to take it. Such language from a girl, he had said, and left to go hunting. Your mother was in a lot of pain when she had you. I remember that.
Like when I sprained my ankle that time?
Worse, like stubbing your toe hard, or that time you stood under the open cabinet and whacked your head.
That stung, but only for a second.
Oh, Sierra hurt like that for 10 or 12 hours. Zoe got a thoughtful look on her face.
Do you think she's still mad about it?
No, she was never mad at you. At me, and during labor at whoever poked a head in. At his mom, at Pilar, at Mother Nature. You weren't there yet to be mad at. By the time you were there, she didn't hurt anymore.
Is the new lady going to be mad?
I don't know. Probably more scared than mad. She's going to be in a strange place, with strangers all around, and she's sick. And that all has to be pretty scary, I would think.
I don't want to ever go anywhere strange. Not without you. Not even if I'm sick.
You'll never have to. Now hurry up your packing. They'll be here soon. That is, if everything went okay. Sierra and his mom were both armed, and so if things did not go well, they'd be able to get out of the problem. He wasn't so sure about Sierra these days, about her ability to kill if necessary. except that his mom was with her. He knew Sierra loved his mom and would do anything she needed to protect her. His mom could take care of herself, as she told his father in no uncertain terms this morning. "Arch, you can't come. You'll make things worse. I'm trying to de-escalate the situation."
"What if they say no to both things? The woman won't come and they won't leave."
"Then we'll deal with it. Either Sierra and me, or we'll come back and fetch a bigger group to chase them off an hour later. Arch, I'm really not in the mood here." His mother must be really worried about the pregnant woman. She seldom got short-tempered with his father. "Do you have your pajamas?" he said to Zoe. "Yeah." "And do you want your whale?" His mom had made her a stuffed whale from scraps of clothes when she was 3. She had loved that thing hard. Much repaired, it sat on the top shelf of the closet now, at the front where she could see it. If she took it down to cuddle these days, it was not while he was watching. "No, I'm not a baby anymore." "You're my baby, always." "Dad," she said, with a dramatic eye roll. "I'm almost 10. "Time flies," he said. "No, it doesn't. It doesn't go fast at all. It crawls like a worm. I'm going to be at Sierra and Pilar's forever." "Not forever. A week or so, maybe. We're right here if you need us. But I don't want you bothering the pregnant lady. If you decide you want your whale or forgot something, I want you to find your grandma or me, and we'll get it for you. Don't bug the stranger. She's sick. And possibly dangerous, which was part of why he wanted Zoe next door." "Why don't her friends come with her?" "There's not room for all of them, and they need to hunt, so we can't all use the same part of the woods for that." "We can feed them." "No, Pumpkin. We can't. We barely have enough food for us. I used to be fatter than Santa Claus." "There's no Santa Claus." "That's because he shrank away from hunger and became me." Another eye roll, but she was fighting a smile. He'd lower himself to any form of clowning to get her to laugh. She said, "He could have eaten his reindeer." "Great idea. And what a happy Christmas tale that would make. Post-apocalyptic Rudolph steaks." "We're going to feed the pregnant lady, aren't we?" "Of course. Your grandma will make sure of that." "Grandpa won't yell at her?" "Your grandma will make sure of that too, I imagine." "You don't yell either." "Me neither. And I'll be over every day to see you. At least once. Probably a lot." "Pilar and Sierra like you." "I like them." "I mean, they let you stay and eat there and so on." "Think of it as an adventure," he said. "Maybe I'll farm you out to Kurt the week after that, and to Joan the week after that." "How can you farm people? Farms are for plants." "And you're a pumpkin, which is a plant. Simple as can be." "You're being silly again, and I know why," Zoe said, but she was packing again with more speed. "Why?" "Because you'll miss me too, and you're trying not to be sad." "That's 100% correct," he said. "Sometimes I miss you when you're only on the other side of the house." "I know," she said. "I can feel you missing me." "I wouldn't doubt it. Now finish up there, and I'll walk you over." "It's just next door. I've been over there 1,000,001 times." "You used to sleep there every night." "I don't remember." "When you were a baby?" "For almost 3 years, every night. And then you were there sometimes and here sometimes." "All I remember is here, in this room. This is my house." "For as long as you want it to be." "Why would I ever want anything else?" "Or you might get married one day and go off with your husband." "No, I don't think so. she said, but not like a little kid. She was considering it, rejecting the notion.
I'll be more like you.
He hoped not, but he didn't know what he could do to arrange a normal life for her. His mother had said there was a boy around 13 with this new group, and probably 1 or 2 other children she hadn't seen. Maybe everything would work out with these people, and they'd stay down there, and Zoe would have, if not a husband one day, at least a playmate or 2. He'd like that for her. "Ready?" he said.
"I guess."
"Sure you don't want your whale?"
"I'm sure. I'm not scared. I'll miss you, not the whale."
"I know. Maybe I'll sleep with the whale so I don't miss you as much." She shook her head at him.
"I'll say goodbye to Grandpa first."
"You'll like that." She left, and he stripped her bed to make life easier for his mother, who had placed a spare set of fresh sheets on the top of the dresser before she left. But she said to leave them there until they knew if the pregnant woman was coming or not. She already did too much around here, and she wasn't getting any younger. Both his parents were over 50. Time did fly. Too fast. He'd freeze it right here if he possibly could. Or freeze it at 2 days ago, with Zoe 9 and no strangers down the hill. 3 hours later, his mother was back with a pregnant woman, Janine. She was tall and incredibly pregnant. Sierra hadn't ever gotten that big, had she? His mother settled the woman in the kitchen with a bowl of fruit and some cold javelina meat, and then had him put down a thin plastic tarp onto the bed and an old quilt before they put the sheets on. "She might bleed, and we don't have extra mattresses." "Is she doing okay today?" "You can ask her." "Okay, that does it. You go on outside after you speak to her and get back to whatever you need to do." "Eggs again. And I want to scrub the perches with the gray water so they'll be dry by nightfall. And then Dad wants to set up a tripwire again." "Your father," she said, shaking her head. "Well, I know he just wants to keep us safe." "That's what he wants most." "We'll be safe." She raised her eyebrows and canted her head toward the kitchen, meaning, he supposed, with a woman held as a hostage. A strange kind of hostage situation it was, though, with his mother caring for her and his family feeding her food they really couldn't spare. Dev knew his father wasn't happy about it, but whatever his mother had said to him, he was going along with it for now. The woman, Janine, had turned the javelina to nothing but bones. He said, "You know where the bathroom is?" She nodded, wiped her lips with the back of her hand, and said, "Thanks. No problem. Let me know if you need anything." Dev went outside to resume his regular chores, hoping his mother would yell good and loud if the woman became any sort of problem. Chapter 7. Sierra let Zoe take a break from work. The day was hot as always, and there wasn't a hint of a cloud in the sky, though it was well into normal monsoon season now. She should stop thinking of the old normal, which was as gone as gasoline stations. Lily, the wolf dog, was back from its wandering, and Zoe was over beyond the wind turbines, trying to convince it to come out from under the trees and chase a stick. Lily was having none of it, sticking to the shade, and Sierra kept a close eye on the dog. She didn't think it would attack Zoe, who weighed nearly as much as the dog now, somewhere above 70 pounds they estimated, but it would definitely go for the hens, who were safely locked away so they didn't even tempt the animal. "Don't run," Misha said, as Zoe trotted over to retrieve the stick herself. "Always walk when she's around, so she doesn't think of you as prey. She's been in the wild for a couple of weeks, and it always takes her a day or two to remember her manners." Misha had followed the wolf dog to keep an eye on her too. Still, despite Misha's supervision, Sierra wasn't willing to turn her back on the dog for long. She had garden chores to do, and pretty soon she was going to ask Misha to try and get Lily back to her place, so she didn't have to keep her eye on it. One end of the garden was drying out, and she believed there was something wrong with the Allah system that delivered water underground. She was digging it up, foot by foot, looking for breaks in the tubing. The tubing was getting old and brittle, what wasn't around here, and there was always the possibility that a burrowing animal had bitten through to get to the water. That was another horrible thing about the drought, that it meant a constant battle with animals over the plants with their life-sustaining moisture. Smelly weeds planted around the garden partly disguised the scent of water-laden vegetables, and traps within the garden caught some squirrels and rats. Pilar had shot a few of the bigger animals when they had ammunition, but now they were saving the few bullets they had left for a human attack, not an animal one. And burrowing animals were almost impossible to battle. Her spade struck a rock. She bent down to tease it out of the ground, and Zoe screamed. She was moving before she looked, running for her daughter, and by the time she did look and see that Lily was nowhere to be seen, she stumbled, confused. Then she saw what had caused Zoe to scream. The middle turbine was wobbling badly, and it was shedding parts over Zoe, who stood frozen, her arms over her head. Sierra ran full out, her heart in her throat, unable to yell at Zoe to move away. Misha was running too, and she was closer, so she reached Zoe when Sierra was still 24 paces away. She grabbed the girl, crouching over her, and tried to steer her clear, but Zoe wasn't budging. Sierra ran in and wrested Zoe out of Misha's grip and picked her up, not even noticing her weight. She glanced up and saw something the size of her own head tumbling down. "Move!" she yelled at Misha, and she slung her daughter over her shoulder and took off, running behind the turbine tower, hoping that it had only shed parts in the direction it was aimed. Misha howled in pain, and in the distance, Lily howled back. Sierra's feet slapped the hard, packed earth as she ran, jarring her knees. Seconds later, she slowed down, let Zoe slide off her, and checked her. "Are you okay? Are you okay?" "I'm sorry," Zoe said. "You don't have to be sorry, honey. It's not your fault. I was scared. That's why I yelled." "Of course you were. I was scared too." She didn't seem hurt. There was no blood, at least. "You're okay. I'm okay." She turned to check Misha, who was walking toward them, her hand on her head, blood trickling down her forehead. "Uh-oh. Stay right there. I want to check on Misha." "I want my dad," Zoe said, and before Sierra could stop her, she took off toward the Quinn house. Sierra was pulled in 2 directions, but Zoe seemed okay, and Misha did not. She ran back over to her injured neighbor. "Sit over here and let me see that." "Damned thing." "What hit you?" "I don't even know." Sierra had to peel Misha's hand away, and she carefully moved her hair until she could see the wound, bleeding freely. "It's shallow, but you're bleeding." Misha brought her hand around and looked at it. "Damned if I'm not." Sierra tore off her own t-shirt. "Put pressure on it with that. I'll get your mom, and then I'll run over and get Kelly to see if you need to be stitched." First, she had to turn off the turbine, which meant getting close to it. But whatever bits it had shed, it seemed to be done. There was a melon-sized gear on the ground, and other smaller chunks. She flipped it off and then ran across the yard to Joan's place and called for her. "What?" Joan said, coming out of her back door. "Misha's hurt. Our place. I'm going for Kelly right now." "What happened?" Sierra didn't answer. She'd see soon enough, and she wanted to get Kelly as soon as possible. Wearing only a dingy bra and worn jeans, she sprinted across her own yard. Her dad was outside too, headed for Misha, who still sat there holding the t-shirt to her head. Sierra ran hard for the Quinn place and came onto a scene where all the Quinns were huddled around Zoe. Deb was patting her on the back. Kelly checked her over. "Kelly!" Sierra shouted, meaning to tell her to get her first aid kit and come. But Dev stood, pushed Zoe into his mother's arms, and pointed at Sierra. "What did you do to my daughter?" It stopped Sierra dead for a second. "Nothing. There was an accident, and Misha is hurt. She might need stitches. Kelly?" Kelly looked at Zoe one last time, saying, "I'll get my kit." She started off at a trot, but slowed to a walk, headed to her house. "Arch, come with me." That left Sierra and Dev facing off. "What happened?" he said, his face red. She tried to remember that he was worried and not to take his rudeness personally. "I'm not sure exactly. The ailing windmill may have given up the ghost. It spat out parts and Zoe was right under it. Are you sure she's okay?" "No thanks to you." He had never sounded more like Arch. "Dev, that's not fair. Zoe, are you okay? Still scared?" She approached her daughter, whose face was tear-streaked but who nodded. "Good. I was worried about you." "Not enough to come over with her," Dev said. "Misha was bleeding. Is bleeding. I checked Zoe before I let go of her and she seemed fine." Zoe wiped her face and said, "Don't fight." Dev and she glared at each other one last time and then broke the stare. Sierra said, "We're not fighting, Zoe. We're both scared that you might be hurt. It's making us testy is all." "I'm okay. Is Misha?" "She's awake and talking, but her head is bleeding." Zoe sniffed loudly and used her shirt to wipe her face. "I'll help Grandma." She reached up and patted her father's arm. "I'm okay, Dad. Really." Dev still looked stricken, in more need of comfort than Zoe, but he wasn't going to want that from Sierra. Sierra said to him, "She's fine. She'll be fine. Go on and find your grandma and see if she needs you to carry anything," Dev said. Sierra wanted to get back to Misha, but she knew Dev wanted to yell at her, so she stood there and waited for it, watching his reddened face with a calm expression. He began. He tried. She didn't say anything. In a sense, it was her fault. She hadn't realized the turbine was in that dire shape. "Damn it, Sierra," he said. "I know you didn't mean to, but still." "She's okay, isn't she? You checked her over?" "Not a scratch. But she says something hit her, so she'll probably get a bruise." "Good. Good she's not hurt." "That's it? Good?" "I'm worried about her. I'm worried about Misha and want to get back there to make sure she's okay." "Go on then. It's not like your daughter needs you." She was losing her patience with him. "She has her grandmother right now, and she prefers you, I'm sure." He shook his head. "How was I ever in love with you? Beats me. Hormones made me crazy." "That's probably it. Also, you didn't have a lot of alternatives." She held up a hand. "No regrets. We got Zoe out of it, and I'm happy about that." "Are you?" But he wasn't trying to be mean in saying it. He was calming down. "I am happy, except when I'm afraid she's hurt or in danger. And then I feel so sick. I wonder what I was thinking having her." Kids, he said, like an old man who'd had 20 of them. Here they are. Kelly and Zoe were walking briskly across the yard with the first aid kit. Do you want her back with you tonight? No, I want her away from that stranger. I have a nightmare thought of the pregnant lady getting hold of a knife and putting it to Zoe's throat, demanding stuff of us that we can't give. You or Arch would just shoot her. Yeah, but I wouldn't want Zoe to see that. Kelly and Zoe were past them, headed toward her own place. I gotta go. Thanks for not yelling too much. Go on, he said. As she trotted off to catch up, he called, Let me know if you need help repairing your turbine. She raised a hand in thanks and put on speed to catch up to Kelly and Zoe. Joan and Pilar and Rod were all huddled around Misha, who sat on the ground. Kelly shooed them all away except Joan, who she gave the first aid kit. Hold this for me. Sierra couldn't help, so she began to collect fallen parts. A gear, bolts, a bracket. Her father brought her a cylindrical integrated unit. Yaw drive, she said, as he held it up. And brake, he said, pointing to another piece on the ground. It's not what I expected to go first. The whole thing was in trouble. I'm honestly surprised it lasted this long. I should have been able to repair it. No, you shouldn't. Don't beat yourself up. Someone could have died. Zoe! Her throat closed. She didn't. And Misha is fine. Pissed off, but perfectly fine except the cut. And Kelly will fix that. Here, Sierra, Zoe said, and came over with a piece of cracked plastic. Thanks, hon, she said. To her father, she said, We don't have the parts, do we, to repair it? Zoe ran off to find more of the broken bits. No, and I'd hate to use it and have it fall apart any worse. Maybe we should fence the area off, remind everyone to stay away. We should take that middle one down and go through and part it out. Use those parts to repair the other two in the future. We could extend their lives that way. Can we afford to lose that much power? A third? We might have to give up using the car during still weather, but I think we'd be okay otherwise. We don't use it often. That's true. If we conserve in other ways, we can plan for the use of the car. We're conserving as much as we can, she said. Zoe brought over a tiny gear. Thanks again. You have good eyes. I'd rather be helping Grandma. I'd like it if she trained you to be a medic. Is that something you'd like? Fixing people up? Zoe had already been walking away to hunt for more parts, but she turned around. Does that mean I'd be able to help the pregnant lady? I don't know. Your grandma seems to think she can do very little for her. But it's possible you could learn more than she knows. No way, Zoe said. Grandma knows everything. Well, maybe we could figure out a way to help you learn. Like, what if we worked on animals? Help hurt animals? Ones that broke a leg or something? No, Sierra said. There's something I learned in school called dissection, where you take a dead animal apart to learn how it works. Does that help you fix people? It might. You never know what will happen. And the more you know about how the body works, the better. But I'd have to get your dad's permission before we did any dissecting. I've helped cut up rabbits and chickens in the kitchen, and I know what a gizzard is. That's a great start, Sierra said. We'll talk about it later, with your grandma, okay? When Zoe had gone back to hunting for parts, her father said, We'll talk about power later, too. We need to think it through, see if there's anything we can do without. We can hand pump water, of course. In this drought? I'd hate to do that. Speaking of which, I have the garden partly dug up, looking for that leak. I want to find that before I climb up and see if I can repair the turbine. And I want to make sure Misha is okay before I do either."
"She looks fine," Pilar said. "Getting a couple stitches, it looks like. As for the turbine, I'm not sure that's possible to repair." A movement in the distance drew Sierra's attention. It was Lily, the wolf dog, pacing at the edge of the woods.
"Looks like the dog is worried about Misha,"
Pilar said. "I don't entirely trust that dog. I'll check over the hen house as soon as Misha is doctored, make sure there is no possible way for that animal to get in."
"I was worried she'd come for Zoe, tell you the truth."
"Maybe one of us should drive her off. I know Misha would veto any suggestion of shooting her, but if there's a baby around here soon, I really don't want a half-wolf around too."
"A baby," Sierra said in wonder. "I never thought I'd be holding another baby ever."
"Are you going to have a baby?"
Zoe asked, running up with a greasy bit of metal in her hand.
"No, I meant Janine's baby."
"I've never seen a baby, not in real life. What are they like?"
Pilar said, "A little dull at the beginning. They only eat and sleep and cry. But about 6 months in, they're pretty fun."
"She won't stay that long, will she?"
Zoe said, her face showing the hope she felt for a new form of entertainment. "I doubt it," Pilar said. "But you never know what the future might bring. It's a funny old world." Zoe handed over the greasy part and wiped her hand across her nose, leaving a trail of oil.
"I hope she does stay. I'd like a baby to play with."
Pilar smiled at her back as she returned to hunting through the grass. "She's a good kid."
"I can't take much credit."
"Don't be ridiculous."
She didn't follow that up. "I'm going to take these into the barn. Then I'll make sure Misha is okay and finish the garden."
Zoe came up.
"I can't find any more."
"Well, let's carry these into the barn, and let me wash your face before your grandma notices that grease,"
Sierra said. Misha seemed okay over there, for which she was profoundly grateful. Zoe hadn't been hurt thanks to Misha. Sierra owed her one, or several, favors to repay her for sacrificing her scalp to protect Zoe. By the time Zoe was cleaned up, Misha and Joan were on their way back to their house. Zoe went tearing after them.
"Walk!"
Sierra yelled. She'd have to go over in a short while and thank Misha and make sure she didn't have a headache. For now, she aimed for Kelly, who was packing her supplies, to ask,
"Misha going to be okay?"
"It only took 3 stitches, and she might not have needed those. But needles and thread I have plenty of. Everything else, no."
"You do great with what we have. With the weather, I can't even find many herbs. I have some raspberry leaves that slow down bleeding, but not many. And I don't think it's going to be enough for Janine." "You're worried about her."
"Very much.
I keep reading that section of the book, and without the ability to do a cesarean, I'm afraid I might not be able to save her if things get bad." "Is there any chance the problem will resolve itself? At this point, so close to delivery? Very little. The baby must be making it hard for anything to go drifting around the womb." She sighed. "When she goes into labor, you should go down and get Becca, so she can be with her at the end, and let her see I've done everything I can, or they'll suspect I did her in on purpose." "I hadn't even thought of that. How's the turbine? Done for? Pilar says we should take it down and keep the parts for repair." "It's getting to be that time for all of us. Our solar panels are so old. They aren't giving us half as much power as they did when they were new, and my washing machine is going out of balance a lot. I could look at it, or really, Kurt would be better.
He has looked. We're getting some extra months out of it because of him. You can always use ours. I worry more about food. One day, when Zoe is your age, I doubt any of our refrigerators will work. I wish we'd stored more salt. I wish we'd stored more everything.
Sierra watched Zoe come back their way. She looked around for Lily, but the dog was gone. Good.
Today, while I'm wishing, I wish I had more tubing for the Alla system. We're out too, but I do have a backup plan.
That was the cheeriest news Sierra had all day.
What? Straws. Plastic drinking straws. Seriously? Why do you have those? You remember the last time we traded chickens in Payson? Had to be over 5 years ago. There wasn't hardly anything around any store. Stationery, stupid ceramic figurines, that sort of thing. But I did find packages of straws and thought, well, why not? Maybe at least Zoe would enjoy them. Can't believe there were still any plastic straws made by that point.
Laws had been passed to decrease the amount of plastic wasted on non-essentials.
These were old. Anyway, with paste or tape or maybe even just threading them into one another, they might work to deliver water to the Allas. I'll get you a box, and you can see what you can figure out. Thanks. You're such a pro. What would we do without your planning? Survive. Maybe a bit less comfortably, but we'd survive. Look at our garden, shaded by the sheeting you bought. You could have used your own sheets and done without those. Ours are worn. That's going to happen soon enough anyway, that we sleep on bare mattresses. And then they'll get worn too, I guess, and hardly be of use.
She looked around at the place. The wooden fencing was rotting. The side of the barn that got the southern sun, while not visible from here, was bleached and pockmarked. All the paint and stain they had on hand had been used. One side of their house was now a bizarre blue color, not matching the rest of the house, and she'd give a lot to have another 2 cans of that ugly blue paint. Even if we found someone with more supplies, we don't have anything to trade for them. And seeds, a pair of rabbits or chickens, that's about it.
Zoe said, Misha's okay. You sewed her up good, she said. That's great, Sierra said. Thank you for that news, Zoe. Sierra says maybe I'll be our next medic, Zoe said to Kelly. Misha has learned a lot, Kelly said. But with her being the one hurt, it wouldn't be a bad idea to have a helper for her. Do you think you could sew up a head injury like that one? I'm not afraid of blood, Zoe said. And Sierra said she'd teach me some... What was the word? Dissection.
Kelly looked at Sierra, eyebrows raised.
Okay, if you want, but don't cut yourself with a knife. Maybe we'll stick mostly to tweezers at first, Sierra said, and I'll help with the cutting. Does your medical book have any illustrations we can look at, Kelly? A few, and I believe there's a hunting guide of arches that has more. Perfect, Sierra said. Okay, next animal I hunt or trap, we'll do that, Zoe. Good, she said. What next? I need to figure out this garden problem. You could do me a favor, though. Your grandma has something stored she's going to share with me to help repair it. What? A box of straws? Maybe you and me can figure out how to make them work. Okay, I'll get them for you.
She and Kelly walked back to the Quinn place. Kelly was moving slowly. Was she old enough to develop arthritis? Maybe she'd pulled a muscle.
Watch out for that dog on your way back. Don't run. Okay,
Zoe yelled back cheerfully. Sierra wished she could catch some of that happy attitude, but right now, things seemed pretty bad. What were they going to do when a second turbine quit working? Or all three? She tried to imagine a future with worse heat and no electricity at all. In Arizona, all you had to do in order to get cooler was move uphill. But any cleared land up the mountain would have someone on it. The chance of finding another abandoned neighborhood like the one with their grain farm was nil. Don't think about it. If she thought too long and hard, she would despair for her daughter's future and want to curl up and quit working. What kind of uninhabitable world had they left their children? Sometimes at night, she thought that humanity had committed slow suicide. She could see how they deserved the world that they had created, that it was a kind of karma operating here. But that didn't help her feel any better about the people she loved suffering in the here and now. She wanted everything to be okay, and she wanted to be able to tell her daughter it would continue to be fine, for all the days of her life. Chapter 8. The next morning, Dev didn't want to leave his mother alone in the house with Janine. It wasn't entirely rational. The pregnant woman was in bed almost all of the time, and she was so pregnant. To get up, she made a lot of noise, including grunting and panting and an occasional curse under her breath. She hadn't brought any weapons with her, and their guns were all locked up for the duration of her stay. Nonetheless, when his mother stood from harvesting and said she was going in to check on the woman, Dev found an excuse to follow a minute later. If she caught or confronted him about keeping a watch over her, he'd say he wanted to use the bathroom. He waited until the door had shut behind his mother, counted to 10, and walked to the porch, stooping to slip back the corner of the sleeping bag that a breeze had moved on his bed. He was sleeping out here right now, on the spare mattress from the bunk beds, laid on a tarp and covered with a sleeping bag to keep it from being damaged by the sun. Cold nights, he slept on the sofa. Inside the kitchen, there was no sign of his mother. He snuck into the hallway until he could hear her voice and eavesdropped. "I miss my family," Janine was saying. "I know you do. When you go into labor, we'll get Becca. I promise." "I'm scared." His mother made a sympathetic noise. "I wish I could tell you there's no reason to be." She was not one to lie about serious matters. "Is it going to hurt?" "I imagine so." "Can you do anything for the pain?" "I wish, but we ran out of pain pills quite some time ago. It's a tough life growing all your own food, as I'm sure you know, and accidents happen." Dev was sure that was a lie. There was a bottle of aspirin still, but it was for emergencies only. Pilar brewed some amaranth potato beer every year, which was awful, but it was what most of them used to get to sleep when an injury might otherwise keep them up. Purely medicinal, not recreational. Janine said, "I keep thinking about dying, and then I get angry." "Why's that?" "I figured you've guessed how I got this way. It was not by my choice." "Did you try to get rid of it?" "I did. I ate whatever might make me puke. I tried everything I could think of. I chewed on pine needles in the hopes it would somehow do it. I slammed my fist into my stomach. I begged Becca to try and put something up me, but she wouldn't." "That's good. You probably wouldn't have survived the infection that resulted. Maybe you were fated to have it. Did you ever think that?" "I don't believe in fate. If there were such a thing, wouldn't some of it make sense? The best person at the compound we lived at, she was a woman, a great leader, and she kept things running smoothly. Died a few years ago. If fate had any logic to it, or morals, or any sensible plan, she'd have lived while others died.
Bad people lived who I wish hadn't.
Did things get worse without her?
That's exactly what happened. How did you know?
Seems logical.
A kind of crazy religious group came to power. It took a year, but pretty soon my family was ostracized. We were given the most hated jobs because we weren't in their cult.
Did you talk about leaving then?
We did, but they didn't want us to. They wanted to keep using us.
That's awful.
And we knew we couldn't get away with a weapon.
Or did you ever think of leaving on your own? One person might have gotten away where a dozen could not have.
I begged Becca to, but she wouldn't leave her family. And the kids.
Janine stopped. After a moment, his mom said, I know you don't want to tell me about them. How many and how old? I hope they're all healthy.
At least there's that, yes. We protect them as far as we can, and they get the lion's share of the food we find. But there was a lot of bullying during our last year.
And then you were attacked?
I was. And I reported it, but nothing was done. He didn't get so much as a hand slap. He should have been kicked out. I mean, just logically. To protect themselves, don't you think?
I agree. I doubt very much that a man only rapes once and is done with it.
There's nobody here like that, is there?
No, not at all. We have a good group.
Your husband doesn't much like me?
He's protective. He doesn't like any strangers.
I guess I understand that.
How's the bleeding?
I wish you'd let me wash out the rags.
I don't want you standing for that long. No reason to strain your body more than it is already.
Thank you for doing it. And for feeding me.
You have enough of the pads? I'll do a wash this afternoon in any case.
I'm fine until then.
Dev shifted and a board in the floor creaked. Arch? His mom said. Just me, Mom. Using the bathroom. Well, use it and get back to work. Dev had no choice. He urinated, but he did not flush. They only did that every few uses of the toilet. And often he and his father didn't go indoors but just watered the compost pile, which needed more moisture than their gray water could supply. His mother stood at Zoe's bedroom door and watched him exit the bathroom, eyebrows raised, clearly making sure he was leaving. She leaned against the door jamb, arms folded. There were lines around her eyes. Worry? Or exhaustion? He said, You look tired. If you want to nap, feel free to use my bed outside. It might be cooler. I'm fine, she said. But now that he looked more closely, she did seem worn out. Later, outside the woman's hearing, he'd ask if she was staying up worrying about her patient. If so, he'd fix it somehow. Stay awake himself, sleep outside the woman's, Zoe's, room, so he could wake if she was in distress or something. Don't overdo it, he said now. And he went out, still worried about his mother's safety with a stranger, but not as much as he had been. He was worried more about her stress level. She wasn't getting any younger. She was almost entirely gray now, and with the hot, dry air and exposure to sun drying her skin, she was looking every bit the grandmother. He stuck close to the house until she emerged, wiping her face with the back of her hand. And then he went about his chores, the worry in his mind shifting to Zoe. He knew Pilar and Sierra were taking good care of her, and he knew the wind turbine falling apart had not been anyone's fault. But, irrationally, he felt that if he was by her side, Zoe would be safer than without him. Chapter 9. For the second night in a row, since the incident with the wind turbine, Sierra had the nightmares again. Memories of that night so long ago with the details barely changed. Sometimes in the dreams, her rifle jammed and she killed no one. And that was almost worse than the true nightmares, for when she woke up she felt grief anew. She rose from bed, taking care not to disturb her daughter, though Zoe slept hard and deep. The sleep of the innocent. The sleep of those with nothing to regret. In the kitchen, she put on water. The coffee was gone. The bags of tea were all gone, years ago. But there was still herbal tea. They had quit growing flowers years ago when Zoe was a baby, except for marigolds, which they still used to border the gardens and deter pests, and nasturtiums, which tolerated the drought well and were edible in salads. Marigold petal tea was one sort they had. Another was wild dandelion flowers. She picked out a wild sage tea. It tasted bitter, but it woke her up, and she always wondered if that was more a psychological effect than a physiological one. There was a moon, so she opened the back door for more light and a breeze, and made the tea in the light of the moon. It seemed like something from her childhood, when Pilar was very much into pagan ritual. He still believed in nature, of course, and the power of the seasons and sun and the wind. But did he have any belief left in a goddess? She wasn't sure. As if her thought had conjured him, her father came in and flipped on the light. She cringed back from it. "I preferred the dark." Sure." He flipped it off, waited a second for his eyes to adjust, and made his way to the table. "Up early?" "What time is it?" "About 4:30. Twilight and a half hour." "Not up early to work, at least. 14 hours of work is plenty." "Are you sleeping okay?" She hesitated, and then realized he must know she was not. "Not really. Nightmares." "The old ones?" She stirred her tea. "Yeah, basically." "Why? The strangers down the hill?" "I don't think so. The stress of Zoe almost being hurt is what triggered it." He sighed. "I wish I could have done more for you." She knew what he meant. "You did everything humanly possible. You're a great father and a great friend." "Maybe I should have had you talk with Joan back then. Used her as a therapist." "I don't know that would have done anything. I wish the internet had still been up. Maybe I could have found something for you to do to make it easier." She carried her tea to the table and sat with him. "It wasn't your responsibility. It was mine, and I've done the best I can. We all need to live with that, I guess." "I know you have." He sighed again. "Do you think they'll ever go away? The nightmares?" "I have no idea. Maybe not. Maybe every time someone I love is in danger, they'll come back. Who can say?" "Zoe's not in danger anymore. She only was for a split second, right?" My poor brain doesn't seem to get that. She stirred her tea again. "I'm sorry. Do you want some sage tea?" "Gah," he said. "I don't know how you can stand that stuff. What I'd love is a nice, big coffee." "After all these years, you still miss it?" "I do. I can close my eyes in the morning, lying in bed, and smell it still. And sometimes I think it's still back then. And all this has been a dream." "Sounds pleasant, believing that." "It only lasts a second. Then I remember, and life is what we make of it. And I'm not unhappy." "I'm glad you and Joan got together." "Well, we're not really together. Our lovers, whatever. It's a comfort. I wish things had worked out with you and Dev." "I don't think that was in the cards." I wouldn't mind having what you have with Joan for myself with Kurt, but he has made it clear he doesn't want it. I wonder why. He isn't usually insane." She laughed, surprised. "I'm not that great of a catch. You're beautiful and competent and generous and all kinds of good things." "Thank you," she said. She wondered what kind of catch she would be, what kind of lover. It's not as if she got a lot of practice. Though Dev had never complained, he didn't have much to compare to. It's a shame Dev didn't find a partner in Payson or in Wes's group. Do you think of them often? Payson? Never, to tell you the truth. Wes's group? Yeah. I hope they're okay. I wonder if they came into contact with our new neighbors. Is that how you think of them? Pilar said. I'm not sure that once they stay a week or two that we'll be able to get rid of them. What about the grain farm? I've been thinking about that. And? A lot of the trees are dead. We could clear land. It'd be work, and nasty hot work, but we have grain enough in the barn to start again up here. And that might be better anyway. The car is going to break down one day, don't you think? Inevitably, though Kurt is pretty good at fixing things. He's damned good. I wish he'd had enough parts to build a second crossbow. I suck with the Quinn hunting bows. We trap some, and there are chickens in the freezer still. But if we lose the grain, we need more calories, and wild meat seems the most likely source of that. I need to develop skill with something. The guy Jacob had a slingshot. Maybe I can learn to use one. Easy enough to make. You don't need anyone else for that. I'd like to watch an expert use it so I can see how it's done. So you think we can make up that many calories with meat? Just until we plant more grain. Maybe we should have more than one site anyway. A second one some walkable distance, so that if there's a disease or pest, maybe one or the other field would survive. That's smart. We've been lucky that way. Never had a disease or pest take up the whole garden, except with the furry critters who are getting worse every year. Sierra's tea was gone. She yawned. I guess I should stay up. I can hear the birds stirring. Good ears for an old man, she said. Who's old? He said. They sat in comfortable silence for a few minutes, and then he said, Don't get mad. Okay, she said, wondering what he was going to say that would make her angry. I wish you had the kind of relationship with Zoe that you and I have together. That didn't make her angry. It just made her sad. I've been trying. I know. What is it between you? She has the Quinns. They're her family. So she doesn't really need me. Of course she needs you. I know. And I'm here for her. All she has to do is ask. Sometimes kids can't ask. They don't know what to ask for. Like now, you mean? She snorted in amusement, though she wasn't really amused. Okay, I get your point. Do you have any advice for me? Just love her. I do. But Sierra knew there was something wrong with her. A coolness, a distance. It wasn't there with Pilar, but everyone she'd met during and after the violent events right after the end of oil, she didn't connect with deeply. She'd slept with a couple of men in Wes's group, but she'd felt nothing for them. And she loved her daughter, but she knew she didn't feel it like a person was supposed to. It was hard to explain, even to herself. I try. I wish I could help. At least she doesn't hate me. There's that. No one could hate you, sweetheart. except maybe you sometimes. There was more than a little truth in that. Maybe if you can love yourself again, without reservation, you'll get closer to Zoe. When she's grown up, we could turn into best friends. I hope it happens before then. I have a lot of stiff competition. Before he said something, she said, "No, I know it's not competition. But Dev's such a great father. Like you're a great father." I try. For some reason, those two words stirred her anger. I try too. But she didn't say it aloud. He was trying to help. She dragged herself away from the pull of anger and self-pity and thought about her father and what he might want to hear right now. You do more than try. You succeed. If I don't say it often enough, I love you and appreciate you. I love you more. Probably so. He seemed to have a deep well of love of the sort that was obvious to anyone who spoke with him. She worried she was more like the dried-up creek that ran by their property. A good hard rain would fill it up, but most days it was just a line of dust through the woods. Chapter 10. The next day, Kirk came by while Sierra was working in the garden. Zoe was in the barn with Pilar, winnowing the amaranth. "What are you up to?" he said. "Planting something?" "Fixing the Allah system with straws." She held one up. "Those won't last long." "They're thin, but out of the sun, so we might get a few years out of them. You never run into reeds of any kind in your wandering, do you? I'd hate to have to use plant material hoses, and they'd probably have to run on the surface, but I guess that's our future." "There's nothing I've seen like reeds. They're a wetlands plant usually." "The problem I'm having with these is attaching them in a way they don't leak. We don't have much in the way of glue." "Pine sap?" "Yeah, I guess I'll have to go harvest more. Or maybe if I double them up?" She demonstrated. "So the water is flowing from this direction. You're the engineer. Tell me if that'll work or not." "You know what you could do?" "What?" "Fuse them with heat." She hadn't thought of that. "Like the back of a frying pan heated up?" "Something small and round would be better. Screwdriver blade, a long nail. Think of it like soldering." She smiled at him. "I remember you teaching me that, and how to rivet. That was fun." He grinned back. "I'd never seen anyone happier about riveting." "I didn't have to do it 8-hour days. I'm sure as a job it would have worn out its welcome quickly." Speaking of which, he stood to go. "I wish I could convince you to stay and chat. I like your company." "I like yours. But I want to run the outer trap line today. Can't leave the animals trapped in this heat. If they're alive, it's cruel. If they're dead, the meat will spoil." "How often are you doing it?"
Every other day."
"You think we'll get any rain at all this year?"
"We'd better."
He canted his head back to look at the clear blue sky.
"Water is life."
"Maybe we should learn a rain dance."
"I'm sure it wouldn't help."
"Couldn't hurt. Might be fun to do even if we failed."
"See you," he said.
She watched him walk away. From the back, you couldn't see much evidence of his physical differences. He had a nice butt. Too bad he had no interest in her. If she could have a relationship with him like her father had with Joan, she believed she'd be a happier person. There weren't a lot of pleasures in this life. Food tastes great when you're hungry every day. Long, hot showers were a luxury they didn't feel they could afford. A single black bagful of a solar shower every evening was all they used, and that was more to keep the sheets from getting filthy. There was laughter, and that was about it for pleasures. She missed music. No one in the neighborhood played an instrument, and no electronic device still worked to play her a song. 10 years after the end of civilization, digging a tune from her memory took hard thought. The birds still sang. That was something. It was not an hour later, having found the leak in the Allah system, that she picked out a tiny pebble from the trench and had an idea. Shaking out a fresh single straw from the box, she tucked the pebble in and blew a burst of air through. The pebble flew out, across the garden, and disappeared behind the corn. Maybe 2 straws attached would work better. She hunted for another pebble, closer to the size of the straw. Nope. They kept the garden too well cultivated. She took her straws outside the garden gate and hunted there, among the marigolds and basil and mint that were planted to deter bugs and rodents and rabbits. She found one, stood, tilted her head back, and the pebble rolled back into her mouth. She spat it out. Wouldn't do to choke on one. She spat again and coughed. Okay, try that again. For 10 minutes, she experimented with her makeshift blowgun. It was kind of fun trying to hit the garden gate post, and she quickly improved. As she wasn't very good with a bow, and there wasn't a second crossbow, she relied on trapping to get small game. But here was an alternative, and something that didn't need any manufactured ammo. Maybe lengths of heavy wire or tiny brads would make better ammo than pebbles, but pebbles had the virtue of being endlessly supplied and not needed for anything else. And surely there was something around that would be better than the straws themselves for the gun. A bit of PVC pipe too short to use for anything important? If not, she suspected 2 straws fused into a double length would be better than only one. Harder to be accurate, but it'd give her more range, she believed. It'd also be a way to take care of the critters trying to eat the garden. Rabbits, squirrels, bigger rodents they could cook and eat. No, she couldn't spend all day out here knocking rabbits on the head with blowgun pellets. But she could always have it by her side and catch enough meat for a soup every day. She was delighted with her discovery. Once she gained some skill, this would also be something to teach Zoe, who could start with straws and build up to whatever length her smaller lungs could handle. She'd have to make sure Zoe didn't choke, of course. But once that was taken care of, she thought it was a weapon a 9-year-old could handle and carry with her everywhere. You couldn't take down a person, or a wolf dog, with it, but you might make the dog hesitate for a moment, or look for less irritating prey. Perhaps even a javelina would turn around under a hail of blowgun darts. It was such a small victory coming up with the idea, but it improved her mood considerably. She loaded the grill with wood and lit a fire. Fuse these straws together, repair the bad section of irrigation pipe, collect the eggs, help with the winnowing, make lunch, and she should be able to carve out some more time for blowgun practice this afternoon. By the time she was ready that afternoon, Zoe was out of chores too, and so she coached her daughter through staying safe with a weapon. She set up a target in the shade of the pines, and they practiced hitting it. Zoe loved it. She laughed when she hit the target, and she laughed when she missed. Her laughter was worth more than the value of the weapon, and Sierra felt for that hour like something better than a failure as a mother. Chapter 11. Dev was as surprised as anyone when his mother called a family meeting 5 days after the pregnant woman had been put into Zoe's room. "We should let them stay down there." "What?" his father said. "And give up the grain?"
"Not give it up. Share it. But yes, give them the land, and the last harvest of grain, or half of it, less than 1/10 our total for the year, so they can plant again."
"And rabbits and chicks and guns, I assume," his father said. "No, Kelly, absolutely not."
"Seeds only," she said. "I was talking to Pilar. and he pointed out that with making less power, if the weather doesn't cooperate, we'll eventually have to walk down there and back anyway. Without enough electricity, the car is useless. It just makes more sense at this point to move the grain farm up here.
Too much work, his father said. And I don't want strangers that close.
They're okay, his mother said. I like Janine. I've gotten to know her. They've had a rough go of it.
So have we,
Dev said. Not really, Dad. Not as much as some. Not even as much as Payson did.
You've forgotten what it was like at first.
Probably true, he said. The best way to deter his father from arguing was to agree with him, even when you didn't entirely agree with him. But we made it, and we've been lucky. We haven't lost but one fruit tree.
We're out of flour, yeast, rice, sugar, powdered milk, powdered butter, coffee, tea, his father said, ticking off the items on his fingers. We'll never see milk or cheese again. We're damned lucky we have grain at all.
Mom's doing, Dev said, smiling at his mother. She didn't smile back. She seemed lost in thought. What are you thinking, Mom? That it wouldn't hurt to have more friends. And remember way back when the boys lived down there that few months? We had an early warning system if an attack came up the hill.
We don't have walkie-talkies anymore, his father said. And if they don't have guns, how many attackers could they stop?
Maybe none, his mother said. But what if they ran up here to warn us while attackers were looting the houses down there? Dev said, I don't know that we'll see any more attacks.
There's this one, his father said.
His mother shook her head. Arch, they didn't attack. They wanted to rest was all. And if it weren't for having a pregnant woman with bleeding problems, they may have only stayed a night. We might not have even noticed they stayed there except it happened to be the day we harvested.
They could steal from us up here.
They haven't. They must be worried about Janine, but they haven't even come hunting for her to make sure she's okay. In fact, I'd like to go down there today and tell them she is okay. And maybe bring back Becca.
Lesbians, his father said. In my house.
Dev said, Doubt they're going to be having wild lesbian sex considering.
His father glared at him.
Dev had to fight a smile. His father was so old-fashioned. His mother said, Love is love, Arch. Don't be small-hearted. Joan thinks it's fine and she's a priest.
She's changed you.
She has, and my beliefs, Dev said. Do you talk to her about God? From time to time, but back to our new neighbors. The sound his father made was close to a growl. Arch, you know things will change. His father's expression shifted. Dev couldn't figure out the shift or its meaning. His mother went on. At this point, the more people we have working together on problems, the better. They have children. I don't know how many yet. Janine's careful about that. 2 or 3. I'd like Zoe to know other children. And we don't have to give them much. A handful of vegetable seeds at the end of this season. Tell them we get the grain from this year, but they can build it back up from the final field in the future. Let them eat half the amaranth leaves for now, so they can get some good green food. Dev said, Won't that make the grain heads smaller, if you eat away at the leaves? After harvest, she said. They'd always picked a few early leaves, but mostly they'd left them until after harvest, when they were bitter and tough. Still edible, but not the best-tasting food. I'm willing to give up the old leaves, Dev said. And I'm pretty sure Zoe is, too.
His father said nothing, just looked at his mother. She took his hand. "I know you don't like it, Arch. Not any of it. But I believe that the right thing to do, the moral thing, is to let these poor people rest. Maybe they won't want to stay for long. Janine wouldn't talk about it, but it's possible they had a destination in mind. At least let them rest for long enough for the baby to travel." Dev said, "Have you changed your mind about Janine's chances?" "No. I still think it's no better than 50-50 that she'll survive. I'll do my best. I have raspberry tea ready to go. In fact, I'll brew some today and put it in the fridge in case she goes into labor today. And then I want Dev to go down and get Becca so they can be together." "Where will she sleep?" his father said. Whatever fight he'd had in him had drained out. "I'll put a pallet on the floor in Zoe's room," his mother said. "I'm sure it's better than she's had some nights, from the sounds of it." "Dad," Dev said, "do you want me to go down and get the other woman?" "Whatever your mother says. Take one of Joan's kids to be safe. And your rifle in case they attack." "What about everyone else?" Dev said. "We can't decide this on our own." "I already talked to Joan and Pilar," his mother said. "About bringing up Becca, I mean. They said they were fine with it. The rest of my idea, yes, we'll need to have a group meeting about." "You want me to go now?" Dev said. "Now," his mother said. Dev left them at the picnic table, sitting and holding hands, looking at each other but not saying anything. He went over to get the car, which let him check on Zoe. She seemed to be okay, and she was babbling to him about Sierra teaching her something new. "I want to hear all about it," Dev said. "I have to run an errand right now." "Can I go?" "Not today, Pumpkin." He drove over to Joan's, explained what he was about to do, and Joan approved wholeheartedly. If the woman isn't going to make it, she should have time with her wife right now, as much time as possible. Rod agreed to come along with Dev, and he brought their rifle. "Must not be much ammo left in your place," Dev said. "Almost none. I hope we won't need it." "That was the point of having a hostage, wasn't it? To control them without needing weapons?" "She's treated pretty well for a hostage," Dev said. "What's she like?" "Just the person. Tired, beat up, scared." "Hard to hate someone like that." "It is," Dev said. "You want to drive?" "Can I?" "Wait, you know how, right?" "Sure. We all got lessons." "Promise to not run us into a tree, and it's all yours." "Thanks," he said. Except for a bit of oversteering, Rod got them down there safely. "Should I honk the horn?" "Sure, go ahead." It amused Dev that such a simple thing seemed to make Rod happy. When they pulled up, 3 of them came running: Becca, Jacob, and Gilly. "Is she in labor?" "No, sorry," Dev said, getting out. "I didn't mean to worry you." "Is she okay?" Becca said. "Well fed, comfortable, and no change medically, so far as I know." "I wish I could talk to her," she said. "Oh, that's why I'm here. My mother wants you to be with her. We're going to take you along, if that's okay with your group." "Yes, of course," Becca said. "Wait a sec, sis," Jacob said. "I want to think this through." "We're not planning anything bad," Dev said to him. "It's really a matter of my mother's compassion. She knows Janine wants Becca. She assumes Becca wants to be with Janine." Gilly said to Jacob, "At least Becca would know they've done everything they can for her." Dev said, "Trust me, my mother is dedicating herself to figuring out how to make it all come out right." He didn't want to talk to them about his mother's desire to let them stay beyond the baby's birth. Not until their whole neighborhood had agreed on it. "We appreciate your not trying to find us, to keeping your end of the bargain." "I don't see as we had any choice," Jacob said. "You have guns. We don't." Interesting that he'd admitted that. "We haven't used them," Dev said. "And honestly, we don't want to. I've heard just a little bit of your troubles from Janine, and I don't want to add to them. I have a daughter. I don't know which of you have the kids you're hiding from us, but I know you must feel about your kids the way I feel about mine." Gilly threaded her arm through Jacob's. They glanced at each other, and Dev felt a moment of jealousy. Like his parents, they clearly loved each other, and Becca was nearly vibrating with excitement at the idea of seeing her wife again. He wished it had worked out with him and Sierra, but it hadn't. No sense regretting what was. "Anyway, if you want to pack a bag," he said to Becca, "we'll take you back with us."
"I'll have to check with Saul," she said. "He has final say."
Jacob said, "Go on, find him." Becca took off running for the house. "Lucky he's home," Dev said conversationally. Gilly said, "We had a good morning. Bagged some quail." "Congratulations. Good eating," Dev said. "Hang on, let me talk to Rod and I'll be back." Rod had stayed in the car, the rifle near to hand. Dev leaned in. "I'm going to walk them over across the street. Be back in no more than 10 minutes. "You sure you're going to be okay?" "I think so," Dev said. "They don't seem inclined to fight." "Holler if you need me," Rod said. "I'll stand by the car so I can hear you." "There'll be no trouble." "Okay." Dev said to Jacob and Gilly, "Let's go over to the field across the way." He also wanted to make sure the next field to ripen hadn't been messed with, but mostly he wanted to build the foundation for a different relationship with them. He walked them to the farthest field, which was topped amaranth plants, fading toward death. "Sometimes, in good years, these get way taller than me," he said. "But with the drought and all, this is what we get." "And you don't water them?" Jacob asked. "The last 2 years, yeah, once a week, but they're pretty forgiving." He took them to the wide row that marked the limit of the field. "This field here, this one that's harvested, you can eat from. Not the grain, none of the grain. But my mom wants you to have the greens." Gilly said, "They're edible?" "They're not the greatest thing you ever ate, like chard or kale or beet greens, pretty much. I wouldn't eat them raw in any quantity. Cooked them quite a while. There are still a couple pots and pans in there, aren't there?" "Cast iron ones," Gilly said. "Right, I remember now." They'd left them there for lack of space to store them and a lack of need. While everything else was falling apart, cookware wasn't, and wouldn't soon, as long as they took good care of it. So anyway, just this last field here. Leave the stems and any brown leaves for composting." He reached over to the nearest plant and snapped one of the top leaves off. It was dusty, so he shook it. Then he stripped off a bit and handed it to Gilly, and another to hand to Jacob to taste. They both looked at the plant, and then at each other. It took Dev a second to realize they didn't really trust him, so he pinched off a bit of amaranth, chewed and swallowed. "It's tough, and a little bitter, unless you boil it in a lot of water, but we figure it's full of vitamins, and that we lose them through boiling, so we usually steam it." They each chewed on the amaranth leaf. Gilly said, "Chewy, but I could eat this. Yes." She looked at Dev. "You're giving up this to us? Food you would have eaten?" "My mother is pressing for kindness. I have to be honest with you. My father is not." Jacob said. "And where do you stand?" "Right here, I guess. Willing to side with my mother for now. Janine seems okay. Sounds like she's had a hard time." They exchanged glances at that. "Or you all have, I guess. So have we. I doubt there's a survivor out there who doesn't have a tale to tell." "At least you have your homes." "We built for this. We planned for it. Some people thought we were crazy, but as it turns out..." "You weren't?" "No. But the people who lived here in these houses also planned for it. They were off the grid. I'm sure they had weapons, but when they were attacked, they didn't manage to fight the attackers off." "You were attacked?" "Several times. And we helped another group who had been overrun." He flashed back to the shock and disgust of watching what happened to Emily. Now that he knew her, that he counted her as a friend, anger over it was an emotion he could easily access. "We've lost things. People. I was 16 when it all started. Barely 16. Gilly studied him as if sizing him up for clothing size. "You seem older." "I guess hard work and stress ages a guy," Dev said, summoning a wan smile. "And worry over my child." "Just one?" "So far," he said. "Who knows what the future will bring?" "Who knows indeed," Gilly said. Jacob said, "I guess I should thank you for the food."
"Jacob,"
Gilly said, admonishing him.
"We do thank you for it. You'll take good care of Rebecca? Jacob is going to be worried about her, I know. They've always been close."
"We will. Both of them. But, my mother isn't optimistic about Janine's chances. I have to be straight with you. It's part of why she wanted Becca up there, in case they'll be saying their goodbyes." "Up there? So you're uphill," Jacob said. Dev hadn't meant to say that. Gilly said, "It's okay. We suspected you were, and we still won't come up. But please think about the fact that we all love Janine. She's family to me, too." "I understand," he said. "We'll do what we can. We're not trying to make your life harder." "You wouldn't have offered to help Janine in the first place if you were," she said. Dev nodded and turned for the car. Becca and Rod were waiting there. She had a rolled blanket, possibly some clothes inside, but he'd want to check it for a weapon. It'd be terrible if he was lax about security and let his mom get hurt. He opened the trunk and had her put it in. He didn't hear any muffled thump that suggested there was a handgun in there, but he'd make sure it was him who took it out for her when they got home. She hugged her brother and sister-in-law, said, "I said my goodbyes inside, except to Saul." "We'll give him your love." "And explain. Make sure he knows I wanted it," Jacob said. "We will." Dev got in the car and watched Gilly put her arm around Jacob. Then Rod had the car reversed, and they were on their way. At the end of the private road, he told Rod to hold up and turned in his seat. "Sorry," he said, "but we don't want you knowing exactly where we live. If you'd lie down on the bench seat there." She shrugged but did it. To Rod, he said, "Drive past it." Rod looked confused for a second. Then he got it. Until they were 100% certain this situation wasn't going to hell anytime soon, there was no reason to make it easier for the woman to remember precisely where they lived. Rod gunned the car, getting up to a speed Dev hadn't felt in quite a number of years, sped past their turnoff, went beyond it, and only slowed to turn in a circle at a wide spot in a road that had once had a passing lane for slow traffic moving up the mountain. He drove back downhill at a more sedate pace, and turned in another full circle before driving into their road. Long ago, They had kept a felled tree in front of their road to disguise it, but once people had quit coming by, they moved it away. The brush had grown up, and the lack of travel on the road had let weeds gain a hold, so the space had narrowed, but it was still clear to Dev that it was a road. Maybe once his charge was delivered safely, he'd pull up some other brush and drag it across today. Something light enough that not even the physically weakest of the women, his mother, would have trouble moving. "Turn up our driveway," he said to Rod, and he did. "Leave the car here?" "For now. I'll move it back to the Crockers later on." Rod tossed him the key and said, "Thanks for letting me drive. Becca, glad you get to see your wife again." "Go on in, up the back stairs," Dev said to her, pointing. "Through the kitchen, into the hall, and it's the first door on your left. A bathroom is almost straight across from it. I'll bring your things."
"Thanks. Should I knock?"
"Just a tap and a hello. I doubt anyone is in there. We have chores to do." Just then the Crocker rooster crowed. Becca didn't seem interested by it, moving at a fast walk toward the house. There was nothing in her blanket but some underwear, a T-shirt that might have been white once, and a faded photograph of what had to be her and Janine's wedding. They were both in a pale, muted pink, like the color of the moons of his fingernails. There seemed to be a minister and a rabbi there. He rolled the blanket up, taking care not to fold or damage the photo. It was, no doubt, precious to them, and if Janine didn't make it through the childbirth, it would be more precious still. He hoped his mother was wrong about that, and if she wasn't wrong, and Janine died, he hoped this group wouldn't blame them. At least Becca would be a witness to his mother doing everything she possibly could. It was worth the risk of bringing her up here to guarantee that, or there'd be no chance at all of building a good relationship with the group. Yeah, they could be driven off, and pretty easily, considering the difference in their weaponry. But his heart wouldn't be in it. Knowing they had kids, maybe even a girl Zoe's age for all he knew, made him sympathize more with their plight. Hadn't the Jews been forced out of places in the first books of the Bible, wandering all over, homeless, miserable? Maybe these Jews were cursed to repeat that story. Must feel like a terrible fate you'd want to be rid of. He carried the rolled blanket into the house, following Becca. In the kitchen, his mother was at the table. "Don't bother them," she said. "I won't. I just wanted to bring this." He laid the blanket on the table. "Nothing in it but clothes, and a photo of their wedding." "You shouldn't have snooped." "Dad would have wanted me to. I had to check for a gun. I'm not going to let you be alone with an armed stranger." "I can take care of myself." She leaned her elbows on the table. "You look tired. You take care of everybody. Let me make you some tea for a change. Do we have any?" "There's some yarrow." He checked the tins where she kept tea and herbs. "You have plenty of this. What is it?" "The raspberry. I'm hoping it will slow any bleeding for Janine." "Is she already drinking it?" "Just once a day. I don't want to run out right when it's important." "I can harvest more." "I've taken as much as the bushes can spare." "You look awfully tired. Maybe you should take a nap." "Maybe I should." That surprised him. She usually worked herself hard every day. He'd never seen her nap, not unless she'd been up all night. That was rare. Once they'd had guard duty that ran 24 hours, but that had stopped years ago. The only time he could remember not sleeping in the past year involved a commotion with a fox at the henhouse, discovering it had managed to get past their defenses, and they were all up in solar lantern light repairing the henhouse, and then sitting on guard duty there with a rifle in case the fox came back, before they could effect a better repair in full sunlight. He thought about that as he made the tea. It might be time to take apart the henhouse again, Check every board for soundness, scrub them, and leave them out in the sun to sun bleach. Basic defense against mites. Liquid bleach would be better, but that had run out some time ago, except for a single gallon, half empty, that his mother kept in reserve for medical emergencies, and had forbidden him and his father to touch. She soaked needles in a bit of it every time she stitched up a wound. He turned on the hot water tap and ran it until the hot water from the roof passive heater came out, poured it over her tea, and set the teapot on the table, and grabbed a cup from the cabinet. He leaned against the counter. "Before Misha, when was the last time you had to stitch someone? I can't remember." "Kurt, about a year ago. I forget why. He sliced his hand at the base of his thumb." "Right, I remember now. That was ugly. The scar is fading, but he'll always have it. Drink your tea. I'll wait another minute while it cools. Do you have chores?" "I was thinking about taking apart the hen house, washing it thoroughly." "Good time for it. No nest right now. We should start a brooder. I don't know if they'll do it in this heat, but you can try. Maybe it'll rain still and cool down. I hope. 2 rainless years in a row worries me. Not much snow last year either. One of these days, the water table will drop below the level of our well. I know. I worry about it. About you and Zoe. I'll do whatever it takes to keep her safe." "I know you will, son." She looked at him. "Even if that means, in the future, pulling up stakes and moving on. You do whatever you need to. We'll all stay right here. I mean way in the future, once your dad and I are gone." Dev didn't want to think about that. Losing his mother would hurt, and either of his folks' deaths would devastate Zoe. "Zoe has never known real loss," he said. "Oh, that'll come soon enough. I hope not. I mean, I know." And he jerked his head toward the room where Janine was. He could barely hear their low voices, but not what they were saying to each other. "But everyone on the block is pretty young." "No one lives forever," she said. "And Kurt's problem carries a limited life expectancy." "It does?" It was the first he'd heard of it. "Why?" "I have no idea, really. He mentioned it once. I thought he was cured." "He went without treatment for more than a year. Damage happened, I imagine. How much, I'm not sure. He knows more than he tells me. He does keep quiet about it," Dev said. He reached over and poured the tea for his mother. "Drink up. Thanks for making it." She sipped at the tea. "I miss sugar. Sugar, salt for the table, barbecue sauce, soy sauce, cheese, Parmesan cheese on spaghetti squash. That'd taste darn good, wouldn't it? I do my best. You're a great cook. It wasn't a complaint. And we have spaghetti squash with sauce, which is just as good. With sausage even, when we have any. I made some of the javelina last week." "You're the best," he said. Though he didn't often hug or kiss her, he felt the urge, and he leaned over and kissed her head. "I gotta get to work. You sure you're going to be okay in here with them?" "I'll be fine. I'll go in and talk with them in a minute or two, after they've had the chance to talk in private a little more." "Okay. Yell if you need me. I'm going to take the car back to the Crockers, and then I'll start on the hen house." "Kiss my Zoe for me if you see her." "Will do." Chapter 12. Sierra had shot a pigeon out of the air while working on her blowgun training with Zoe, after Dev had come and gone. She and Zoe had plucked the bird's breast, and she slit it open and started teaching Zoe about the various organs. The girl already knew a lot from cooking alongside Kelly. "Heart, liver, gizzard," she said, pointing them all out. "People don't have gizzards, though." "No, they don't. You know what the heart does?" "It's a pump?" "That's right. Do you like to eat them?" "It's tough. Its function, its job, is why it's harder to eat. It has muscles and they push the blood all around, and they work all day, every night. Chickens' hearts beat faster than ours, so their hearts work harder. Rabbits do too. I can feel their hearts in their chests." "Yes, usually the smaller the animal, the faster it beats." "Does mine beat faster than yours?" "I don't know," Sierra said. "Let's check it out. I'll say go, and we'll both count to ourselves. And I'll say stop, and we'll report the numbers. Okay?" "Okay," she said. "But how do I count it? I can't hear it in my head." "Oh, at your wrist, here," and she showed her. "Or in your neck somewhere. I'm not sure where exactly is best." She began feeling her own neck. Zoe did too. "Oh, I found it," she said. "Let me feel. Sit still so I can really feel it." She felt the tacky, sweaty neck of her daughter and the heartbeat under the soft skin. It really was a miracle, wasn't it? That once there had been no Zoe, and then she had grown inside Sierra from the tiniest start. And now here she was, her own little person, with a perfect heart, doing its job, beat after beat, for almost 10 years now. All this brightness and energy and curiosity, made of nothing but food redesigned into a fully formed person by genetic codes. She pushed down the emotion rising in her throat. "It was faster when you were a baby, and when you were inside me." "You could feel it then?" "Hear it. Kelly let me listen with her stethoscope." "Would she let me listen to the lady's baby?" "I don't know. We're trying to keep you safe, so that's why you're not around the pregnant lady. And she would have to say okay." "Dad said she has a visitor." "Her wife, the woman she's married to." She frowned. "Two ladies can't have babies, can they? Two hens can't make a chick." "No. I mean, yes, they were able to, 10 years ago, with a lot of medical help and equipment. It was a brand new thing then, done under special microscopes, and only a few hundred people got to do it. But not naturally, no." She wondered if somewhere on the earth, maybe in China, everything was still normal enough that medical tech was still at that level. If it were, it hardly mattered to them, did it? She drew her hand back. "You have a good, strong heartbeat." "Let me feel yours." "Okay." She tilted her head back a fraction. Zoe had to poke around Sierra's neck to find it. "There it is. I was worried you might not have a heartbeat." Sierra was glad she hadn't said heart. "I suspect you're slower than me." "Let's count together." Sierra found her pulse on her own wrist. "Ready?" Zoe found her neck pulse again and nodded. "Set. Go." She counted her own until 20 and said, "Stop." 28. 20 for me. "Does that mean all kids are higher than all grown-ups?" "I don't know. That's a good question. 2 people aren't enough of a test to know something for sure. In fact, if we tested everyone here, it still might not be enough to tell us because people vary. And science, which is what we're doing, gets better results if you use a whole lot of examples in your experiment." "Do old people go even slower?" "We don't have really old people here. We did, but they're gone." "The people buried by the crabapple trees?" "Yes." A new tree was growing right over the graves. "Dad sometimes goes there and says a prayer." "That's really nice of him. He liked them a lot. So did I, but
your dad was closest to the man of all of us.
Did you like the woman?
I didn't really know her well. She was very sick at the end. She didn't even talk for the last 2 years of her life.
That's sad.
It is.
Will that happen to Grandpa or Grandma or Pilar?
No, I'm certain it won't. There wouldn't be any oxygen tanks or drugs to keep them alive. You got that frail and sick in this world, and it was good night forever. And fast.
What else can we find in the pigeon?
She pointed.
This stuff we all throw away. Guts.
We have guts too, though they're a little different in how they work, Sierra said.
And chickens don't pee.
Not like we do.
And it all comes out of one hole.
The vent. The eggs too. She pointed it out on the pigeon.
I know.
You're a pretty good biologist already.
What's that?
Biology is the study of living things, and someone who does that is a biologist. Anatomy is the study of the structures of the body. Physiology is the study of how those things all work, what they do.
So there's biologist and anatomy, ologist, and physi...
She frowned, a little lost. Anatomist and physiologist, yes.
And people did that? Back when people got paid money to do things?
They did.
Didn't they have to go gather the eggs and hoe the garden and put up food all day?
Not really. Other people did that. Big automated machines did a lot of it. Zoe shook her head.
I don't understand. I mean, I saw pictures of things like a steam shovel in a book, but there were machines that picked broccoli, cooked it, canned it.
All those. But it could be that broccoli was picked by hand. Tomatoes probably were picked by hand because they're so tender. But corn, they had machines to pick it. And beans, hard beans, dry beans, not green beans. Though what did she know? She knew more than a lot of city people had back then. People who thought green beans magically appeared in bags of cleaned, frozen bits, and who'd never had the chance to eat a sweet raw bean right off the plant. But she'd never been to a big commercial farm.
What kind of machines?
I never saw one. They were pretty amazing, though. Like, you drove the machine over the fields, and it cut and threw things into another machine right on board, and could winnow and do all that right there. Even cut up the stems before spitting them out for compost. And you'd end up with grain or beans or corn and no stalks in them.
I don't believe it.
I really don't either, tell you the truth. It's like a fairy tale, isn't it? Giants and fairies are about as likely. Zoe pointed inside the bird.
What's this?
Lung? You know what that's for?
Breathing,
Zoe said, and took a deep breath and blew it out. Why do you think there are 2 lungs and only 1 heart and 1 gizzard?
I don't know. Why?
I don't know either. Hearts are important, so it always seemed wrong to me that we only get 1 of them. If 1 lung quits, you still have 1 to get you by.
What is this?
She asked, pointing again. That's the crop. It should be attached somehow to the gizzard. She pointed farther down to the dark shapes half hidden by the intestines. And I think these things are kidneys.
What do kidneys do?
They filter the blood and then get rid of what the body doesn't want as urine. Sierra hoped she was remembering that right. High school biology had been 10 years ago.
Birds don't pee,
she said again.
No, but the white stuff is pretty much that. Why isn't it like ours?
Sierra ignored the urge to say because that's just how it was. Her daughter deserved a more accurate explanation. I'm not sure. I bet someone along the block here knows. Or wait, We might have an old pamphlet on raising chickens somewhere. It might explain. I'll look for it later, okay? Right now, if we're going to cook the dove, we should get to it. It was too hot to let it sit around any longer. We can eat it? We can eat it, though there's not much food on it. I like chicken legs. Yeah, these dove legs are pretty tiny. The breast of a dove is all that's worth eating, really. Or you can clean it, burn off the feathers, cut off the head and feet, and put everything, including bones, into water and have dove soup. They'll be better as breasts cooked over the grill. The other bits we can try in a trap as bait. Dad says I can't mess with the traps yet. Soon. You could lose a finger if you're not careful. And we all love every one of your fingers too much to let that happen. He says maybe I can learn to shoot this fall. Gun or bow? Gun? I tried the bow, but it's too hard. Sierra wasn't sure how she felt about that. Of course, Zoe had to know how to defend herself, and how to hunt for the table. But she didn't want her to have to ever kill a person, the way Sierra had. Maybe we can get you good enough with the blowgun you'll be able to feed everyone that way. Not everyone, Zoe said, watching as Sierra finished cutting out the tiny breasts. I need 100 birds just for my family. That stung. She didn't say, but I'm your family too, because Zoe knew that. Her daughter had just been unconsciously saying what she felt. It had been a good few days with Zoe, and they hadn't quarreled but once, and that was at the end of the day when Zoe was tired and whiny, and wanting to stay up far beyond when she should have been asleep. The Quinns were Zoe's real family. Whatever distance there was between her and her daughter might be impossible to bridge. Sierra feared it was she herself that caused it, that she somehow projected an arm's-length shield, like a bubble of ice all around her that no one dared to crack through. She had no idea how she was doing it, but it must be happening. Her fate, her punishment, or her nature. Didn't really matter which did it. That night, as they were preparing supper, Sierra noticed the refrigerator wasn't very cool. Maybe it's the power, Pilar said. We haven't had much wind, and we might not be getting enough to run it right. I'll check, Sierra said. She went out to the power center where the controller was and checked the digital readouts. The two working turbines were spinning lazily in the bit of early evening breeze, an effect of the mountains creating drafts more than real weather, and they had full batteries, according to the readout. She went back in and said, We have power. The refrigerator was pulled out, and Pilar was getting to his feet, brushing his hands. It's plugged in, and I should clean back there. I hope it isn't the refrigerator itself. It might be coolant. If so, we're in trouble. Is it running? Can you hear it? I'll turn it up and see. Zoe was at the kitchen table, cutting up green beans. Can I help? Pilar said. We'll let you know if you can. It might be something simple. Sierra said. Do you want to check and me finish cooking? Or vice versa? You're still the better cook. We only need to warm up the meat and blanch the veggies. He wiggled the refrigerator out farther from the wall. The water was already on the fire. I'll do that. Yell if you need me. Sierra went outside, a hard knot of worry in her stomach. Losing the refrigerator would be terrible, especially in this kind of weather. They could live without one in winter, and the freezer was still good, so keeping meat wasn't an issue, but keeping eggs was. She trusted them for about a week on the counter, but no longer than that in this heat. Even with an exhaust fan running in the house, it was usually over 100 degrees in there by mid-afternoon. In spring, strawberries would be more likely to rot, but that was simple to fix by canning any excess once a week. Maybe it was time to dig a food cellar.
The ground here was rocky and hard from no rain, but she couldn't think of another option. Underground, food could be kept cooler. But what a loss the refrigerator would be. If she and her father couldn't figure it out, she'd ask Kurt to take a look at it. Between the broken turbine and a broken refrigerator, life was about to change, she sensed, and not for the better. Chapter 13. "It's not the coolant," Kurt said, after holding his ear to the side of the refrigerator and listening for a full minute. He checked the refrigerator over for almost an hour, testing, taking apart, and putting back together. "There might be a tiny hole somewhere, but I don't think so. Not unless you've been jabbing around with a knife."
"Then what is it?"
Pilar was not happy. "How old is it?"
20 years, I think," Pilar said.
"I barely remember getting it," Sierra added. "So it might be a bit older than that. I was younger than Zoe when you got it."
"They don't last forever," Kurt said.
"No," Pilar said. "I know that."
"I'll take out the compressor and work on it. Soak it, take it apart and clean connections, and put it back together. It'll take me a day, and your seals are getting old, I can tell. It might just be that,"
Sierra said. "So we're refrigerating the whole kitchen?"
"In a sense," Kurt said.
"I'm surprised our batteries are topped off." They were only a smidgen low this morning, not unusual at all.
"There's probably a shut-off that doesn't allow the compressor to run forever. Let me clean it and check the valves. And it could be this thing here, the evaporator pressure regulator. That could also be the problem. So if you want, I'll look this over too, clean them and bring them back and reinstall them."
Pilar said, "I appreciate your help." He sighed. "I guess we can make block ice in the freezer, put it in the fridge, and have an old-fashioned ice box instead of a refrigerator."
Kurt said, "That's a great idea."
He stood and put the parts on the kitchen table, then brushed off his pants. Sierra said, "Can I do anything to help you with the compressor and other thing?"
"No, but I guess we need to talk about this new grain field before I go,"
Pilar said. "It's a good idea."
"Between us three and the wallpaper," Kurt said. "How do you feel about those people down there? I haven't talked to them. You have."
"Not me," Pilar said. "Except for the 2 women at the Quinn place, who I met up here. They seem okay as far as it goes."
Sierra said,
"They seem a lot like us, except they lost their place. I mean, this whole situation has turned us into people we wouldn't have been otherwise. But they have their basic humanity, if you know what I'm saying, despite having some rough times."
Kurt nodded. "I'm glad you feel that way too. I trust Kelly, of course, and she was adamant about having them. But Arch seemed less than happy."
They had a neighborhood meeting about it, and Kelly had pretty much laid down the law on the matter. Let the strangers stay. Give them the fields after this year's harvest, and start anew closer by. Sierra said, "I'm not sure the car won't come down with a problem just like the fridge did. That's a long way to haul grain sacks on our backs, so it's a good move for us in the long run, if hard work in the short run."
"If the car broke and we kept those fields, we'd have to flail and winnow it there," Kurt said. "Or you would. I seldom do the work, so I shouldn't talk as if I do. Though more of us should go to split the weight of the sacks in that case."
"We could do that, and stay overnight to get it all done. But we've been watering every week this June, and most of last summer, and so it'd be a full day's job to do that every week. Or a half day, riding the bike there and back." "And the loss of calories you burned on the hike."
Pilar pointed out. It's probably past time to move the fields up here. There sure are plenty of dead pines we could clear.
We could use the low land on the other side of the road, Kurt said. It might be slightly damper, and while there are trees, it's mostly scrub, easier to take down.
I'm willing to do a lot of the work of that, Sierra said. One person from every household can be spared a few hours a day. She shook her head at Kurt. You don't have to help, since you're single.
I can. In fact, I want to. I only garden for one, and I only check my close-in traps once a day. Outer line every second day. So the days I don't do that, I can clear land.
You still doing tanning?
Pilar said. Yeah, but that takes no time at all. You all have an extra adult or two, 3 in Joan's case. But I'm only growing and cooking and cleaning for one, so it really comes out to the same thing. None of us have 8 hours a day to spare, but we all could probably spare a few.
Pilar said, maybe we should split into teams, with 2 people per day working on it.
Sounds good to me, Kurt said. I'll take these parts to my place right now, unless you have something else you need of me.
He looked at Sierra. Maybe you and I can walk across the road and look at the land down there first, she said. Try and get an idea how many hours of work there are to do to clear an acre.
2 acres would be better, Pilar said.
2 acres, then, she said. Per acre estimate of work hours.
Sure, Kurt said. Now?
Pilar, check on Zoe in 15 minutes, would you? She was out in the garden, weeding.
On the walk, Kurt said, You get your water system fixed? For the garden?
Yeah, it's good for now.
I realized if there are a few little leaks, it wouldn't be the worst thing. I mean, the plants would find it.
As long as the olla pots themselves get filled. No way to know they're not except for dying plants.
How's it going, having Zoe with you?
It's nice, Sierra said.
You didn't sound entirely sure.
Sierra shrugged. I love her, she said.
Of course you do.
But I'll never have with her what Dev does. They're close in a way I can't manage.
Sounds like it hurts.
A little, I guess. I don't know.
You don't?
It seems so selfish to want more than what I have. I'm alive. So many people aren't. I'm not driven out of my home like those people down there. I eat. The walls are still up. I'm still clothed, though it's pretty patchy by now.
I'm glad I had a lot of heavy-duty jeans and work pants right before all this started. There was an online sale and I got 10 of these.
She pointed. Your knees are patched. The pants were heavy. Though they had once been beige, they were stained with grass and animal blood and possibly a bit of oil. It looked like someone had done a bad job of making camouflage pants.
A minor problem.
Her own jeans were patched in a dozen places, frayed at the bottom hem, and both her front and rear right pockets had been torn off and replaced several times by other material, whatever was available. Better off than any of mine, she said. I doubt I'll be entering the Ms. Post-Apocalypse Beauty Contest anytime soon.
You'd win anyway, he said.
She was so surprised, it took her a half a minute to say, Thank you? The questioning tone was unintentional, and she laughed awkwardly when she heard it. She said, I mean, thank you. This time without the question.
I'm surprised you even know about beauty contests.
I suspect there aren't any now. She was still trying to work out if there was any chance in hell he was trying to come on to her. Because the answer was yes. Yes, she liked him. Yes, she wanted sex.
Yes, please, and an extra helping. They had arrived at the edge of the road, and whatever he had been thinking, he was all business now. See how the few pines down here are in better shape? Yeah, I've noticed that. The drought helps bark beetles establish a colony in a tree, as I'm sure you know. Also, that there are more deciduous trees down here shows us that there's more water. Well, it's lower, she said. True, but something else might be contributing. Maybe there's a very slow seep or something about the soil. That's part of what I want to check right now. Make sure there's not too much clay to plant grain. He flipped out a folding knife and bent down to dig in the soil. Rocky, but so would any place be. Here's a bit of obsidian. He held up a thumb-sized piece of shiny reddish-brown rock. Glass, really. Maybe I can learn to make dart heads from it. I thought you hated the bow. I've taught myself to use a blowgun this week. For now, just 2 of the straws end to end. But I keep meaning to dig through the barn and find a piece of PVC pipe scrap that is the right diameter and length. If I can't at our house, I'll go begging through the neighborhood. Smart, he said. Any good with it? He had enough soil dug up that he was able to show it to her. I got a dove with a pebble today. Lucky shot, I guess, because it was killed with 1 hit. I thought I'd just stunned it and would need to twist its head off. Excuse me, he said, and spit into the soil, then rolled it into a ball. It's okay, on the clay end, but not too much so. It'll be hard digging because of the rocks and roots, but the leaves the trees dropped have basically composted it. Probably part of why it retains moisture. That and the shading. A little of this, a little of that, she said. It all adds up. Exactly. So taking away the shade will mean it's drier, and the compost effect won't last forever. A few years. We dig the stalks back in, right? Not my favorite part of the process, chopping the plants to dig back in. I guess that's easy work, though, compared to clearing all this. It won't be that bad. We can definitely get it done by the beginning of autumn if we keep at it. Lot of debris from a job like this. Do we burn it? He sighed. I tell you, I wish we had gas, and that what we had still worked. I know Pilar has a chipper, but it runs on gas. We'd have as much mulch as we wanted if we could use that. Burn what we pull up? I wouldn't risk it. Just drag it to the edges. Make a big, ugly fence with it. So, we'll need axes and shovels, plus the come-along. What else? Little hatchets as well, and spades, not square shovels. Those pines are awfully big. We can work around them. The root system isn't extensive, so they won't steal a lot of moisture from our plants. Leave them for now. They'd provide a little shade if we do, she said, squinting up at the tops. But not enough to harm the crops. By the time we plant the grain, we'll know exactly where the shadows fall, so we can avoid the morning shadows. Late afternoon shading wouldn't be a bad thing at all. Okay. Want to partner with me? Dev and one of Joan's kids, or 2 if she can spare them, would be the other team. Arch is still fit enough to do it too. I'd rather my father didn't. Is he not feeling well? No, he's fine. Fit, strong, all of that. But if something went wrong, I'd heal quicker from an injury. He twisted his ankle last year, and it took weeks for him not to limp. I vaguely remember. The years are starting to blend together, aren't they? Every year is the same. Only Zoe growing keeps me tracking time. You like having her with you? It's nice. That sounded like it had a butt in it. No, it's nice. I'm sure she'll be happy to go back to the Quinns once the visitors are gone. I haven't seen the healthy one out and about. Becca, is that her name?
Yeah, they're keeping her close to home. Don't want her seeing what they have. What we all have.
Kurt said, I wonder if they're trusting her in there alone, or keeping someone there to guard the two of them.
Depends if Arch got his way or not. She smiled when she said it. Despite how difficult he could be, she was fond of Arch. Not only his caution, but his pessimism was something she understood, and sometimes he amused her with it. He was a Scrooge with a heart underneath all the gruffness.
So, you want to start this afternoon? Mid-afternoon to whenever you have to make supper?
Sure. Big axe to start with? I haven't chopped down many trees in my life.
You'll get the hang of it quickly.
I'm looking forward to it, in a strange way. Doing the same work over and over grew boring. This might be hard work, but for a few days, it would feel like an interesting change.
Wear long sleeves so you don't get scratched up. I need to work on your condenser before that.
She felt a bit sick as she remembered the fridge wasn't working. I'd forgotten about it for a minute.
Okay, so mid-afternoon? I don't have a working clock anymore, so I go by the sun. 2:30 in normal people time, but I might be 10 minutes either way.
I don't know about normal people. We're falling back into the state people must have been in for 5,000 or 10,000 years. I'm surprised you don't have a sundial built, by the way. They turned around to walk home.
Don't really need one. I can stand out at my well, look at my house, and if I know the date, the sun's position against the roof makes it clear what time it is. Or I could pick a tree to act as a gnomon.
What's that?
The bit of a sundial that projects the shadow.
You're well read. I never had the chance. Kelly should have Zoe go to you for advanced vocabulary lessons.
I don't think your kid will ever need to know what a gnomon is, or anti-disestablishmentarianism.
I guess not. She will need to learn how to use the come-along. Once the dangerous parts of clearing are done, the parts that involve axes, maybe I'll bring her out here to work. They split off and went their own ways.
Chapter 14. Arch said to Dev, So he doesn't think the park can be fixed?
No. Pilar and Sierra are going to have to live with only a freezer.
I could take a look at it, but if Kurt can't fix it, I doubt I can.
Dev nodded. It was a sign of his father's respect for Kurt's engineering ability that he didn't think he could do it better.
His father said, Damn, they're taking the brunt of it right now. Crap falling apart.
He glanced at Becca, who was drinking tea at the table while Janine napped.
It'll be our turn soon enough.
The batteries won't last much longer, Dev said. And once there are no batteries, our fridge may as well be broken too.
As long as we leave it shut overnight, it'll take us to morning.
In the summer, when we have plenty of sun.
And in the winter it's not as important. There's less to refrigerate and room temperature is cool enough for most things. But I wish I'd stockpiled more salt for preserving meat.
Again he glanced at Becca. I'm not a spy, she said. And honestly, it's obvious you did some smart preparation here. The eggs you feed me would have told me you keep chickens, even if the rooster didn't crow over in the next yard. And that rabbit last night was too tender to be wild, so I'm guessing you breed rabbits as well.
You haven't been wandering around outside.
His father didn't quite make it a question. No, but I'm willing to help out there if you let me. You could at least set me to pulling weeds in the garden, or let me do the cooking in here, if you don't want me seeing your property. Dev watched his father think it over. Because he knew his father so well, he knew he was thinking about the woman poisoning them in the kitchen, which was ludicrous. It was not as if they'd been hiking however many miles,
dragging a wagon with a vial of some poison in their pockets, just waiting for the chance to use it after 10 years of keeping it safe. He said, "How's Janine?" "She's in pain. It's her lower back. Maybe early contractions or fake contractions, Kelly says." "I guess it's going to happen soon then," Dev said. Becca dipped her head and nodded. So different a mood about it from when Sierra went into labor. It was exciting, and Dev had been happy about the baby arriving. These women were not happy about the baby, and childbirth might mean Janine's death. "Mom will do everything she can," he said. Another nod. She stared into the tea as if there was some answer to her problems there. "Is there anything I can do for you?" Dev felt sorry for her. "Either of you?" She shook her head. A second later, she swiped at her eyes, and then she took a gulp of tea. When she raised her face, it was splotched with red patches, as if she'd been weeping hard for a long time, rather than fighting back tears for a few minutes. He felt the need to reassure her. "Mom's a great medic. She's been straight with us. I appreciate it for myself. I'm not so sure it has helped Janine any." Dev would want to know that he might die in a few days. "I can't imagine." His father got up and went through the door fast, his tread heavy on the steps. "Did I say something wrong?" she asked. "Maybe I did," Dev said. "He's a hard man. It was good for us that he was. It had us prepared, as you say. And we were running nighttime patrols when we were attacked, and we didn't hesitate to defend ourselves. That was largely his doing." "How many times? Were you attacked, I mean?" 2, 3, 4. You know, it's hard to remember." "And none of you were hurt?" "No, a bunch of us were hurt. My dad was shot in the arm, and he has a touch of nerve damage from it, though he can do everything he needs to. My mom was hurt. I had a hell of a concussion that it took me 2 weeks to recover from after I had to be in a firefight with it." "From what? The concussion, I mean." "Rocket launcher." "Man!" Her eyes were wide. "You really were attacked." "So you can see why my father was reluctant to help you. We worked hard to build our homes. We worked smart to build it to resist what happened. And without it, we'd be like you, wandering the roads and wondering how we'd make it another day, terrified of getting shot, desperate to find something to eat." "I appreciate your sympathy." She wasn't being snide. "It's too easy to imagine. And with my kid—" He stopped and shook his head. "I'm sorry you don't trust me enough to let me meet her." "It'll happen. If nothing else, she'll probably sneak by us to do it. She's a curious little thing." "I'll be kind to her if she does." She did seem like an okay person, despite that she must be as worried as anything over what his mother had told her. "If you stay, and things go okay, who knows what the future will bring for all of us." "You're thinking of letting us stay? For good?" He shrugged. "Until the baby can travel, for sure. And Janine. Then we'll see." "I hope that's all we're worried about. If she's healed enough to travel." She bit her lip. "I hope everyone is okay back there at that place. Your grain farm? I know my brothers will be worried about me. And Janine, of course." "They have a roof, and beds and water, amaranth leaves to eat, and there's small game out there. And we haven't had an attack, not even beggars dropping by, in years now." She finished her cup of tea. "We had fish for a while." "I'm surprised that there's water in any stream in the whole state." "It was a lake, or pond, really.
It once might have qualified as a lake, but it definitely had shrunk. And no one was living on its shores? That surprised him. A water source was rare enough that you'd think someone would have claimed it. It looked like someone had lived there, once, years ago, but for whatever reason, they'd abandoned the camp. It wasn't much more than that. A camp. No real houses. Shacks, falling down by the time we found them. Interesting. He wondered what lake Becca's group had found, and where it was, and why they'd left the site. Sounded like a good place to start a new home. But those questions would have to wait for another day. He stood. I have work to do. Excuse me. Don't mind the dishes. I'll do them. It gives me a way to partly pay you back for feeding us. We can hardly sit here and eat and let you both starve. No, I can see you're not the kind of people who would. I guess that's our fortune, you know. Had things gone another way, let's say the chickens had all died of disease, we'd be in a world of hurt. A world of hurt? That's a good name for the new world. How things are now. More poetic than plain old Earth. And with that, he left her. He'd check in again in an hour or so, but only after he finished replacing a board in the chicken coop he decided had seen its last useful day. If a fox had a fist, he'd be able to punch through the rotten spot. But first he had to make the replacement board with a hatchet and handsaw from a section of log they had dragged to behind the shed for just that purpose. Everything they did was more work than it had ever been before. Late that afternoon, his mother called him up to the house. Something wrong? He asked. Janine went into labor. Chapter 15. The second afternoon of working with Kurt, Sierra was standing side by side with him. They were both shirtless, though she was in a somewhat saggy undershirt, the elasticity of it having not very well survived the years. His body was interesting to look at, the way the disease had changed his joints, and then the muscles had adapted to that, so he was, while clearly a person, a differently put-together person. Okay, crank her, he said. Sierra worked the come-along, the chains rattling, and then the slack was eaten up and she braced herself for the next few hard pulls. Her arms burned with the effort. It's coming. And the tree trunk and a root ball popped out, and she lost her balance and fell on her butt. You okay? He said, reaching down to offer her a hand. She took it and popped back to her feet. Perfectly fine. It's out, and that's what matters. Yep. Let's take a breather and a sip of water before we do the next one. They were working across from Joan's place, and they were taking out the bigger trees in one small section today. Tomorrow morning, 2 of Joan's kids would clear all the smaller brush from the same section. The dead brush and stumps were piling up along the road. She took her sip of water and looked around for a cleared, flat place to sit. I'm beat. It's the heat. I know. Killer heat today. He leaned against a tall stump they'd created yesterday by chopping down a decent-sized oak. For a moment, neither said anything. I miss music, I was thinking the other day. I'm not much of a musician. I sang before, you know, in school and whatnot. You don't now? My voice is pretty awful sounding. Maybe in the shower I manage a line or two. I used to like dancing as well. Me too. I took a ballroom class with my fiancée. Really? Like waltzing and so on? Yep. Haven't we talked about this before? I can't recall. But I'm getting older. Maybe my mind is going. He grinned. Yeah, you're ancient. I'll be 30 before I know it.
and I'll have never danced like that. Were you two just doing it for fun?
To be able to dance at our wedding.
I'm sorry that never happened.
It'll never happen for you either, will it? That seems sadder to me.
Sierra shrugged it off. Or for anyone, ever again.
There might be places, even in America, or whatever we should call this hunk of land now. Communities where a large group of people made things work. Maybe even a few hundred living together without strife, and they marry there. Maybe they have instruments and a band, and they play so the couple can dance.
And throw rice?
His smile was grim this time. I'm sure not that. Waste of good food. But dancing costs little.
Teach me. She capped her water and hopped up.
Teach you what?
How to waltz. Is it complicated?
He looked at her strangely. There's no music.
So? Hum some.
Maybe you should do those honors.
I don't know the right song. She held her arm out and wiggled her fingers in an invitation. Slowly, reluctantly, he screwed his cap back on his canteen. She thought for a moment he'd refuse, but he straightened up, brushed his hands on his jeans, and then held his arms up, the left one bent at the elbow. What do I do? She realized she had softened her voice. Again, as she had before with Kurt, she felt as if she was trying to tame a skittish animal.
Put your right hand in my left.
She did it.
And now put your left arm around my shoulder, and if you can stand it, put your hand on the back of my neck.
Why wouldn't I be able to stand it?
I'm sure I'm filthy.
I am too.
You do have some twigs in your hair.
He reached out and plucked one out.
Now I'll put my other arm around your waist.
Okay. She felt his touch, and as he put his arm around her, he drew them closer. The afternoon was hot, and it felt as if the space between them, as it compressed, heated even more. He left a space between his chest and hers.
You're supposed to look at me, he said.
She'd been staring into his neck, so she lifted her eyes. They stood for a moment, looking at each other. The world was still, the birds having been chased away by their noisy activity. No voices reached them from across the road. They might be the last two people in the world right now. Your eyes are so blue, she said.
I can't help that, he said. Now, you'll start with your right foot. Move it back. Then your left foot to the left. Last time, bring the right foot to the left. That's one, I don't know what they call it, cycle. The beat is 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
That much she knew, but she didn't say so. He said the rhythm again.
So, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Got it?
Mm-hmm,
she said. So I'll say 1, 2, 3 once, and the next one, we do it, right?
Right.
1, 2, 3,
he said, and then he stepped toward her. A fraction late, she remembered to step back, but she managed the second and third steps, and he stopped.
Good.
Marginal, she said.
You'll get it in no time. Second cycle, of course you start with your left foot, so 2 cycles puts us back where we began.
Except I'm farther back.
We'll turn eventually. I won't back you off a cliff.
'Kay, she said. I'm ready.
1, 2, 3,
he said, and this time she matched his rhythm and stepped back at the right time. They did their 6 steps and came to a stop.
And that's basically it,
Except the turning. How do you do that? Well, there's a leader and a follower, and the leader decides and indicates.
How?
My arms will tell you.
So you kind of push me around?
You're a lousy follower, you know that? But he smiled as he said it. It's more subtle than that. Stay aware of the pressure. I'll guide you.
Go on then. I'm ready.
Try to make it sound less like we're marching into battle.
And yet there was something of that to the moment. She felt she was in a war with him for something. For intimacy? And she'd won a battle with getting him to dance at all. I want you to lead.
His expression said he doubted it, but he said only, Ready? We'll go 4 times, 12 steps.
Then he counted again, and they began to move. It really wasn't that hard to feel where he wanted her to go. They turned toward her right, just a little each time, and at the end of the 12 steps, she was back in almost the same spot she had started from.
Of course, the better you are, the more you turn. Good dancers can cover a huge ballroom in a minute.
Sounds like fun.
It is, once you have the steps down automatic. And this is a pretty easy step.
I think I have it. So, will you sing?
I'll hum.
He dropped her hand, wiped his hands on his jeans again, and then stood and took the ready position again. He hummed some minor key song, softly, but it was the only sound she could hear, so it was loud enough. And 3 beats in, he started to move. When he started to turn her more, she looked down at their feet and felt his hand tighten on hers.
Look at me,
he said. So she did, and tried to let go and allow her body, not her brain, to make sense of the dance. In a minute, she felt herself relax, and he must have felt it too, for he began to turn her more enthusiastically. They moved through the clearing they'd created with their own muscles and sweat, somehow avoiding tripping on any of the jutting bits of limbs or rocks, until she started to feel the dance, become part of the music, even though it was only Kurt humming. She began to smile at him, and then the smile faded as she saw his own face change, as if something was trying to move out, past his control. She knew, with instinct she hadn't known she possessed, that this was her moment. If she wanted to become lovers with Kurt, she had a chance right now. But what little experience she had at seduction was that of a child, and any clever word someone else might have found for this moment escaped her. Instead of saying something, she used her body, bridging the distance between them until her breasts grazed his chest. He stopped humming, but he turned her in the dance, and after another few steps, they stopped. She moved her hand on his neck, encouraging him to come closer. Their eyes were still locked on one another's, and she could see him fighting a battle with himself. She pressed closer, closed her eyes, and tilted her head back a fraction, afraid to use clumsy words that would drive him off. When he bent to her and kissed her, she didn't feel it as a victory. Oddly, she felt fragile, vulnerable, like crying at the unexpected intrusion of not another human body, but a human soul somehow reaching hers after a long, cold, isolated time. He kept it gentle, and she let him lead, as with the dance, but he was trembling a little, as if holding back from doing what he wanted. When he broke the kiss, she kept her eyes closed and answered the question he hadn't asked in a whisper. "Yes," she said. She disengaged the hand that was holding his and rested it just above his collarbone, moving it ever so slightly across his dusty skin,
in toward his neck. His own hands dropped to her waist, and he pulled her in, and she could feel his erection. It was all she could do to keep herself from wrapping a leg around him to get closer to it. She was aware of the strange disconnect of her upper body, which was all emotion and tenderness and fear, and her lower body, which was all brave lust. Her brain, well, that wasn't working so well right now. He muttered something she couldn't catch, but then he kissed her again, and less gently, and she was lost in it. A branch snapped and barely registered, but then a voice, a shy clearing of a throat, made her eyes pop open. Kurt stepped away as Sierra turned and saw her daughter, staring at them, looking surprised and embarrassed, and unsure of what to do.
"Zoe," she said, and she had no more words than that one. "Grandma wants you to know the pregnant lady is going to have her baby. She wants to talk to you now."
Chapter 16.
"Honey,"
Sierra said, but that's all she said, for she had no idea what to say next. And then Zoe turned and ran away. In an instant, she was out of sight. "And that's why we shouldn't do this," Kurt said. "One of many reasons."
"What?"
Sierra was caught in such a whirlwind of emotions, she couldn't quite make sense of the words. There was frustrated lust, and guilt that she didn't understand, and worry about Zoe, and now she was irritated at Kurt for saying that.
"What reasons would those be?"
He dismissed the question, and her, with a wave of his hand, and then he bent to pick up his shirt. "You need to go after your daughter, and see what Kelly needs from you."
"I know I do,"
she said, snapping at him.
"I know that."
But she didn't know what she was going to say when she caught up with Zoe.
"We didn't do anything wrong, you and me. She needs to learn that her mother is a person with a life, such as it is."
"Such as it is," he said, his tone flat. He used his shirt to sop up sweat on his face. What she felt mostly right now was the return of that sense of isolation she always felt, like there was that big icy bubble between her and everyone else. For a moment, an all too brief moment, Kurt had reached past it and into her. The moment was gone, but she wanted it back. She figured anything she could say right now would push him away, but she had to try. "There's no good reason you and I can't be lovers." "I'll clean up here," he said. "Go on over to the Quinn place. Hope everything goes okay with the delivery. Tell Dev to come get me if they need me for anything." His back was turned to her as he began to wrestle with the chains of the come-along. She stood for a second, torn between duty and desire. Duty won. She snatched up her own shirt and pulled it on without buttoning it. She ran straight up the road to the Quinn house. Dev was outside on the porch.
"Is Zoe here?"
she asked him. "No, she went to find you."
"She did. I guess she's back with Pilar."
She'd deal with that later, and maybe by the time she did, she'd know the right thing to say.
"I need to wash my hands. My everything, actually. But my hands would be a good start."
"Mom says it won't happen for some time, more than likely. But she wants to talk to you."
"That I can do without a shower. Can I go inside?"
"Yeah, sure." Sierra went in, and Becca was in the kitchen, pacing.
"You okay?" "I'm not the one who's in labor," she said.
"It'll be fine," Sierra said, not really thinking about what she was saying. Becca stopped her pacing.
"How do you know that?"
She felt chagrined.
"I don't. It was just, you look so upset, and I was trying to make it better." "No one can make it better. Maybe Kelly, but I don't know.
She's with Janine?
Examining her, yeah.
She didn't chase you out, Sierra said, making it not quite a question.
A matter of space, not of privacy. I've seen everything there is to see of my wife.
Her voice broke on the last word.
Shit.
You're worried, I know.
But Kelly has doctored a lot of hurt people. Here, in Payson, in our friend Wes's neighborhood. She even sewed a severed fingertip back on one of Wes's people. I hope you're right. I am. She delivered my baby. I mean, I didn't have problems like Janine, but Kelly was great. It's not that I don't trust her, or you, or anyone here. I can see you're not bad people. We want Janine to be okay. Not as much as you, of course, but we really do. Two bad wishes can't make things so. I'd wish for none of this to ever have happened. Back up 10 years and make history work differently.
I don't know that we could have, Sierra said. She didn't think about old-style politics. Really never had, except in her high school class in current affairs.
We just have to deal with whatever comes our way. Then I'd have prepared like you all did. I wish we would have moved somewhere else, gotten a place in the country like this, had a better chance of making it on our own.
You might get that chance. Becca had been standing on the other side of the table, and now she dropped into a chair.
I'm so worried,
she said, as if to herself, staring at the table.
I know. I don't mean to be rude, but I want to wash my hands in case Kelly wants me to touch Janine. I've been working.
Becca gave no response. Sierra went into the hall bathroom and looked in the mirror. Her hair still had bits of twigs and dead leaves in it. She pulled them out, then leaned over the toilet and took it out of its ponytail and shook her hair, running her fingers through so that any more leaves would fall in there. She put the ponytail back together, turned on the hot water, and washed first her hands, and then her face, and then her hands again up to the elbow. By the time she turned off the tap, the water was running painfully hot. She emerged from the bathroom as Kelly came from the bedroom. Kelly held up a finger, went into the kitchen and said something quiet to Becca, and then she pointed Sierra into the living room. The sofa was made up as a bed, but the chairs were still available to sit in. The fabric was worn on one chair and faded along the arms. Kelly sat heavily in that chair. Instead of taking a chair herself, Sierra knelt in front of Kelly. "You're worried," she said. "I don't know how much I can do, but I wanted you to know the plan. Okay, I'll do whatever you need me to do. But would Joan be better at this? Or Misha? Misha will be helping a lot. But I need a second person. You're tougher than Joan," Kelly said. "And I think you have a stronger stomach. Janine is going to bleed, you think? She already is, and there's really nothing I can do to stop it. The baby has to come first. Then, if she hasn't lost too much blood, I might be able to stop it." "How?" "I have tea that might work, and I'm already getting her to drink that. And after the delivery, I'm going to try to pack her vagina with clean cloth. Try to get some pressure on it, massage her uterus, hope that the natural processes happen, and the blood vessels close quickly. I didn't bleed much, did I? No. Your childbirth was easy. You have a good body for it, wide hips. You could probably have 6 babies without a hitch." If Sierra knew some hand symbol to ward off a curse, she'd make it. "1 is enough." Kelly might have caught the odd tone in her voice on another day. Right now, she was frowning in concentration, staring across the room at the sofa without really seeing it. I've been over it in my mind for days. I can't think of anything else. What do you need me for? She looked up and the frown eased. I might need you to spell me. If this lasts all night, I might run out of energy. I hate that, but I might. Of course. Now? I mean, do you want to nap now, while it's easier? I'll sit with her if you'd like. I'm okay for now. You go home and eat and feed your child, and come back in a couple hours and check. I might let you have a shift then. Dev will run and get you if there's an emergency. Are you willing? Of course. I'll do whatever I can. Whatever you tell me to do. Okay. I wanted to ask. And to warn you not to wander away from the house. Not sure where I'd wander to, but I won't today. I'll be at home. House, hen house, garden, or maybe the barn. Yelling distance from the back deck for sure. If Dev can't find me immediately, have him give a holler. Good. Okay. We'll do the best we can. We always do, Sierra said. But then she felt a twinge of guilt. Some better mother, Kelly or Joan, would have known just what to do with Zoe a few minutes ago. What to say. Sierra had stood there like an idiot. She still didn't know what to say to Zoe, but she knew enough to know she had to talk with her about what she'd seen. She didn't feel like sharing the incident with anyone else. She was going to have to work it out on her own. Dev had returned to working in the garden, and he didn't even see her pass. Sierra went back to her home, her father's home, and found him on the back deck in the shade, sharpening knives. Is Zoe inside? She asked. No, haven't seen her in a half hour or so. She's over at the Quinn house, in the orchard maybe. Okay, I'll check for her there in a second. The woman, Janine, is in labor. Oh? He looked up. Is everything okay? Not entirely. I might need to help tonight. Anything I can do, just say the word. Thanks, she said. I'm going to grab a quick shower and then find Zoe. Everything else okay? Need me to get eggs? Garden and hens are all taken care of. You have enough to do with clearing the new field, so don't worry about that. Supper won't be much, though. Salad with boiled eggs. I want to use up the eggs first with the refrigerator broken. That sounds great. I appreciate it. And you. She picked up a pair of the solar showers, lifting them carefully. They were made of plastic and spent a good deal of time in the sun. They wouldn't last forever. Plastic might take 10,000 years to break down entirely, but as they discovered the past 10 years, it broke beyond usefulness much faster than that. One of the bags had already split at the seams. They treated the remaining ones with care. Be careful, Pilar said. Those are hot. Once a father, always a father, Sierra thought, finding a reason to smile at something for the first time since Zoe had interrupted the moment with Kurt. In the shower, she wanted to linger on the memory of that, the feelings that it had stirred in her, too often ignored. But her duty as a mother superseded her duty to herself, and after she had topped off the bags of scalding water with enough cool water from the tap, she spent the time in the shower trying to figure out what to say to Zoe. Maybe it was best to say nothing. Let her work it out for herself. But no, the look on Zoe's face, and her strangled voice, and the way she'd run were all evidence that the easy way out was not an option. Mommy has needs, Sierra tried in her own mind, and shook her head at that. Apologize? But for what? She wasn't sorry. The only thing she was sorry about was that Zoe had come across them and stopped what Sierra had been thinking about for a very long time. She feared she'd never have that moment with Kurt again. Never have any such moment with any man ever again. No, don't think of that. That's a worry for another day. Think of Zoe and how she must be feeling. Sierra tried to think through how much physical affection her daughters saw between men and women. Sierra had grown up with a single father, and over the years he'd had 3 serious girlfriends who'd stayed over more than once, including Lisette, who'd been living with them for a year when oil ran out. Sierra had seen enough, had heard enough, to be aware that her father was a sexual being who slept with people other than her mother. And she knew her mother had sex with men in Asia. Of course, her mother hadn't lived next door to her. She tried to imagine a different childhood, where her mother had lived in Phoenix, maybe, and she visited, and there were boyfriends around. She didn't think she'd have been bothered, or maybe she would have, thinking, "This guy is no Pilar. Why do you prefer him?" That might be part of what she needed to say to Zoe. "Your father and I are very happy we had you, and Dev is a fantastic guy, a good father, and a good friend. But we're not a couple like your grandparents. And Kurt's a good guy too." And she could say something about liking people in different ways. For grown-ups to want to kiss, they had to like someone in a special way. Not better, not worse than other kinds of liking. Just different. She might have an easier time explaining how grown-ups did things if she felt like more of a grown-up. She did in some ways. There was nothing around the house she couldn't do herself, and if Pilar were laid up with a long illness or injury, everything would still get done. Emily and Misha and Rod reminded her that she wasn't that young, though they were older and harder working at 20 than people had been at that age before the crash. So if they seemed sober and mature, she must be more so. But when it came to sex and love and all that, she was only the product of her experiences. And her experiences were about what she'd have had at age 19, had nothing changed, and oil had kept flowing, and she'd gone off to some apprenticeship training program and moved out of her father's house. Sierra had emptied the first bag of water and was using the second with a scrub brush to get her hands and arms as clean as possible. Janine's health was in jeopardy as it was. Sierra wasn't going to add to her troubles by introducing filthy hands into the process. She focused on that, on scrubbing until her fingertips were pink and her palms showed no dark lines of embedded dirt. Soap stung in the dozens of small scratches she'd gotten by wrestling felled branches around. Lye made from wood ash plus rendered animal fat made their soap, and this particular batch was quite heavy on the lye. She gave her hair a very quick wash with the lye soap, and then stood there dripping, not much closer to knowing what to say to Zoe than she had been in the instant it had happened. Again, her mind, her body, wanted to pull her back to remembering the kiss, which had been her first kiss in, well, not that long, to be honest. She and Dev had nearly had quick sex in the barn the other morning, but it was the first kiss that broke through the ice around her heart. "Oh, nonsense. Don't be such an idiot romantic. There's no time for that these days." The harsh voice in her head didn't quite convince her. Why couldn't there be time for that? For trying to develop something with Kurt? Oh, goddess, yes, the awkwardness as everyone in the neighborhood, including the other Quinns, adjusted to it. But they'd adjust. Zoe. Surely there was some way to communicate with the girl. "I love you." That must be a good beginning, no matter what else she said. Sierra toweled herself dry and wore the damp towel into the room she shared with Zoe. No sign of her being in here lately. Everything was as she had left it hours ago. Sierra pulled out shorts and a t-shirt with lettering so faded it was barely readable. Some sports team logo she didn't know or care about, not even back then. They'd gotten the shirt from the closets of the places down the hill where Becca's family waited, not even aware that Janine had gone into labor. If she had a moment, she'd drive down and update them. First things first, Zoe was her priority. She went back to the Quinzes, found Dev, asked, "Is Zoe here?" "Should she be?" "She's not at our place. Pilar said she might be in the orchard here. I'll check." "Don't misplace my daughter," Dev said. He wasn't joking. "My daughter, too." "Is something wrong?" Dev asked. Damn the man. He had a mother's instincts about that girl. But Sierra schooled her face into a bland expression. "It's almost supper time. I want her to help with the salad." Telling Dev she was seeing Kurt, to use a polite term for it, wasn't going to be an easy discussion either. Well, she wasn't seeing Kurt, not yet, and she'd take one hard talk at a time. "How's Janine?" she said. "Same, as far as I know." "Okay. See you later, no doubt." And she went on to the orchard, where there was no Zoe, and to the rabbit hutch, where Arch was changing litter. "Seen Zoe?" "No. Why? Is she missing?" "No," Sierra said. "I was clearing land, so didn't have an eye on her at every minute." "Right. How's that going?" "Slow but steady," she said. "I should help," he said. "I'm sure we'll need your help plenty once the worst of the trees are out of there," seemed the best reply. Arch's arm had never healed to 100% after he was shot, with nerve damage leaving it weaker than his other arm. But he was fit otherwise. Still, the youngest 5 people tended to protect the oldest generation from the heaviest of labor, and without really discussing it. "There are a bunch of rocks in that soil. Digging isn't going to be any fun." "I remember. I cleared the garden here when I was younger than you." "Before Dev came?" "That's right," Arch said. "You're going to help Kelly tonight, aren't you?" Sierra nodded. "Misha, too, I assume. She's the medic." "It'll help that you had a baby so recently." 9 years. Not that recent," Sierra said. "Everybody is getting older," Arch said. He sounded sad. "You're still a young guy, Arch," she said, hoping it was the right thing to say. "Anyway," he said, bending to his task again. "Zoe's not here. She knows not to go in the house while the strangers are here. Try the garden." "Okay, thanks." Sierra would glance in the Quinn shed before going back to her own place and hunting in the barn. There were only 2 houses left, and she couldn't imagine Zoe going to Kurt's at this point. Any other day, maybe. Though Sierra climbed up into the loft of her barn and looked in the corners for Zoe, she wasn't there. So Jones it had to be. Joan was sitting on the back porch, mending. None of the kids were anywhere in sight. She came up and said, "Hey, Joan, you seen Zoe?" "She's inside with Emily." A tiny kernel of worry that had been building dissipated at the words. "Okay, good. It's nearly time to make supper." She spoke loudly enough that Zoe might hear her through the open door or windows. "Do me a favor?" "Sure, anything," Sierra said. "Thread that black thread into the needle there. The needle is stuck into the thread spool." "It's a wonder we have any thread left." "That, Kelly, she saved our bacon more than once." "Bacon. Doesn't that sound good?" Sierra said. Not javelina bacon. Pig bacon. Everything sounds good. I don't know that there's a food I'd turn down anymore. Truth, Sierra said. She threaded the needle and stuck it back into the spool of thread. Working on jeans, I see. Rodney's. He's hard on clothes. You wonder what we'll be doing for clothes in 10 years? All the time. It's why I keep up with mending, trying not to let a tiny tear become a big, ragged one. I already have that one patchwork jacket. We'll all look like that eventually. I like that jacket. Joan was looking down but smiling. I do too. Since you made half of it, you're not unbiased. But I am. You've given me a lot of help over the years, getting up to snuff on the things I didn't know how to do. The jacket is just one thing. I'm not even close to paying you back. Without what you knew about gardens and hens, especially the hens, we'd have starved to death long ago. I'm glad we got you up here. We didn't. You did. Don't you remember that night? When I found you at the church door, you had me scared to death. No more than I was. I had a lot to be scared of, including Dev, who was going to kill me for sneaking off like I did when I got back to him. You saved my girls. I'll never be able to pay you back for that. You have. You make my father happy. Seriously, that's the best thank you I can imagine. I get a lot out of that too, you know. Sierra hadn't been thinking about Zoe when she'd said what she just had, but she did now. If her daughter loved her at all, eventually she'd be able to be happy for whatever joy Sierra was able to squeeze out of a hard life, right? But Sierra was almost 30, and Zoe was only 9. Emily came out the back door, quiet as a ghost. She did a complicated gesture at Sierra, pointed back to the house, and then nodded. Zoe was in there, but Emily also frowned, as if worried. She plucked Sierra's sleeve and pulled her toward the steps off the back deck. "Be right back," Sierra said, both to Joan and to Zoe, if she was listening. Emily walked all the way to the hen house, a wheeled affair that was fairly far out from the house right now. By keeping the hens moving, the birds always had fresh forage, and they kept fertilizing a new patch of ground. There were fewer choices of where to move them than there'd once been, as the garden had needed considerable expanding to feed 4 people, including 3 teenagers at once for quite a few years. A wide track around the garden had been left free to keep the hen house mobile. Emily took them around it until they were out of sight of the back windows of the house. "Zoe's with you?" Sierra said. Emily's responses were all in mime, a sign language of her own invention that they all understood. "She's inside, looking at Misha's rock collection." "Ah. She's upset." "Is she crying? Was she?" "No." "Angry?" A frown. "I don't think so." "What then?" Emily apparently didn't have a gesture for the emotion, but she mimed searching for something, not finding it, scratching her head. "She's confused." "Me too. I don't know what to say to her." Emily raised her eyebrows. A question. What's going on? It would be simpler just to say it. "She caught me and Kurt kissing." A different eyebrow raise. Interesting. A little surprised. "It was the first time. And if it's a thing, it's a delicate thing. Not 2 minutes old, and neither Kurt nor I is sure what's going on yet. And Zoe walked into it." A nod. "I need to talk with Zoe.
but I can't figure out how.
No. A sharp head shake. Emily pointed at Sierra, forcefully, and then cupped her hand at her ear, clear as anything. You need to listen, not talk.
Yeah, probably a good point.
Emily pointed at her heart, and then clenched her fist. She pointed at Sierra, and back at the house.
Thanks, Emily. I care about you too. You're a good friend.
A big circle of the hand, including everyone around.
We're all family.
I know. She felt a stab of guilt.
If Kurt and I do decide to move forward, can the family take it, do you think? I don't want to mess things up for anyone. Not Zoe, not Kurt, not me, not Dev either.
A waggle of the hand. Emily wasn't sure how it'd go over.
I'll go get Zoe, I guess, and listen, like you say.
Emily pointed at the hen house, to herself, and mimed plucking eggs out of a nest. She was going to give Sierra privacy.
Thanks.
She asked Joan's permission to go inside, and Joan said, "Of course. You know you can come and go as you want. Zoe, too. Anytime." Sierra went to the bedroom that the girls shared, the master bedroom of the house. Her daughter was there, sitting on the bed, Misha's rock collection spread out in front of her. There was a hinged case with 40 small rock samples in foam and labels telling what the rocks were. A few were polished, but most were natural, as you'd find them on the ground. Having no idea what she was going to say, Sierra sat an arm's length away. After Zoe did nothing but stare at the rocks, Sierra knew she had to say something.
There are 2 kinds of obsidian shown there, and plenty on the ground. I'm thinking with the blowguns we can learn to make projectiles from it.
She'd been about to say the rock was down where we're clearing brush, but she corrected herself in time. Zoe's finger trailed along the black frame of the display case.
You about ready for supper?
Can I eat here? That hurt a little.
Have you been invited?
I know they like me.
I like you too, honey. I love you.
When Zoe said nothing, Sierra said,
"And so does Pilar. He loves having you living with us this week. It's been a lot of fun."
Nothing. Sierra bit her lips to keep herself from saying anything else. Maybe if she waited in silence, Zoe would say something, but she was avoiding eye contact. With Kurt, for that brief moment, Sierra had felt the melting of the ice around her heart. And now, with her daughter giving her the silent treatment, she felt it building back up, millimeter by millimeter. She waited until she could bear the silence no more and then stood.
"I'll ask Joan if it's okay. If you want me to."
Zoe nodded. Sierra tried not to sigh audibly. Outside, she said,
"Joan, would it be too much a burden to have Zoe stay for dinner? Make sure she comes back to Pilar's right after."
"Sure, she's welcome." Joan looked at her, worried. "Is anything wrong?"
"I don't know."
She took a deep breath and blew it out.
"We'll have to see."
Joan frowned at her. "Remember what I told you."
"I remember."
Fight for her. Work for it. Yanking stumps out of the rocky ground was work Sierra knew how to do. Killing had been work she had excelled at. Mothering seemed to not be work she was destined to be any good at.
"Maybe I'm like my own mother."
"Your mother abandoned her family and went halfway around the world from her only child." Joan surprised her with a tone of judgment, even anger. You're right here for Zoe."
Well, Sierra wasn't sure what to say to that. She'd long ago come to terms with the fact that her mother was who she was. I had a great father, so I hardly felt the lack. So did Zoe. Maybe it'd be enough for Zoe that she was close to Dev.
"To change the subject," Joan said, glancing toward the door, "do you know, is Arch smoking meat?"
"No, I was just over there, and the smokehouse wasn't going that I noticed."
"I got a whiff of smoke."
"Maybe Kurt barbecuing?"
"Might be."
"I'm going to eat, and then maybe I'll drive down the hill and tell that group about Janine. Reassure them that Becca is okay."
"Take someone with you. I don't want you going alone. Misha and Rodney will be back before dark."
"Maybe I'll take Pilar. Or Dev. Pilar, preferably."
"I'll send Zoe along after we've eaten supper. But it'll be late."
"Tell her if I'm not at home, I'm helping Kelly. And when Misha is done with supper, she'll probably want to go over there too. Make sure Kelly doesn't need her. Maybe we'll take shifts tonight. Give Kelly some sleep so she can deal with whatever might happen tomorrow. Or tonight, late, or whenever it happens."
"Has she changed her mind about anything?"
"No." She thought about it. "If anything, she seems a little more worried."
"Poor kid. Kids. The whole family. I don't know what I'd do if one of my children was sick. No medicine or hospitals."
"I know." Sierra had the same thought herself. Zoe was an active girl, and she had work to do every day that involved risk. She might fall from a fruit tree and break a leg, and then what would happen? It might be best not to expend energy worrying about it, but Sierra did worry. I try to tell myself they never knew anything else. Zoe didn't, and I bet Misha barely remembers getting her shots for starting school.
"Probably not. I've never asked her."
"Anyway, let Misha know, please, to check in with Kelly. I'll probably see her tonight. I'll take Pilar with me in the car, so if you can hang on to Zoe until we're back, I'd appreciate it."
"Of course. Anytime."
Sierra thought about reminding Zoe to not bother Kelly this evening. She'd have enough on her hands. But why plant the idea in her daughter's head if she was eavesdropping? And she probably was.
"See you later." "Be careful,"
Joan said. Once a mother, always a mother, with those protective instincts. It was one part of parenting Sierra did know how to do. She could worry with the best of them. Back home, her father needed to put some tools away, and then the two of them drove the car down to the other neighborhood. They pulled in and saw no one, but honked the horn to warn them they'd arrived. No one appeared, so Sierra got out of the car. Her father said, "Wait, we should go together." More parental worry. "I think it's safe. Half the reason we took Janine was to have a hostage. Now we have two, and they won't risk them by hurting me."
"I'll watch from the road as you knock on the door. Give me a sign that everything is okay. Or not."
"I'll be fine," she said, and she honestly thought she would be. Nothing about the two women staying at the Quinn house had made anyone worry more about the strangers. Quite the opposite, in fact. They were regular people, not bad people, forced by circumstance to impose on strangers. There were worse kinds of people out there. Arguably, Sierra had been one of them. Maybe this could be a way of atoning for that, showing kindness to these people.
"It's only me," she said as she knocked. "Sierra, I have news."
There were the sounds of small feet running. A small child, she thought, being told to get out of the way. There was still mistrust on both sides. Sierra didn't want Zoe exposed to the new people,
and they didn't trust her not to hurt their child. Gilly opened the door.
"Hey, come in. Is anything wrong?" "Not really."
She gave her father a wave of reassurance and stepped over the threshold.
"Janine has gone into labor. I thought you'd want to know."
"Oh, dear," Gilly said.
Come, sit down. I can even offer you some greens to eat." "No, that's okay."
Saul came in then. "Haven't seen you in a while."
"Busy, as always."
"I have to thank you."
"Oh?"
"For the plant leaves."
"The amaranth?"
"It cured my bleeding gums in like 2 days."
"Yes, we suspect there's a lot of vitamin C in it. It's not in any of the nutritional lists we have, in cookbooks and so on, but that was our conclusion."
"It was a smart thing to grow. Seeds and leaves both."
"You have Kelly to thank for that. She pulled the seeds out of commercial bird feed, parakeet food or something like that."
"Smart," Saul said. Sierra sensed that he didn't give out compliments lightly.
"I'll tell her you said so. She wanted you to know that Janine is in labor."
"How is she? How's Becca?"
"Worried."
"Is your medic?" Saul said.
"She is," Sierra admitted. "The truth is, she doesn't know if she can save Janine if the bleeding gets bad. She'd be in the hospital and get a C-section in the old days. We can't do that, needless to say." "It was simple surgery then," Gilly said. "But it's not at all simple now, is it? I guess it never was, but it didn't ever sound like a death sentence before." "No, a lot of things had become that. Though Kelly had stockpiled some antibiotics and pain pills, we're out of both. Had we set more aside, they'd probably be expired by now anyway. So even a simple cut from a pocket knife could become infected and kill you. I try to stay aware of that as I'm clearing the land for new fields right now."
"Are you thinking of letting us stay?" Saul said. "Smart man."
"We are. Let's see how it goes. We'll come back tomorrow and tell you how things are. And a couple days after that, we need to harvest another field of grain here." "We haven't touched it," Gilly said. "No, I saw that." "Okay, that's it. That's all I came for." "That was nice of you," Gilly said. "I'd want to know, were I in your shoes," Sierra said. "See you tomorrow. Me or someone else."
"Hey," Saul said. "Did you smell the smoke earlier today?"
"Smoke? Hadn't Joan mentioned that?"
Sierra felt a cold wave of dread.
"Wood smoke? Like a fire?"
"We guessed you were doing something like smoking meat," he said. Had they been, it was too far to smell it from here.
"We weren't. When did you smell it?"
"Oh, midday, maybe a little afternoon," he said. "Gilly, do you remember?"
"Off and on all afternoon for me," she said. "An hour or so ago it went away." "The wind shifts," Sierra said, the worry settling like hot acid in her stomach. "When the sun sets, the mountains cool off quickly, and we usually get a downhill breeze for a time. When it's full dark, it stops. This could be bad." "Why?" Gilly said, frowning. "Wildfire. Damn! I wish I'd listened to Joan." "Did she smell it?" "Just a whiff. If I were you, I'd set a watch tonight, and get ready to fight a fire."
"With what?" Saul said.
"I'd wet down your roofs, including the storage buildings, and get buckets set out, filled with water." "There aren't hoses here, or blankets," Gilly said.
"No, they'd taken everything of use like that."
"I might pull the wagon right out to the main road, too, in case you have to move fast." "That road wouldn't save us if there's a wildfire. But I can't think of any better protection.
Find a wide spot where there used to be passing lanes. It's not much better for us either. There's a stream, but it's dry. Too long without rain."
She felt anxious to get home, and before the sun set.
"I have to go. Stay alert. If we have to run, how do we find you? We can't leave without Becca and Janine."
Sierra had to make the decision for the whole group, which she hated doing.
"We're up the hill 8 or so miles on your left. Keep an eye peeled as you come up, and you can see the tips of our wind turbines through the trees. I'm off."
And she was as good as her words, getting back to the car and hopping in, saying,
"Let's go."
"Something wrong?" Pilar said.
"There might be a wildfire. I want to climb the tower before it's dark and see if I can catch sight of anything."
"Why do you say that?" She explained as she backed up and got herself turned around. She pushed the car to its limit, getting back up the hill. At home, she ran out of the car and her father said, "Don't rush so much you fall off that tower." And she waved that she'd heard him as she tore open the door to the barn and grabbed the harness for climbing. She ran with it to the towers, buckled it on, and was about to climb when Pilar caught up with her. "Let me double-check it."
"Hurry,"
she said, but she let him. Overhead, the blue of the sky was deepening as night came on. The sun was already hidden behind trees. She went up the tower as quickly as she safely could and scanned the horizon, looking for a cloud of smoke. The trees blocked her view in most directions, the dead brown ones outnumbering the healthy green ones by 3 to 1. She'd known that, had watched it happening, but at this moment, thinking about fire, she saw it all as an expanse of dry fuel, ready to burst into flame in a moment. Absent wind, a fire would burn uphill, right? For now, the breeze was still coming down from the rim, pushing past them toward Payson. She faced the direction of Payson, invisible from here, but she knew where it was. That might be the best place to be in a fire, with its concrete and stucco houses and wide highways. She'd done a lot for Payson, but it had been easy to forget them. She'd stayed away during its epidemic, for she didn't want Zoe infected, and truth was, she hadn't spared them more than a brief thought in years. Now she envied them their defenses. They might still have a reservoir down there. A fire wouldn't kill them. No flames were in sight, not yet. Over there, toward the west-northwest, there was a haze hanging over the trees. Not fog, not in this weather. It had to be smoke. The distance was hard to gauge. Beyond Payson, and north of it. Maybe a wildfire, but small still. Shit and damnation. How fast could fire burn? Should she take the car and go down to warn Wes? His group she thought of more often. They were a lot alike, the two groups, although Wes and Jackson and Francie and all of them were a bigger group by a factor of 8 or 10. To save the car, they'd quit visiting. But this might be a reason to go. Or they might already know. They were closer. Probably they'd been smelling smoke all day and knew what it meant. She needed to rouse her own neighborhood first. Everyone, from Kurt to Dev. Few enough people were available to fight a fire with Kelly out of the running. And there was a lot to do. Chapter 17. Everybody was doing something to prepare for a possible fire. Even Becca had been pulled from her wife's bedside to help scythe down grasses to a nub around the Quinn house. Sierra had yanked down curtains, moved furniture away from windows, and was filling every container they had with water to keep inside. She had the rear floodlight on, lighting the yard. Zoe was hosing down the hen house again, under instructions to do it every hour. The hens were clucking, restless from the noise. Or maybe they were picking up the fear from the people around them. "We won't get eggs for 2 days for disturbing them like this," she said to her father. Pilar answered, "I hope that's the worst that happens. You sure you have to climb the tower again?" "As soon as the wind shifts back, I'm up there. We have to know for sure." Kurt was on the neighborhood road along with Rod, pulling all the trees and brush they'd cleared back into the cleared spaces, and then whacking down everything they could reach right on the road, trying to create a bit of a fire break there. It wasn't a wide road, but it could make all the difference to have a space between their houses and the burning woods. "Any of those pines could fall right across the road," Arch had pointed out. He'd been overruled by Kurt, who had known a bit about fire, more than most of them. The most chilling fact Kurt had given them was that a fire moves uphill at more than twice the speed it does along a flat valley. "So if the wind is driving it to 10 miles an hour along the flat, it's covering 25 miles in an hour up the hill. And crown fires can go crazy fast. You often can't outdrive them in a gas car." Her father and Zoe had harvested all the vegetables that could be picked. If fire swept across the garden and burned it down, and somehow the house were spared, they'd rather have the food safe indoors. There was no use to saving the house if they starved to death inside it. Kurt had said, "We need to keep an eye out for wildlife fleeing the fire, both as a warning and as an opportunity to hunt. It might be the time to waste a bullet if we see a deer." Arch was ready for that, with both rifle and bow. He and Dev had gotten a portable rabbit cage loaded with a breeding pair, and put that into the open trunk of the car, parked now over at their house. If they all had to flee in the car, and a fire claimed their animal stock, at least they'd be able to restart that much. A brooding hen and her eggs would be the last thing tossed in the trunk. It was plugged in, getting a full charge. 11 people trying to hang on to that little car would be a trick, but it wasn't as if there was traffic to worry about. 7 could sit, but they'd leave the doors open and 4 more would stand there, hanging on to the roof if need be. It might not move fast with a ton of weight, but it'd move faster than they could run. Escape by car would be a last resort. Who knew what they would be fleeing to? And they could only drive as far up the hill as the blasted area Arch and Dev had made to keep anyone from driving down it. Eventually, the fire would catch up to them, so it really was the very last thing they'd try to do to guarantee their survival. Sierra hoped this was all over preparation, panic, and that the dawn would come and there'd be no fire, no problem, and except for the necessity of canning or freezing all the harvested vegetables, life would go on as before. Everyone was dealing with his own property, except for Kurt, who had pointed out the trees came much closer to his little cabin. "No way I can clear 50 feet of space overnight. If the fire comes through here, I'm SOL." Sierra feared they all would be. A tall, burning pine tree falling over could crash through any of their homes. She'd never seen a wildfire, so she didn't even know if it was possible. But that's the image her mind kept sending her. A torch of a ponderosa pine, splitting with a terrible crack, falling in slow motion, shedding sparks, and thundering through the roof of a house as if it weren't even there. She'd done all she could at the house, and it was dark enough. The air was still. She couldn't see the turbine spinning, for the yard light didn't reach that high, but she could tell from the controller readout that they were barely spinning at all. The wind would shift now, if it did shift. The best possible future was a night where the hot air lay deadly still over them, pressing down on them, making it hard to sleep. There'd been plenty of summer nights like that the past 2 years. That was better than the alternative, a breeze she'd normally welcome. The instant she felt a stirring of the wind, she grabbed her gear. She was strapping on the climbing gear, her father watching her, worried, making suggestions she didn't need, when Zoe said, "Can I come up and see?"
"Zoe?"
she said, exasperated. What a time to demand to be taught to climb the towers. Sierra forced herself to be calmer.
"One day, I'll teach you everything you need to know about the turbines, including how to climb safely. But that'll be in the daytime, and in a few years more. Okay?"
"I don't get to do anything,"
Pilar said. "You are doing things, important things." He tried to put his arm around her, but she shrugged it off. "What's wrong?"
"She's mad at me,"
Sierra said.
"Zoe, we'll deal with that tomorrow, okay? Right now, we all have things to do. Could you go over to Jones and see how she's doing? I need you to run messages for me right now, so we all know what's happening and if anyone needs help."
"To home, too?"
She meant Dev's home.
"Of course. Just don't go in and interrupt your grandmother. She's busy."
Zoe ran off toward Jones. "What's up with her?" Pilar said. Sierra wasn't in the mood to discuss her love life or crappy parenting skills with Pilar.
"One disaster at a time," she said. "Did you find that light?"
He handed over a strap-on headlamp. "It's dim. The batteries aren't what they used to be." The rechargeable battery supply had been rotated often and conserved, but they were down to a handful of functioning ones.
"Better something than nothing." She took it and strapped it on. "I won't turn it on until I lose the yard light."
"Be careful," he said.
"Always,"
she said, and she began to climb, going more slowly this time than she had in the light, making sure of each movement, staying focused not on what she'd see from the top, but on her technique and the careful motion she'd been trained in so many years ago. She made it to the platform, situated herself in the middle of it, and turned off the headlamp to conserve the batteries. She faced toward where the smoky haze had been earlier. A distant orange glow lit the haze from beneath. Definitely a fire. She sniffed the air, thinking she might be smelling smoke. Or that might be her imagination. She watched for long, tense minutes, trying to see if it was expanding, moving this way or not. But she couldn't see the flames. It was too far away to see anything but the color. Had it been dusk, she might have mistaken it for a glorious sunset. It was not a sunset. It was a deadly monster consuming its food. If it turned for them, they were in terrible trouble. She came down as fast as she dared.
"It's a fire, definitely."
Her father licked a finger and stuck it up. "Not much wind."
"No, not yet."
"So we have time."
"I'm not sure what else to do," she said. "We keep the house pretty clear as a matter of course. I can side the yard down farther, but there's not a lot of yard."
"I can do that. Why don't you go down to the road and help Kurt and them? That might be your best use of time. Mine too, once I have the house as secure as I can. And once I make sure Joan doesn't need extra help."
"The windows in our house are all still open. If the fire comes all the way to us and I'm not here, don't forget to close them."
"I guess I can turn the yard light off now."
"When Zoe gets back, do. And then keep her occupied somehow. I have no idea how."
"Maybe I'll get us set up for canning those vegetables we picked. We'll need to do that tomorrow or the next day."
"If we still have a house after tomorrow."
He reached out and touched her shoulder. "It'll be fine."
"I hope so. I really hope so."
She shed her climbing gear and hooked it and the headlamp over a metal peg on the tower.
"I wonder if you and I could climb up there and survive it above the flames. Let everyone else have the car and run. You and I get above the fire."
Not sure it's high enough. We might get roasted up there, and we don't have 2 sets of harnesses."
"Right," she said. "Stupid of me."
"You're not stupid. We're both not thinking clearly. We're a little scared is all."
"Not so. I'm a lot scared."
She gave him a quick hug.
"I'm going to check how the labor is going. If Kelly doesn't need help or a break, I'll join Kurt and Rod clearing brush. You can find me there if you need me."
"Be careful."
"You too."
Sierra found Arch and Dev both preparing their own house and garden. She told them what she'd seen from the tower. "How fast is it coming?" Arch asked her.
"As far as I can tell, it isn't. Everything depends on the wind, so we all need to stay aware of that."
"We'll need someone awake all night, keeping an eye on its direction," Dev said.
"If there's any change in the wind, I'll climb the tower again to see if the fire is progressing toward us. I suppose a lot of us are going to be awake all night."
Dev said. "Where's Zoe?"
"Just ran over to Jones. Pilar will keep her inside. I might need you to help keep her occupied at some point. I plan on helping clear brush, and I'm not sure I can convince her to go to sleep if no one else is in bed."
"Probably we all should clear brush too, once we're done with our own place," Dev said to his father. "I want to check the main road," Arch said. "See if we can do anything there to protect us. If it weren't so damn dry, I'd suggest creating a fire break."
"You mean burn one?"
Sierra said. "Yes."
"It's so dry. I'd be terrified to."
Dev said.
"Maybe if we get through tonight okay, we should talk about doing that. A very small section at a time, daytime only, and all of us out there with water and shovels and blankets to keep it from getting out of hand. We could burn a protective ring around ourselves." "A good idea,"
Sierra said, though the thought of starting a fire on purpose frightened her.
"I'm going in to check with Kelly, see if she needs me."
"Thanks for that," Arch said. "I don't want her overdoing it." He turned away and walked out of the light of their yard. "He's feeling the stress," Dev said, watching his father go.
"We all are." "I'm scared, Dev."
"Yeah," he said, turning back.
"I've been thinking maybe it wasn't the wisest choice to destroy the road uphill like we did. No, that was the right decision back then. We can get the car beyond it. It isn't that heavy. I bet 8 of us together could lift it over the gap."
"And end up where?
I don't want to stumble onto some armed compound up there. If we're running from the fire, we'll be more worried about that."
It was too easy to imagine the flames licking at her heels, or at the tires of the car, as the overladen vehicle struggled to stay ahead of a crackling fire racing up the mountain.
"If I get separated from the group, you take care of Zoe." "Dev."
She felt exasperated at him.
"You're not going to die. Zoe needs you, and you'll be right by her side. No heroics."
Pot kettle advice.
"I'm no hero. I never was."
"Risk doesn't seem to bother you."
"Then I've been faking it too damned well. I'm scared a lot. I'm scared right now."
"But you'll take care of her, won't you?
If something happens to me?" "Of course. But nothing is going to happen to you, Dev. The night might stay still and the fire will burn itself out down there."
"What did it look like?"
"I couldn't see flames. Only a glow in the smoke cloud, which was hanging low."
"It'd be a hard way to die." What was wrong with him? Thinking about death and Zoe orphaned?
"We need to focus on each small task. Take care of the small stuff and do what we can, as well as we can. That's how we get through this."
"Go on. Go see if my mom needs help. I have work to do." Sierra felt a stab of irritation at that, as if she'd been keeping him from his work or something. She shook it off as she walked to the house. Everybody was tense, that was all. Remember that and don't take any of it personally. Becca was in the kitchen, staring at a teapot sitting on a pot holder in the middle of the table as if it was a bomb about to go off.
"How's everything?"
Sierra said, closing the screen door behind her.
"It's a lot of blood, and she's not close to delivering the thing."
She didn't look at Sierra as she spoke.
"Kelly's a good medic,"
Sierra said. She didn't want to give Becca false hope, and that was as optimistic a statement as she was willing to make. She tapped on the door to Zoe's room and stepped through. On the floor, there were a number of old towels, bloody, piled to the side. It seemed like a lot of blood. Kelly was talking Janine through a contraction. The pregnant woman's face was beaded with sweat. Sierra caught sight of a damp cloth by her pillow, leaned over, plucked it up, and found it was warm. She looked around until she saw a basin of water, dipped it in and wrung it out. When the contraction had passed, she leaned in over Kelly and gave Janine the cloth.
"Good job,"
she said to the woman, for that was what people had said to her during her own labor. Kelly shifted to the foot end of the bed and worked there for a moment, so Sierra sat on the edge of the bed. Janine hadn't lifted her hand to take the cloth, so Sierra dabbed at her face.
"Feels good,"
Janine said.
"It's a warm night."
Sierra had no idea if Janine was aware of the wildfire threat. If not, she wasn't about to tell her, for Janine could do nothing, and she had worries enough.
"Hurt bad?"
"Doesn't hurt good," she said, managing a wry smile.
"You did this, huh?" "Kelly says I had an easy labor. If so, I'd hate to see a hard one. It seemed to last a lifetime. Mine might last the rest of mine."
Sierra winced, regretting the way she'd phrased that. She glanced over at Kelly, who had replaced another bloody towel with a fresh one.
"I'll be back in a second,"
she said, and she leaned down to gather up the towels on the floor, shielding Janine's sight of them the best she could. She walked them out to the laundry room and opened the washer. There were already a couple towels soaking in there. She added these, wishing she had gloves on. There had been plastic gloves back at the beginning, but as it ended up, plastic gloves got old and brittle. Only a couple years after the end of oil, Kelly had been working bare-handed on cuts and relying on soap to clean up afterward. By that point, she must have been sure none of them carried a terrible disease like hepatitis or whatever. But the new people could be carrying some disease. Not the thing to worry about. Worry about Janine and how hard she was bleeding. Kelly joined her a minute later. Sierra hadn't moved. She said,
"How long until she has the baby?"
"Hours yet."
"Is she going to make it?"
"I'm hoping the tea will do something."
"What's it supposed to do again?"
"It's supposed to close blood vessels, but that's working against nature. The nature of a placenta, the nature of the birth process." Her voice was pitched very quiet. "If I could do something to speed up the labor process, she might have a chance." Implying that, how things stood, she had none.
"Is there anything at all I can do?"
"I wouldn't mind lying down for 20 minutes. It's not physically exhausting so much as emotionally."
"Of course. I'll sit with her. Whatever you need. Has Misha been by?"
"Yeah. I told her to come by around midnight. If you can replace her around 3 or 4 in the morning, that'd be good." Sierra hoped she wouldn't be fighting a wildfire then.
"Whatever you need,"
she said.
Go rest. I'll sit with her now. Come get me if anything changes. And when the next contraction comes, just do what I did. Sop up blood. Keep her clean. Okay, Sierra said, swallowing against a wave of nausea. Kelly walked away, moving slowly. She's exhausted. Part of Sierra hoped she'd catch a nap, but Sierra wanted to be out working on clearing brush, too. If only she could duplicate herself about 3 times over, everyone would be better off. One of her could stay on the tower, watching the fire, testing the wind, and shouting down news. Another could stay with her daughter. Another could clear brush along the road. And a final Sierra could sit with the pregnant woman and give Kelly a rest. Focus. Right now, her job was to comfort and distract and nurse Janine, and get some tea down her, if her stomach could take it. She detoured to the kitchen and checked in the freezer. Good. There was ice. She put a few cubes in a bowl and chipped at them with a paring knife, and then carried the bowl into the sick room. When Sierra had been in labor, she puked back up a drink of water, but ice chips stayed down. Becca was with her wife, holding her hand. Sierra felt like an unwelcome guest. It was hard for her to feel what Becca might be feeling. She tried to imagine sitting with someone she cared for. Her father, or Zoe, or anyone in the neighborhood really, waiting and unable to do anything to help as they bled. It had to be horrible, sad, frustrating, and maybe devastating. Sierra imagined Becca might be feeling a desperate longing to make what might be the last few minutes good ones. The moment with Kurt had been as near as she'd come to feeling something for a man as she'd had in years, and that had come and gone in a heartbeat. At this moment, she didn't pity herself for that lack. These 2 women had it worse right now than any troubles she had. But she did envy them for feeling something deeply, as so clearly they did. It was written in every line of their bodies, in the desperate clasp of their hands, in the tenderness of Becca's voice. She was able to give Kelly nearly an hour's break, during which time Janine had 4 contractions. Every contraction brought blood, and once Sierra was involved in cleaning it up, she realized it wasn't as bad as it had first looked. There was water with it, too, amniotic fluid, she supposed, diluting the blood so it looked like more than it was. But it was bad enough, surely. Uncomfortable with her lack of skill, she was glad to hand the job back over to Kelly. I'll be out on the road. Come get me if you need me again. Chapter 18. Dev's father seemed distracted. I'll check on your mother, he said, and he went into the house. Dev hoped his father wasn't still worried about her safety around the women. They were safe to be around, he was certain. He'd be comfortable bringing Zoe back here, were it not for how crowded the house was. Also, a curious 9-year-old girl probably wasn't the most restful person to introduce to Janine. But God, he missed his daughter. It didn't matter that he saw her every day, and had even shared lunch with her twice this week. He missed her cheerful outlook and her endless curiosity and her sense of wonder at everything in the world that was so contagious and made something as familiar and common as the birth of rabbits seem like a miracle to Dev himself. And he never felt entirely at rest unless she was under his watchful eye. He trusted Sierra for the most part, and he trusted Pilar even more. Joan wouldn't let any harm come to his daughter. No one in the neighborhood would. Though he knew it was irrational of him, he felt he could protect her better than anyone. 5 minutes later, his father came out on the porch and stood there, bracing his arm against a support post. It had been a long day, and his father wasn't getting any younger.
He'd make his father take a break, and Dev would deal with clearing the main road on his own. Wildfire was terrifying. Firefighters arriving to help was as much a thing of the past as helicopters carrying flame-retardant chemicals. Whatever happened, it was all on them to protect themselves and their animals, their homes and their gardens. What if they couldn't protect what they'd worked so hard to build? If they jumped in the car and outran the fire, only to come back and find utter destruction, what then? They couldn't rebuild. What with? They might be able to pick a few seeds from the ground that would germinate after being burned. Maybe the root crops would make it through a fire. But they'd miss collecting the end-of-season seeds so crucial to next year's garden. Building back up rabbits from a single breeding pair, or hens from one nest of fertile eggs? That would take years to recover the numbers they had. And they were living on the edge of starvation as it was. A wildfire burning everything? Dev was afraid they'd die. He glanced at his father again, who hadn't moved. His arm was still braced, his head hanging. Then he drew an arm across his face. Shock hit Dev as he realized his father was not wiping sweat from his face, but tears. He'd never seen his father cry, not once. Not when he'd been shot, not even when his mother had been hurt. It couldn't be over the pregnant woman, could it? A stranger? One Arch hadn't particularly wanted to help in the first place? Maybe if she had died. Dev's feet were moving before he knew he had made the decision to move. But he slowed as he neared his father. "Dad?" he said, hesitant. Arch turned away, wiped his face again, and straightened his back. When he turned to face Dev, his face was composed. "What Dev changed his mind about what to say. "Is everything okay in there with Janine?" "I didn't get invited in to look. Not that I wanted to." "Well, no, but—" "Is the shed wet down?" Yeah," Dev said, confused at the abrupt turn. Or no, this was his father as he had been for years and years. He was confused not at the return to normalcy, but about the moment Arch had lost control of his emotions. For a crazy moment, he wondered if he'd imagined that. But no, he had seen it. "Go on and do that. I'm going to look at the main road. Need the push broom." And he stomped off to the shed. Dev stared at him. The moment was gone, and he hadn't asked the right question. "Dad, what's wrong? Dad, are you crying?" One of those would have been better. Sometimes, despite everything that had changed between them, Dev still felt like a 14-year-old kid, intimidated by his father, unable to feel any affection coming from the man. He was more affectionate with Zoe, and Dev was glad for that, for both of them. He couldn't just be missing Zoe, could he? Or maybe he too had been thinking about losing everything he worked so hard to build. Yeah, it had to be that. Worry over the fire. Dev wound the hose up and then stretched it back out to the shed. His father came out without a word with a push broom and hatchet and headed down the driveway. Dev turned on the hose, and then thought it might be worth asking his mother if his father had said what was bothering him. Dev shut off the hose and went inside, sitting alone in the kitchen until his mother emerged with an armload of bloody towels. She caught sight of him, and after she got rid of the laundry, came in to sit with him. "You need something? Hungry?" "What upset Dad?" She looked away. "Did you two fight?" It took her so long to answer, he wondered if, crazy though it seemed, they might be breaking up. No, surely not. She said, "I need to talk to you." but tonight is not the right time." Now Dev really was worried. "What is it?" "Another time, Devlin." Her voice was sharp. "No, I'm sorry. I don't mean to snap at you. But I have something to do tonight, and I want to see it through. There's a baby coming." "Sure. That's what you do. You're the medic." She gave him a sad smile. "That's what I do." "Is Janine okay?" "No worse than I expected. It's going to be touch and go." "But that's not what's bothering Dad, is it? Or you?" "Later, Dev. I have a job to focus on." She rose. "We'll talk tomorrow, after this is over and I get some sleep." "If the fire comes, there won't be any sleep for any of us." "I hope it doesn't. One crisis at a time is all I can handle." He knew that tone of voice. She wasn't going to tell him what the big talk was about, not until she was ready. "Don't work too hard. Let me know if you need Sierra or Misha to spell you. I'll get them." "Thank you, dear. You're a good son." She moved to the door and turned one last time. "And a wonderful father. I'm really proud of you for that." Dev left the house more confused than when he'd gone in. Chapter 19. Sierra worked hard alongside Kurt, Rod, and Emily. They'd gotten all the torn-up brush, perfect fuel for a wildfire, moved back onto the bare patches of ground they'd cleared. Now they were hacking away at what overhung the road. Everyone traded off jobs, though Kurt took more than his share of time with the heaviest axe. Emily had brought a solar lantern from their house, and without it, the dangerous work would have been even more so. "Keep your hands out of my way," Rod said, swinging the axe at the base of an oak limb. "I'm not sure we're doing any good here at all," Sierra said. "There's the same amount of wood to burn. It's just slightly farther away from us." "If we can get the road entirely clear," Kurt said, "I'll feel better." Emily was going at the road itself with a shovel, pulling up weeds and turning over dirt where she could. It was hard going. The road hadn't had new gravel in well over a decade, and it had no traffic except the lightweight electric car moving on it once a week. But it was still a well-packed surface, hard to penetrate with a shovel. The rest of them grunted with effort, and they all cursed from time to time, but Emily hardly made a noise, just an occasional breath blown out hard in frustration. Rod put the axe down and leaned on it, catching his breath. Sierra held her hand out for it. "My turn, I guess." "You'll need to shower again before you help Kelly," Kurt said. He wasn't quite meeting her eyes. She wanted to shake him and yell that they had nothing to be embarrassed about, but she didn't, of course. All that would do is drive him away. There was a crisis to attend to. The two of them would talk later. She'd been at it for 2 hours without a break. Joan had brought them drinking water once, and when she came walking into the circle of light the lantern threw, Sierra at first thought she was bringing more water. But she walked up to Sierra and said, "Your father can't find Zoe." "What do you mean?" Sierra said. "She's not anywhere. Not at our house, not at yours, not at the Quinns. Not in the barn or shed or even at Kurt's." Damn. At first, Sierra was irritated. Was this a stunt about catching her and Kurt kissing? She didn't have time for the temper of a 9-year-old right now. "Who is looking for her?" Kurt said. "I'll help," and reached down to pull on his shirt. "No, this work is too important," Sierra said. "I'm sorry, guys. You three keep working, and Pilar and I will hunt for her. She's probably in the loft or something." A horrible thought struck her. The climbing harness isn't missing, is it?
She wouldn't have done that, Joan said.
Sierra wasn't quite so sure. That's where she'd look first. Emily waved the shovel to get her attention. She touched her neck and made a snout with her hands, her sign for Lily, the half-wolf. Is she still around? Sierra said.
She wouldn't hurt Zoe, Joan said, but she didn't sound so sure.
Now Sierra was worried.
It's just the kind of thing she might do. Go looking for the wolf, she said. Where's Misha?
Helping Kelly.
I might need her to help me if I can't find Zoe right quick. At least she can call the damned wolf with more success than any of us.
She apologized again to the work crew and jogged up the road toward her house. First thing, she went to the turbine towers and breathed a huge sigh of relief when she saw the climbing harness still there. But just to be on the safe side, she picked it up and carried it back into the barn.
Zoe,
she said, as she looked inside the dim space.
If you're in here, answer me right now.
She wasn't sure if she was more worried or angry, but she was both.
Honey, please.
She listened but heard nothing. She picked the headlight out of the climbing gear and strapped it on, climbed up into the rafters, past the last of the drying amaranth plants, and looked around in the loft, moving things around in case Zoe really was hiding from her. But her daughter wasn't there. An image of Lily popped into her mind. The wolf wouldn't hurt her, would it? She wasn't so sure, and the more she thought about her child, in the woods at night, and the wolf out there, its golden eyes tracking Zoe, the more worried she grew. If that damned animal laid so much as a tooth on her daughter, she'd beat it so hard it'd never come back here. Zoe was not in the barn. Sierra hung onto the headlamp in case she needed to look anywhere else that was dark. Knowing Pilar had already probably looked, Sierra combed the house, looking under beds and in closets, flashing back to the days after Emily had just arrived, when she pretty much lived in her closet. But Zoe wasn't there either. She needed to find her father and coordinate the search. And if she couldn't find Zoe in a few minutes, a half hour, say, she needed to tell Dev his daughter was nowhere to be found, and that it was Sierra's fault she was missing. She had no doubt the girl was still upset over seeing her and Kurt. Maybe she should have forced her to talk about it.
I suck at being a mother.
True as that might be, she would throw everything she had into finding her daughter and getting her safe right now, and then try to force her to talk. Somehow, they'd have it out. Sierra didn't care if her daughter yelled at her, or hit her, or called her names. She just wanted her safe, under the watchful eye of someone who loved her.
Pilar,
she yelled as she emerged from the house.
Pilar?
She stopped and listened, and heard his voice, distant, answering. She headed for it, calling for him every half-minute until they met up near Kurt's.
Where have you looked?
She said.
Everywhere. Does Dev know she's missing yet?
No, he wasn't around. I'm afraid it might be my fault.
Your fault? How could it be your fault?
I mentioned Misha being worried about Lily if the fire comes, and that made Zoe worried. Perhaps she's out looking for the dog.
Wolf,
Sierra said.
It's more a wolf than a dog. But that might not be why she's missing. She's mad at me.
Why? What happened?
She came upon me and Kurt. We were kissing.
So much for keeping this a secret from everyone. She told Emily and her father. Ah, I didn't realize. That you and Kurt were a thing.
We're not. The first kiss. A dance, a kiss. And there was Zoe, staring and looking shocked. I should have made her talk to me about it. She's not a stupid child. No, but she's upset with me. Do you think she still wants you and Dev to get together? If so, she hasn't said a word about it in years. She's happy at the Quinns. I honestly didn't think she wanted to share her father's attention. I suspect you've got her wrong. Wouldn't be the first time. Won't be the last. She may have gone out hunting for Lily, but if she did, it was because she didn't want to come home to me. It's my fault. Don't say that until you know for sure. I guess we need to comb the woods. Though maybe I should get Dev. She might not come to my voice. Nonsense. She'll come. Let's you and me split it up. She couldn't be far. I don't think she got past us on the road, and the brush is so tangled down there. I doubt she went into it. If she's in the woods, it's up here. I hope she doesn't step into one of our traps in the dark. Sierra hadn't even thought of that possibility. She'd been so focused on worrying about the danger the wolf posed. We have to get her back here in case the wind shifts. Maybe we should get more people in on it then. If Joan is free, just her. Let's give it a half hour, and if we can't find her, I'll get Dev and Arch and they can help. Okay, I guess that's the right thing to do. Sierra didn't know the right thing to do. There was the woman in labor, the fire to prepare for, and now this. Tonight of all nights. I'll take the area nearest the road, the Quinn property and beyond. You take the area behind our and Joan's houses, and Joan can go up beyond Kurt's cabin. Okay? Meet back here in a half hour. I'll check the trap line first thing. Sure. And if you see Lily out there, let me know you did. See you right back here in a half hour. He ran off to recruit Joan into the search. Sierra jogged back to her yard, and then beyond the end of it where the cistern stood. She ducked into the trees. Her dim headlamp shone on the pine bark, which looked almost black in the night, vertical lines dotted with the holes of beetle damage. She slid between them, saying Zoe's name loud enough to be heard, but taking care not to scream or sound angry or upset. Zoe? Are you out here? Again, her mind sent her an awful vision of the wolf standing over Zoe, having taken her down. It made her crazy to think it. Why did the mind do those things? It was like one of her nightmares, and she wished, not for the first time, that she could cut out the part of her brain that worked that way. She found no sign of her, and her worry spiraled up and up. Just before she was about to turn around and meet with her father again, and get everyone involved in the search, she heard her daughter crying. Chapter 20. Zoe sat against a tree, and at first Sierra thought she was hurt. She went and kneeled down by her, the light from the headlamp illuminating her face. Honey, are you okay? Did you hurt yourself? Zoe shook her head, hard. Her face was tear-streaked and puffy. She'd been crying for some time. Sierra wasn't sure what to do. Pull her in for a hug? Or would she not want that at all? You're okay? No, Zoe managed to sob out. I can't find Lily, and there might be a fire. Oh, babe, Sierra said. She sat next to her, put an arm around her, and pulled her a little closer, ready to let go if Zoe yanked herself away. But she didn't. Lily will know what to do. She's smarter about these things than we are. All animals are. She had no idea if that was true or not, but she thought her daughter needed to hear it. Zoe gasped for air a few times. She was trying to get a hold of her emotions. I'm sorry you're sad. Are you mad at me too? No, Zoe said, her voice soft and rough. It's okay if you are. I understand.
And she broke into sobs again. It just about tore Sierra's heart in two to hear it. She stroked her child's arm and made comforting sounds.
It's okay. Everything will be okay.
No, Zoe said, pulling away. Everything is changing.
Well, things do change.
Was this about the fire, or Kurt, or what?
What part of it is upsetting you?
Zoe stood and turned around and kicked the pine she'd been leaning against. That was out of character. She wasn't a kid who threw tantrums. Never really had been.
What is it? Are you mad at me?
No, Zoe said, and she kicked the tree twice more. Then she sat hard on the ground. I can't fix anything. Sierra was out of her depth here. Fix what? Was this about Sierra, or the pregnant woman, or Lily, or what?
Can you tell me what you'd like to fix?
Grandma. And she started crying again, hard.
Grandma?
Kelly? Sierra was utterly confused.
What about her?
She's sick.
What?
Sierra felt a cold hand close around her heart.
What do you mean she's sick?
I don't know. I just know she is. And Grandpa's upset. I've seen him cry even.
Cry? Arch?
Sierra had a hard time imagining it.
Are you sure?
She isn't okay. She says she is, but she isn't. She gets tired. Zoe struggled to get control of her tears.
Well, she's getting older,
Sierra said, her mind working furiously. Had Kelly been showing signs of being ill and she hadn't noticed? It could be. She didn't spend a lot of time with her. She thought about it. About Kelly lying down for a rest earlier that evening without needing any convincing. That was out of character.
Have you heard them talking?
They shut up when I come close. But that means something. They wouldn't if they weren't trying to keep a secret from me.
And you've seen your grandpa cry?
Yes. And it scares me.
Of course you're scared.
Sierra felt sick with the thought that Kelly might be ill. With what, she didn't know. But now that she thought about it, she realized Kelly had seemed low energy lately. She hadn't joined in the grain harvest because she was on lookout. But now that Sierra thought back over the past month or so, she saw it might be part of a pattern.
I tell you what, when we get through the problem we have right now, you and me and your dad will sit down with your grandparents and ask them straight out. That's always the best way. Just ask. That way, you don't make yourself sick with worrying.
Are you going to marry Kurt?
It took her a second to catch up to the change of topic.
No, I doubt that very much.
You were kissing him.
I was, but that was the first time we ever did that. Maybe it's the last. Would it bother you if he and I did keep kissing?
Will you have babies?
Oh, hon, it's way too early to think like that.
She wondered if Zoe was jealous, not of attention Sierra might pay Kurt, but of the potential rival of a younger brother or sister.
You'll always be my firstborn, and very special to me for that. No one can replace you.
Now Sierra felt like crying.
I'd do anything for you, Zoe.
Dad loves me.
He does. Very much.
I feel him loving me. I don't feel you loving me.
Be careful what you wish for. She'd wanted an honest conversation with her daughter, and now she was getting it.
I do, though.
I love you as much as I know how to love. I'm sorry that you can't feel that. It doesn't mean anything is wrong with you. You're perfect just like you are. Always know that. Everybody on the road loves you. It's impossible not to." This was true. Zoe didn't have to try to be anyone but who she truly was, and she was lovable through and through. "I'll try to do better with you. We'll talk about how tomorrow, okay? We need to get back now. Pilar and Joan are looking for you, and they'll be worried." "I can't find Lily." "She'll be fine." "Even if there's a fire?" "Animals run from fire. They can smell smoke before we do."
As soon as the words were out of her mouth, she smelled smoke. Had she talked herself into it? Or was there actual smoke in the air?
"Do you smell anything?"
"No.
You smell bad. Been working hard."
Grandma smells different too. I just thought of that, but she does."
"I promise you, as soon as we get through tonight, I'll make sure we talk with her."
"I want to find Lily."
"I tell you what, I'll help you do that later. For now, do you think you can work with us on the road, moving the branches we cut down?"
"I'm strong. I could climb the tower too. I can do anything you can do."
"I don't doubt it for a second. But I want you to wait to climb until I teach you how to use the harness. Come on, let's go find Pilar and let him know you're okay."
"Do you promise Lily will be okay?"
"I promise. She's smart that way."
And in a lot of ways, the wolf dog had it easier than them. If it needed to run 40 miles and set up a new hunting range, it would. They were tied to their land and animals. Walking back, Sierra fretted over what Zoe had said about Kelly. She hoped her daughter was wrong, but she had the sinking feeling she was not. The more she thought about it, the more she realized Kelly had been looking tired, older. Maybe she was in pain. If so, was there anything at all to be done about it? The thought was driven right out of her head by an odor. There. That was the smell of smoke. She had no doubt about it now. Chapter 21. The view from the top of the turbine tower made her feel sick. A fire burned brightly. The northern sky glowed orange with it. Though she couldn't feel much of a breeze, the shushing sounds of the turbine blade spinning to either side of her told her the wind had picked up since the last time she had been up here. Dry-mouthed, her heart feeling like it had sunk down to her stomach, she watched for long minutes, trying to get a sense of how quickly it was moving. But she couldn't see the base of it, not for a long time. Then a finger of fire came up over a crest in the hills, and a pine caught fire. Too close. Too damned close. She climbed down faster than she should have. Her father, Dev, and Joan were waiting for her. "It's coming," she said. "I'm not sure, but we have an hour, I'm pretty sure. Maybe 2 or 3. If the wind shifts, we might get lucky, but we need to prepare for the worst." Dev said, "I don't know what else we can do to prepare than what we've done." Sierra said to him, "I'm going back to the road, at least until your mom needs me." She hadn't told Dev what Zoe had said about his mother. This was not the right time. "Do you know how it's going?" "It's coming along. It's the last thing Misha said to me. I guess the contractions are getting closer. Mom was resting." More evidence that something was wrong with Kelly. "I'm not sure what to tell you to do. Maybe I'll take the car up and check out the road. See what I can do up there in case we need to run. I assume the wrecked cars are still where we left them. Maybe I can shove them out of the way or something. Do you still have the keys?" "They won't start. The gas will be bad, or evaporated maybe." "I was thinking about getting them into neutral." No battery charge. The steering wheels will be locked, and the tires are flat. Pilar said, It'd be better if there were a bunch of us up there trying to move them at once. Brute strength, and maybe the come-along as well. Joan said,
Then we should wait until we have to do it. Dev, I say we all try to improve the fire break, either on our road or the main road.
Pilar said, We need to be careful. If we're panicked and working in the dark, it would be damned easy for someone to hurt themselves.
Dev, I'll run back with you and check on Misha, see if she needs my help. Then I'll go back to our road.
I'll help my dad with the main road, Dev said. He's out there alone. I'll join you, Pilar said.
Why don't you two take Zoe?
Sierra said.
I was going to have her help move limbs with us, but I don't want to lose sight of her if I'm back and forth helping Kelly.
Fine by me, Pilar said. Though she should go to bed. It's past bedtime.
Good luck convincing her, Sierra said. She can feel the excitement and doesn't want to miss a thing.
Joan said,
I'm not feeling excited, just terrified. You're sure the fire is coming this way? A small chance it'll pass north, but I think we'll see at least the edge of it, and maybe worse.
Pilar said, If only we'd had some rain this year. Rain brings lightning, Dev pointed out. It might have happened anyway.
We still have a chance of avoiding trouble, Sierra said. We'll work hard and hope for the best.
I'm a little rusty, Joan said.
But I'll pray while I work. We could use a little divine intervention. Pray for the winds to shift, Sierra said. That will help us the most.
She turned for the barn to put the harness back in there and keep it out of Zoe's sight, but she turned back.
I was thinking we should maybe go get Becca's family. Bring them up here. Better to have more people working than fewer.
Pilar said, And if we have to drive off? Leave them standing there? With a woman in labor?
Shit, Sierra said. I hadn't thought of that. It'll be a miracle if the car will carry all of us here. I wasn't counting Janine and Becca in my calculations.
Let's hope it doesn't come to that, he said. I'll get Zoe and keep track of her. At the Quinn house, Sierra found Kelly comforting a crying Becca at the table. Sierra feared the worst and was afraid to ask. Kelly looked up at her and said, Why don't you see if Misha needs help? Half expecting to see a dead woman in the bed, Sierra tapped lightly and went in. But Janine was still alive, moaning her way through a contraction. Sierra watched. Janine seemed weaker than she had been before. She wasn't following Misha's instructions about breathing, and when the contraction had passed, she closed her eyes and seemed to drift off to sleep. Sierra went around to watch Misha clean her up. There was a lot of blood, thicker now. The amniotic fluid might be spent. Sierra wondered how much blood she could lose and still make it. No transfusions. No way to type blood and replace hers with a volunteer's. All they could do was force tea down her to keep her hydrated. As Sierra examined Janine, she realized she was paler, not an easy thing to see in a woman of her coloring. Her lips had less color. She breathed fast and shallow, her eyes staying closed. Sierra picked up the towels and took them to the washer, which had just run. She shifted the old towels, some still stained pale pink, to the dryer and went to ask Kelly if it was okay to run the dryer. "You'd better," Kelly said. "We're running low on towels. Let me turn the fridge up to warmer. If we avoid opening it the rest of the night, we should be okay." "I need to tell you about the fire," Sierra said. "Let me get Misha out here too." Once the four of them were sitting at the table, she explained what she had seen. "My family," Becca said. "They don't know, do they?"
Yes, I told them it was possible. They must be smelling the smoke by now. I don't know where I should be, she said. Here or with them? I know, Kelly said. It's an impossible situation. Would you take me back down there? Becca asked Sierra. I'd hate to take the time, but yeah, I would. She looked toward the bedroom. No, I have to stay here. You'll regret it if you don't, Kelly said. Becca's eyes welled fresh tears, but she kept her lips clamped together and didn't make a sound. Sierra felt awful for her, but there was nothing she could do, and she hated standing around when she could do nothing to help a bad situation. I'd better go help them on the road, she said. Wet down our house again, would you? Kelly asked her. I need to stay right here. We're getting close to real labor. From what Sierra had seen, she didn't know if Janine would last through many more hours of this. Can you do anything to hurry it along? No. Nature takes her own time, Kelly said. The Lord gives and takes, for his own reasons. She glanced at Becca. Sierra wondered if they'd been talking religion together. Better Kelly or Misha than Sierra, who didn't have a clue what to say about that. From Kelly and Becca's faces, from the blood she'd seen, she was feeling not at all optimistic that Janine would make it through the night. Though maybe none of them would. I'll be out on our road, clearing brush and branches, she said. Zoe will be with Pilar and Dev on the main road, doing the same. Let me know if you need me.
Chapter 22. Dev could barely see Zoe in the dark. She was pulling dead weeds out of the cracks in the road, wearing a pair of his mother's gardening gloves that had seen better days. She had refused to go back to Pilar's and go to bed. Everyone else is doing something, she said, and then yawned hugely. He figured she was only minutes away from curling up on the road and dropping into sleep, when he realized he could see her better. He looked up, saw the orange light in the sky, and his stomach fell straight down into his toes. Dad? He said. His father turned to him, and Dev pointed. The color flickered, brighter, then dimmer, then brighter again. Hellfire, he said, a curse. It worked just as well as a description. I'm going to put Zoe in the Crocker house. It's safer there. Zoe complained, but Dev was having none of it right now. You can't mess about with this. Do as I say. Do as your mother says, or Grandpa or Pilar. Don't argue and don't disobey. It's not the time. Do you understand me? Zoe looked at him in shock. He never talked to her like that. I'm becoming my father. He held his hand out. I love you, Pumpkin. Let's get you safe. It wouldn't be entirely safe in the house, but he wanted to know where she was and not have to run around looking for her if and when the fire came upon them. He quizzed her as they walked. So what do you do if the house catches on fire? Get outside and meet in the orchard. This time, the orchard might be on fire too. So if the house is on fire, the outdoors might be. You need to look and think. Don't just run in a panic. You understand? I know. Look outside and see which direction is safe. If no one comes for you, walk in that safe direction and head for one of the roads. He hated to think of the possibility that his daughter would be out there alone, facing the fire without him, or that he might be able to do anything but hold her while they were both overtaken by smoke or flames. If there is any way to get to the main road and walk uphill, that's the best direction to go. Walk fast and don't look back. What about you?
And Grandma, and Grandpa, and Sierra.
We'll be fine. We'll find you, no matter what happens. Probably nothing bad will happen. We'll keep the houses safe.
And the rabbits?
Yes, and the chickens too. Except for keeping you safe. That's my #1 priority. They were at the Crocker house. Now give me a hug and go inside.
Don't get hurt,
she said, clinging to him. You too. You're precious to me, you know. He could feel her nod, and the rush of love he felt for her overwhelmed his ability to speak. He clung to her, not wanting to let her go, not ever. Instead of trying for words, he kissed her forehead, turned her around, and gave her a pat on the back to scoot her along. He didn't believe in God anymore, but he prayed anyway. Please, please let her be safe. He couldn't see her here. The glow in the sky wasn't reaching this far yet, but he waited until he heard the door open and slam. Then he trotted down to the neighborhood road to tell them he was seeing the glow of the fire, and to tell Sierra that Zoe was in her house, just in case something happened and he wasn't able to get to his daughter. In the fading light of a solar lantern, most of the neighborhood was at work clearing the brush overhanging the dirt road. Dev wondered if all this effort was going to do them any good. The fire could leap across this gap, no problem at all. "Hey guys," he said. "Dev?" Sierra said. "Where's Zoe? I put her to bed in your house. If something happens, don't forget she's in there. Are you sure she's going to stay put?" "Why wouldn't she? She didn't say anything about Lily, did she?" "No. Why?" Sierra said. "She was worried about her earlier. I don't want her wandering off trying to find the dog again." "Again?" Sierra waved off the question. "How's it going on the main road?" "We have it pretty clear. Swept it of all debris, and Zoe pulled up all the weeds growing up for, I don't know, 1/8 of a mile stretch." "I wish there was a passing lane right by us," Rod said. "When you all get a second, turn off the lantern," Dev said. Kurt said, "I'm ready to switch jobs anyway." He leaned briefly on his axe as if it were a cane, and then handed it over to Rod. Emily had the lantern in hand and raised her eyebrows as she looked around. Sierra said, "We're ready. Turn it off." In the dark, the glow from the fire was barely visible in the direction of Dev's house. "See it?" he said. "Shit," Kurt said. "It really is coming." "Afraid so," Rod said. "You have an idea how far it is?" "No, I can't hear anything, so it's not right on top of us yet." "I can smell smoke," Kurt said. "I guess I have been right along, but it might be getting stronger. Any ashes falling? Anything like that?" "No. Will there be?" Dev asked. "I imagine so. Fire creates its own weather, so there should be a wind right ahead of it. I've only been in one," Sierra said. "I didn't know that." "Just at the edges. I was a kid. We were under a voluntary evacuation order, and we evacuated. We parked at a high lookout and watched it. They were getting it contained. You know, helicopters and planes and all that. Fire crews from 4 states. We were in scrubland, and it was easier to fight there. Also, the interstate helped stop it." Rod said, "That sounds positive. Maybe our road will do the same for us." Sierra said, "It's on our side of the road." "Oh," Rod said. Dev said, "I'm not sure the road will help us. Not with all those tall trees." "We should wet down our houses again, before things get crazy," Kurt said. "I'll tell Joan," Rod said, adding, "Be right back, Em." And he took off. Emily turned the lantern back on. The glow in the sky wasn't as noticeable now, but it was still there, now that you knew what to look for. "I'd better do it at our place. Shed and house both," Dev said. "If she's still awake, I'll warn Zoe before I spray ours down," Sierra said, and she took off too. "You all take care," Dev said. "If it starts to really go to hell, the car is in our driveway. Show up there. That's our meeting place for evacuating." And he went back to deal with preparing the only home he'd ever known for what now seemed to be the inevitable wildfire sweeping through their neighborhood. Chapter 23. When the fire came, it came fast. Sierra was back on the road clearing brush, and she heard something like an explosion. "What the?" she said. Kurt stopped and mopped his face. "It was a tree, a green one, and the sap heated up. Burst it." "I'm scared." "We're all scared," he said. Rod said, "Damned straight." "I need to go check on Zoe," Sierra said. "I'm sorry, but I won't feel okay until I know she's okay." "Maybe we should give this up," Rod said. "I feel like I should be at the house, hose in hand." "That's smart," Kurt said. "Everybody remember, if it looks like we're losing the fight, just get out. Get to the car and we'll run." Emily's only response was a long coughing fit. It made Sierra have to cough too. Power of suggestion, she supposed. Yeah, that and all the damned smoke in the air. "Be careful, all of you," she said. She let her gaze linger on Kurt. They still hadn't talked about what had happened between them. Other priorities. She only hoped they lived to have that talk. Right now, that didn't seem certain. "I love all you guys," she said. "Seriously, no one get yourself hurt." Dev heard the scream inside the house and ran for the front door. The smoke was thick here, and he'd had a terrible vision of the fire sneaking in and setting the house aflame. But that wasn't the case. He pushed through the front door, which was reluctant to budge, and into the house, which was hot and still. All the windows had been shut, and a towel had been rolled up and put at the front door, which is why it had fought him. He replaced the towel with a jab of his foot and sped to the hall. Misha exited Zoe's room, shut the door, and leaned her head against the hallway wall, her posture the very picture of exhaustion. "What is it?" Dev said. "She's dead. She bled to death," Misha said. "I'm sorry. Was that her screaming?" "Becca. I have to go get her out of there. Kelly wants to get the baby out of the body. She says it has a tiny chance." "How will it get fed?" "We have something figured out. I need to stay with Becca. Distract her. Keep her out of there. Maybe you can help your mom." "Me?" Dev said. She walked close to him and lowered her voice. "You've dressed animals. You can do this." God, maybe he could, but he really didn't want to. Then he thought of his mother, in there alone, wanting to do the best she could, and he felt ashamed of his fear. "Take Becca outside. Give her the hose and tell her to keep an eye out for flames." "Are there any?" Misha said, wide-eyed. "There's flecks of stuff floating down. Some of it's glowing. Any of it could start a fire at any second. Maybe having a job to do will help her. I don't know." "Shit. Damn. I should be home." "Rod and Joan and Emily have it under control." "I guess," she said, gnawing at her lower lip. And then her attitude turned on a dime. "Right. I'll get Becca outside and keep an eye on her. You help your mother." Dev backed off while Misha guided a crying Becca out of the sick room and through the kitchen. Only when he heard the back door close did he enter Zoe's room. "Mom, what can I do to help?" His mother was blood-spattered. "Wash your hands, quick. Wash them good." When he returned 30 seconds later, his mother was sawing into the dead woman. On the mattress was the still form of the woman, her abdomen still distended, her thighs spread and coated with blood. Dev forced himself not to reel back from the sight. It was just a body now, not a person. "Stretch this skin for me." His mother had a scalpel in hand, which she'd always had in her first aid kit, but which hadn't gotten much use over the years. "Here," she said, making room for him at the bedside. "And sort of keep the baby where it is with your other hand, while I make the incision." What happened in the next 5 minutes would haunt Dev for a lifetime. His mother didn't have to be neat, but she did have to be fast. She cut into the belly like a pro, and more blood oozed out, but not a lot. The woman's heart was no longer pumping. Dev had to pull back the cooling skin with his bare hands, and his mother reached in and pulled out a baby and a long umbilicus. The scent of blood was metallic, overwhelming. A girl. That fact registered, and then his mother laid the baby on its dead mother's chest and cleared its mouth and nose with her finger. "It's not breathing," Dev said. "She will." His mother muttered, and she began, with only 2 fingers, to push on the baby's tiny chest. When that didn't work, she grabbed it by the heels and lifted it off its mother. "Clear the mouth again for me," she said. Dev wished his hands were cleaner. There was still dirt caked in around the nails, but did as he was told. His mother slapped the baby's back lightly, and then again somewhat harder, and then it made a sound, a mewling sound. His mother followed that up with a harder slap, and more mucus squirted out around Dev's hand. He wiped it on the bloody sheet, and then the baby began to cry, weak-sounding, but alive. "Do you remember how to hold a baby?" his mother said. "I think so," Dev said. "There's a fresh towel on the floor. Wrap her up and hang on to her." "Mom, how is it going to be fed, with its mother dead?" "We've been working on that." "How?" Dev was befuddled. "I've had Becca on a breast pump. She's starting to produce milk." "She's not pregnant?" He was entirely confused. "Nor has she ever been, so I wasn't sure it'd work. But it did." "How?" "I've read it'll work with men even. You just keep pumping at the breast and it eventually starts producing milk." "Really?" Then it registered what she'd said. "With men?" "I've never tried it, but yes, I read that it'd work." "Wow." Then the wonder of that new fact faded when he remembered what was happening outside the walls of their house. "Mom, the fire is close. What do you want to do with the body?" "I should stitch her up, clean her off. Maybe when we get through tonight. Do you want Becca to have the baby?" The baby had settled down in his arms. It looked really good, not red-faced like Zoe had been. "It's quiet. Is that okay?" "I hope so. And I don't know that Becca will want her right now." "What about feeding it?" "There's some milk in a glass jar in the fridge if it comes to that. But she doesn't need to eat right this second. Let's give poor Becca a moment to grieve. As long as she starts nursing within an hour or 2, it'll be okay. It'll take longer than a moment for her to get over losing Janine." He had turned away and was shielding the baby from the sight of its dead mother with his body, which was probably not necessary, but it helped him to not have to look at it either. The sight had made him a bit queasy. "I know, and I hope it doesn't prejudice her against the baby. It's awfully cute, healthy-looking, and not very dark-skinned. It's possible she'll get darker, but Janine wasn't very dark-skinned, and the father was white. She was raped. It wasn't quite a question. Yes. And she didn't try to get rid of it? She said she would have if she knew how. She asked me if there were herbs that would have done it. Are there? A few. Okay. I want to clean her up. I need to get outside. I mean, I'd happily hold the baby all night on any other night, but there's a fire headed our way. I can smell it. It's bad outside. Hard not to cough. What timing, she said. I have a needle and thread here somewhere. Oh, there it is. This is going to be sloppy, I'm afraid. Have Misha look after the baby if Becca won't. Then, as if to herself, she said, Maybe I should have done something differently. You did great, Ma, he said. No one else could have done better. I hope I did. I live in fear of waking up in a week and thinking of something I could have tried. You did your best. Don't ever think anything else. She was lucky to have you. His mother was sewing up the incision. I didn't do her much good. Dev said, The baby is alive. That's something. It is something. It's a lousy trade from Becca's point of view, but God's ways are mysterious. One life is gone, and a new life took her place. He could hear how sad she was. Don't beat yourself up. I don't lose many patients. No, I guess you don't. Payson was the last time. I hope this is the last time ever. She finished the grisly job and stood, then staggered. Dev's arms were full of baby, or he would have reached out to steady her. Are you okay? Tired. Rest. Lie down for a half hour. With a fire coming? I'd rather have you ready to run if we need to. I'll take 10 minutes. Don't let me fall asleep. Dev was left alone with the dead woman and her baby, who was dozing off. The little face was perfect. 2 eyes, and a button nose, and a tiny mouth. He realized his daughter would love to see the baby, to hold it. He'd loved nothing more than to show her the baby, and teach her how to hold it, and to sit on the porch with her, explaining how she was that tiny once upon a time. But outside, the fire approached, and his family and friends needed him. He looked around for somewhere to lay the baby, but there wasn't anywhere, except next to its dead mother, and that seemed wrong. So Dev walked the baby into the kitchen. There was a drawer of dishcloths, and he shifted the child until he could open the drawer. For a moment, he put the baby on the counter, far from its edge, used both hands to pop the drawer out, and put the drawer in the middle of the kitchen table. He pulled the baby back into his arms and put it gently into the kitchen drawer in a bed of towels. It'd have to do for now. He needed Becca to come in here and take over, or Misha, if the grieving widow wasn't ready. He coughed, realized the smoke was seeping in here, and did a quick check of the house to make sure every window was shut. He pulled down curtains in Zoe's room, yanked one thin curtain off its rod, and used it to cover the body. He checked the baby once more before going out the back door. It was dark out here, despite the light the fire gave off, and smoky. He called Misha's name. Right here, she said from nearby. She was sitting on the steps of the porch. Is Becca with you? Picnic table, she said. She said to give her a minute. Did the child make it? The baby is on the kitchen table, breathing. It seems fine to me, but Mom says it needs to eat soon. Either you or Becca has to deal with it. I need to fight the fire. It's coming.
I can tell that. It's hard to breathe.
It's better inside.
I need to go home. They'll want me.
He didn't disagree. Well, go then.
What about Becca?
The baby is the priority, I'd think. I'll tell Becca she needs to come in and take care of it.
I don't know that she's ready.
She needs to get ready. Mom told me about the breast milk thing.
Poor kid. Poor Becca.
Poor Janine. She's the one who lost the most. I have to go, Dev said. And though he wanted to check on his mother and make sure the baby was tended to, and help convince Becca to do what was right, the fire was the priority. There was no time to waste on anything else. As he crossed back over the road, heading for the fire, it was all he could do to tamp down his panic. There was something about a wildfire he was discovering. It made you want to run like a deer in its presence. The smell, the sight, the color reflecting off the clouds. Everything about a fire turned you into a frightened animal. It was an effort to think rationally, and it was all he could do not to bolt. He couldn't. He'd defend his home and food supply against the fire, as if it were an army of angry warriors. Chapter 24. Watch behind you! Sierra could barely hear Kurt's voice. The noise of the fire was like a jet engine, or what she remembered of that sound from old movies. It roared and roared. It cracked and spit. The smoke choked her, choked all of them, and the sight of the flames sending fingers of red toward her turned her knees to jelly. But she battled on. She glanced behind herself and saw a thin pine had toppled. It was glowing with red coals, though blackened along its length. She turned and beat at it with her blanket, and then she had to stop and stamp her smoldering blanket to keep it from bursting into flames. One winter night, she was going to regret not having the blanket for warmth. But better to have a bed and a roof and no blanket than to have no house. She watched as a line of flame leaped out from the fallen tree and skittered across the lawn toward her henhouse. "Oh, no, you don't!" she said, as she chased it down and beat at it. The grass had been scythed so short here, she couldn't imagine what was burning, but burning it was. She coughed and beat at the flames, using her fear and anger to make herself keep working. The flame died. She ran back to the fallen tree and kicked it with the toe of her boot, trying to roll it back into an already burned area. "Be careful," Kurt shouted. He was pushing at the trunk of a flaming pine that he'd been whacking at with the axe. The top of the tall tree was engulfed in flame. If it fell back toward the house, it could easily take out the hens, the garden, and maybe more. "Let me help," she yelled. Above them, the fire hissed. She leaned in, and a stream of steam spurted out of the tree trunk right at her face. "God damn it!" she snarled, turning her head away. "Push," Kurt said, and he threw himself against the tree. Sierra turned so her shoulder was next to his and pushed for all she was worth. Slowly at first, the pine began to lean, and then it gained momentum. Kurt snagged her around the waist and hauled her back, just as the trunk of the tree snapped, flinging out shards of broken wood. With a crash that could be heard even over the fire, it fell outward, away from the houses. "Jesus H. Jumping Christ," Kurt said, letting go of her. "I don't know how much more I can do." "As much as we need to," she said, but she gave his arm a squeeze, too. Gratitude for pulling her back, acknowledgement that he might be hurting more than she was, which was plenty, and encouragement, trying to convey it all in that one touch. "Where'd your father get to?" he shouted at her. Sierra looked around, felt a moment of panic, and then saw Pilar off to her right, toward the end of the property where it abutted Jones. He had a spade and was tossing scant shovels full of dirt over the fire. Pilar stopped, leaned over, and coughed, then spat. Sierra coughed twice, and then forced herself to stop. She wanted to sit down and cough for an hour or two, sit in some nice place with green grass and clean air. Kurt smacked her on the back of the head. "Ow," she said, reaching back. The hat she'd been wearing was gone. She didn't know where or when, and the heat at the back of her head suggested something had just been burning there. She pulled her hand away, and a bunch of singed hair came with it. "Thanks," she shouted at Kurt. He was looking up now. "That one," he said, and hefted the axe and went for another burning tree. She felt afraid for him as he went around to the hotter side, his back to the leading edge of the flames, and started wielding the axe, cutting a wedge from the tree. She feared one of these times one of the dead trees would crack and fall on him before he could move out of its way. But they had to take risks. The fire was here, and it had jumped the dry creek with no problem, and all along the edge of the property, the neighbors were fighting off the fire. Kurt wasn't at his place because he said it would take too much time and effort to save it. "I'm handing that decision over to fate," he'd said when he appeared to help her and Pilar save their place, wearing a backpack loaded down with she knew not what. Stuff he couldn't bear to lose, she imagined. Knowing Kurt, that'd be tools or books, not food or clothing. His crossbow was strapped to the outside of it. At least he'd still be able to hunt. She wasn't optimistic they could beat the wildfire. It was huge, and it was taking everything she had to raise the blanket again and again. She wanted to rest. She wanted simply to breathe, somewhere without smoke, but she couldn't. Her mind went to her daughter, asleep the last time she checked on her. Let her sleep through the whole thing, right up until the minute they needed to run. That minute wasn't upon her yet, and it would never come, not if she could help it. A burning branch that had fallen off a tree still had a couple feet that weren't on fire. She grabbed it with a gloved hand and pushed it into the fire, as far as she could stand to walk. Then she skipped away and beat her blanket against the bottom of her jeans' right leg. It was smoking. No, maybe not. Hard to tell what was on fire and what wasn't. She bent over, rested her hands on her thighs, and took 5 seconds rest. And then she saw Kurt moving around to the near side of the tree, swinging the axe, trying to make a back cut. She settled for walking to him, though she wanted to trot. She was wearing out. He gave it 2 more blows, and then dropped the axe and threw himself against the tree. Sierra helped as best she could, though her muscles were turning limp. The tree fell, caught on another tree, and stayed there. But it wouldn't fall inward, toward her home now. "How long have we been at it?" she asked Kurt. "A lifetime," he said. "Dawn must be near." "Is that good news or bad?" Her mind was so weary, she couldn't work it out. Fire was easier to see at night, but the dawn might bring a broader view. She looked back at the house and said, "Oh, shit." And then she took off running. The fire had skipped around them. Beyond the house there were flames. They were surrounded on 2 sides now. 3 probably, including the forest across the main road. Hell, maybe all 4 sides were on fire. She ran around her house, down the driveway, and looked across the road. There were only dots of fire, but to her right, up toward the Quinn place, there were more than a few. Of course, up there, they hadn't done a good job of clearing around the road yet. She turned around and looked at her own house, perfectly safe for now. A flame was reflected in a front window. The car wasn't there. Where was it? Oh, right, up at the Quinn house. Okay, so that was their responsibility now, to get it out on the road if needed and keep it from harm. She looked back up her driveway, across to the spot fires in the scrubby area, and tried to decide. Which should she fight first? Or maybe she shouldn't fight at all. Maybe it was time to wake up Zoe and get out of here. Then she thought of the hens and the rooster, who had been crowing all night, agitated, aware of the wildfire out there, wanting to protect his flock, but trapped behind the fence. She thought of the turbines and the cabling, her bed and clothes and the kitchen supplies, all the tomatoes they'd canned last month, exploding, glass jar by glass jar as fire consumed the house. No matter how tired she was, she had to keep fighting. She wadded up her blanket, strode across the dirt road, and began banging at flames, screaming in frustration for a second. But she didn't have the breath to keep that up. Just pound at the flames, get them out, move along, slap it some more. Repeat, repeat, repeat. She was making some progress and moving toward the Quinn property when she saw the car back out of the driveway. The trunk was open. It stopped and a figure got out. Arch. Sierra ran for him. "Time to leave?" she said. "I thought I'd move it out to the road," he said back. They didn't have to shout quite as loudly as a person needed to right at the edge of the fire. "Where's my granddaughter?" "Asleep, believe it or not." "Good. I don't want her seeing this." "Are you holding your own?" "Barely. You?" "Came down here to work at this," she said, pointing to the spot fires across the road. "Damn. How did it get down here anyway?" She looked up, saw a floating orange ember, and pointed. "It's so dry. Anything sets it off." "I should spray down my roof again. Then I'll take care of these spot fires by us." "Good luck," she said, and turned back up the road. The heat from the fire sucked all the moisture out of her body. She was parched, and she didn't have time to grab a drink. If she sprayed their house, she could drink from the hose while she did. No, okay, stop for 10 seconds to think. Arch had the car taken care of. He was driving it out onto the main road now, the cages of rabbits visible in the open trunk. Zoe would be taken care of, even if Sierra couldn't do it herself. Arch or Kelly or Pilar or Dev definitely would come for her and evacuate her. She realized hosing down the house would probably wake Zoe, and she didn't want her awake yet. Let the poor kid sleep. But the barn could use a dousing. A new patch of fire had popped up straight across from the house, so she took care of it first, and then plodded back up the driveway to the hose, which was sloppily coiled near the spigot by the barn, and she turned it on low, slurped water from the stream, sprayed her face for good measure, and her hair, drank again, and then turned up the water pressure all the way until she could hit the roof of the barn. She sprayed 3 sides of the building as well, drank again, and turned off the water. The hose stretched to beyond the hen house, and she could unhook it and move it all the way out to the wellhead. But they'd agreed to not fight fire with water unless the houses or animals were threatened. If they fought the fire successfully, only to deplete the water beyond where the wells were dug, they'd hardly be in a better position than before. Sierra was starting to think that fighting a fire fell somewhere in between those awful jobs. She picked up her blanket, she dropped it by the faucet, and carried it back to where Kurt stood leaning on the axe. "Are you okay?" she said. "Fine," he said, but he didn't straighten up. "At least it's not making any headway against me." "There's fire across our road," she said, in case he hadn't seen it.
I got most of it, but I'll need to go down again in 10 minutes and check again. Tell me what to do next.
Make sure your father doesn't need help, Kurt said. I'm moving off to the left to get the next tree.
He still didn't move. Are we crazy? She said. Doing this? Should we just let it burn?
No, and no, he said. Keep going. I know you can.
Pretty funny coming from a man who looked about to drop from exhaustion. Don't hurt yourself. Call me if you need me. And she plodded away from him, aiming at her father's position. Had she ever lived through such a long night?
Chapter 25. Dawn came, and with it a shift of wind. It blew the fire back toward already burned areas, and, at least on their front, the threat abated. By mid-morning, they were all able to take a break. The fire had burned up to their lawns, but not beyond. All except for Kurt's. His cabin had been engulfed. Joan apologized a half-dozen times for not seeing it in time to stop the fire, before he finally asked her to please shut up about it. I left the cabin. I knew it was possible.
I'm so sorry. You lost everything?
I have my crossbow. That's a start.
Pilar said, and we have a house because you helped us. You stay with us, just as long as you like.
Maybe,
Kurt said. Then he laid his head on the picnic table. They were at the Quinn house, and he fell promptly asleep. Me too, Sierra said. I could sleep for 3 days, but we have to keep watch, I guess. Make sure the wind doesn't shift or any spot fires break out. I can do that, Zoe said. Oh, hon, Sierra began. Dev said, That's a good idea. You sure? Sierra said. I'll help her. She and I can take the first watch. We'll walk the perimeter of the neighborhood, and then she and Dad can take the second. Everybody else should sleep. Becca was there, holding on to the baby, her face a mask of grief. Can someone take me back to my family? I don't even know yet if they survived. Sierra wanted nothing more than to crawl into bed. No, a shower first, then bed. But she said, I will. She stood and shook her head, trying to clear it. Key? Arch jolted, as if he'd been about to nod off.
I have it. Take the animal cages out and set them at the end of our road. I'll get to them in a minute.
Kelly said to Becca, If you need to come back, you're welcome here. Sierra realized what she was saying. If your family didn't make it. She hoped that wasn't the case. Their own neighborhood hadn't lost anyone last night, and except for 100 small burns, a bunch of people still coughing and spitting out gray phlegm, and the loss of Kurt's cabin and garden, they'd come out of it okay. The hens were alive, the rabbits, and the other gardens except Kurt's were all intact. The grain seed was still in the barn, available to be planted. As Kelly was helping load Becca and the baby into the car, Sierra slapped herself in the face a few times to try and wake up. She was exhausted and was sure that the motion of the car would make her want to close her eyes and nap. The baby fussed at first when Becca carried it to the car, and then it settled down as the car traveled down the relatively smooth surface of the main road. On both sides, the fire had swept through. Strange patches of untouched trees still stood, and other pines seemed to be only scorched part way up their trunks. The more miles that passed, the worse the fire damage was, and Becca begun to mutter the words, Please, please, over and over. Sierra couldn't begin to imagine what it would be like for her if she lost her wife last night, and her whole family as well.
When she came around a bend and saw their wagon parked sideways in the middle of the road, she felt some hope. "That looks like a good sign," she said. Becca said nothing. The baby began to cry. When Sierra pulled into the road, Becca said, "Stop!" And, surprised into obeying, Sierra did. Becca opened the door, dumped the baby onto the seat, and took off running. The baby really was crying now. Sierra reached over and picked her up and made soothing noises. Then she opened her own door and carried the baby outside. The smell of burned wood was everywhere, and ash still floated where the car had disturbed it, settling back down like charcoal-colored snow. Sierra saw, before she saw anything else, that the grain fields were gone, burned down to nothing at all. She said to the baby, "So lucky we have a barn full of grain." The grain they had would be enough to replant. Come to think of it, for all the damage the fire had done, and all the loss Kurt had suffered, one good thing was it had cleared out some of the area where they wanted to plant the grain. They could probably find a patch to plant in without much more land-clearing effort at all. As she looked around, she realized the fire had burned away a lot of the easy fuel. A second wildfire this season wouldn't be as dangerous, and whatever had burned downhill of them would create a nice wide fire break. She wouldn't say all that to Kurt, though. The loss of his home was devastating, and though he had taken it stoically, she was sure that for weeks he'd be missing items he had lost. "We were lucky, little baby," she said. One of the remaining houses here had burned to a pile of debris that was still smoldering, but the other two were standing, though one wall was blackened by the fire. Becca ran to the last house, screaming for her brothers. And when they came flying out of the house, all of them, to hug her, Sierra felt her own eyes fill with tears. She was relieved Becca's losses last night hadn't been complete. Sierra hung back, bouncing the fussy baby gently. It wanted food, she imagined. She'd heard about the forced breastfeeding of Becca and hoped it'd work. If it didn't, this little life would be gone in no time at all. She'd been lucky with that, with Zoe. She'd produced lots of milk, and except for being surprised at how much it hurt at first, breastfeeding had gone pretty easily for her, and Zoe had thrived. "Hang in there, little one," she said to the baby. "Everything may turn out okay." It was Gilly who noticed her first. The woman walked up. "Janine died," she said. "Kelly did everything she could, and she managed to save the baby." She held out the small bundle, wearing a diaper made of an old dish towel. "I don't think Becca has named her." "What are we going to do with the baby?" Gilly said, not taking her. "The best you can, like I did." Gilly held her arms out for the baby then, and in a second, Sierra saw her face soften. "It's been a long time since I held one." When they'd rushed out to greet Becca, Sierra had seen what she assumed was all their children. A boy in his early teens, a boy about Zoe's age, and a girl, younger. "You didn't lose anyone in the fire?" "No, but we were scared out of our minds. I'm surprised I didn't die of a heart attack. Except for Janine, we all came through okay too. And of course Janine wasn't because of the fire." "How'd she die?" "I believe that she bled to death. Maybe I should have brought her. We can bury her, or you can, whichever you want. But it should probably be by tomorrow. The heat, you know." "I can't even," Gilly began, and then she bit her lip and stopped. "Becca's going to be heartbroken. What can I say to her?" "I know you'll figure it out," Sierra yawned. "I'm sorry, but I can't stay. I've been up all night, working hard. and I'm going to pass out mid-sentence if I try and stay. Besides, I'm sure you all want to be alone to grieve. We couldn't save your grain fields. I'm sorry. That's okay. Everybody's alive. That's what matters most. What will you eat?
Sierra shrugged.
I don't know. Honestly, I can't think about that, or anything until I've had 8 or 10 hours of solid sleep. I'm going to say goodbye for now. We'll come back eventually once we've cleaned up. Until then, this neighborhood is yours. Do what you will with it. Maybe there's enough grain underground that will sprout to get a crop by the end of the year. She was making a unilateral decision for the whole group, but looking at the devastation here, she couldn't imagine that even Arch would say no to that. I'm trusting you to not steal from us, or sneak up and do any mischief. We won't, Gilly said. Good. I've seen enough killing for a whole lifetime. She looked around. Enough destruction. I wouldn't mind living the second 30 years without seeing one bit more. I can't disagree. The baby started crying in earnest then. Loud, hungry cries. She needs food, Sierra said. What are we going to feed her? Becca has that sorted out. Talk to her about it.
And with that, Sierra left them. She made it home, pulled into the driveway, and the next thing she knew, it was terribly hot and her father was shaking her awake in the car. Come to bed, sweetheart, he said. You've had a rough time of it. She let him steer her into the shower first, and she showered in her smoke-blackened clothes and then stripped them off and let them sit there, damp, as she soaked herself up and felt the dozens of stinging burns on her face and arms. More hair came off when she shampooed it, and she reached back and felt a patch of hard stubble where it had burned away. She couldn't work up enough energy to feel bad about it. It was little enough to lose, compared to what she might have. She stumbled into bed wearing only a towel, and when next she woke, she was covered by a sheet, and the day had grown very hot indeed. The windows were open, and the smell of a scorched world drifted in. She rolled over and fell back asleep, wondering if it was possible to sleep 24 hours straight. It sounded like a great idea. Chapter 26. It had been 3 days since the fire, and Dev was finally out of things to clean up and repair. They'd buried Janine, but not too deep, in case her family wanted to claim the body and rebury her in another way. Joan had said a few words over the grave, and they'd all piled rocks on top to keep scavengers away. He was doing dishes while his daughter was back in her room, her own sheets on the bed, and no sign of what had happened there except one pink stain of blood on the carpet that his mother hadn't been able to get out entirely. Not even his father seemed worried about the people down the hill, and what might come of them being so close. Dev wasn't sure why. Maybe his mother had talked him out of his concern. Dev hoped his family was safe from them, but you never knew about people. Instead of being grateful, they might be resentful. Though Becca had been there the whole time that Janine was in labor, and when she died, she might, upon reconsidering it, believe Dev's mom hadn't done everything she could. Dev's mom was napping right now, beaten down, physically and probably emotionally as well. She'd done a hard thing, losing a patient, and then cutting the baby out of the womb of the dead woman, not to mention all the sopping up of blood and loads of laundry. His father came in, nodded to him, and went back to the master bedroom. Dev dried dishes, hardly took a swipe in this sort of dry weather, and put them away. He was checking the refrigerator, making sure there'd be enough food for lunch, when his father came in and stood at the door to the hall. He cleared his throat, and then he cleared it a second time.
Son, would you please get Zoe and
come into our bedroom?"
"Sure," said Dev. His voice sounded normal to him, but he wasn't feeling normal. He was feeling a sense of dread, and part of him felt like a 9-year-old child himself. He had an irrational desire to go running out the back door and hide from whatever was coming. He knew with certainty that something was wrong, but he had his own child now, and he had to be strong for her. She was doing homework, working out long division problems on a chalkboard that Kurt made for her. Or it was a dry erase board, actually, with a coating of light blue enamel paint, and Zoe used crayons that had been recycled from old bits of crayons. If she had a child, there'd be nothing left to write with. "Punkin," he said. Her head swiveled fast. "What's wrong?" Dev opened his mouth to say nothing, but he thought better of it. "I'm not sure. Grandpa wants to talk with us."
"It's about Grandma, isn't it?"
Why did she think that? "We'll have to find out. Let's go." Zoe put her crayon down neatly on the board, wiped her hands on her shorts, and straightened her shirt. Dev put his hand on her shoulder as they entered the hall. She broke away from him and moved fast, getting in his parents' bedroom, and, by the time he was there, she had thrown herself on the bed where Dev's mother was lying propped up on old towels rolled into a bolster pillow.
"Don't be sick,"
Zoe said to his mother.
"Please."
Dev looked at his father's stricken face and knew this was going to be bad. He hardened his heart as well as he could, not wanting to break down in front of Zoe. He had to be strong for her. "Dad, what is it?" His mother said, "All I know is I'm pretty sick, and taking care of Janine seemed to drain me." His father cleared his throat again. "I think it was the smoke in the air." "Maybe so," his mother said. "But I'm not feeling any better, though I've rested a lot. And so I thought it was time we talked about this." "Okay," Dev said. "Tell me what I can do." "I don't think there is anything you can do."
"I'll help around the house more,"
Zoe said. "Thank you, honey bunch," his mother said, patting Zoe's hair. "You're already the best help I could hope for, but you might have to do a little more."
"I'll get you something to make you feel better,"
Zoe said, and pulled away and ran back down the hall. "What do you think it is?" Dev asked his mother. His father said, "It's her old female troubles." His mother said, "I suspect cancer. Uterine, cervical, ovarian maybe. I don't know for sure, but I know I've been feeling weaker and weaker." "Are you in pain?" "It's not bad," she said, which probably meant it was awful. Dev wished with all his heart he could do something to help her. She read his mind. "It's okay. There's willow bark tea, and that helps. And the raspberry tea, the same thing I was giving Janine, helps with the bleeding." "Bleeding?" Dev's voice sounded flat in his own ears. "Is it bad?" "Not too bad." "Mom, I don't—" He was going to know what to say, but his throat closed up. "I know, Devlin," she said. "I love you too." Zoe came in with her stuffed whale, climbed on the bed with it, and Dev had to leave before he burst into tears. He went into the kitchen and poured a glass of water and drank it all down. Then he poured another. Giving his throat something to do was helping him fight back tears. When he went back in, Zoe was telling his mother about how she had cracked the code of long division. His father jerked his head,
indicating he wanted to talk with Dev outside. They went to the back porch. Before his father could speak, Dev said, "How long have you known?"
"A little over 3 months. I believe she was sick for 3 or 4 months before that, but she didn't want to worry me."
"And she didn't tell me for the same reason?"
"What could you do about it? I can tell you, I can't do a damned thing about it. And it feels like shit being so impotent. You were better off not knowing."
Dev wasn't sure if he was more surprised at his father admitting that he couldn't tackle any problem and solve it, or to hear him use a word like shit without having banged his thumb with a hammer first.
"I'm sorry."
"We'll all be sorry. I'm really worried now. It was too much for her, taking care of that pregnant woman. But she insisted. She seemed to think it was some kind of trade, helping get a baby born."
He shook his head.
"As if that'd replace her in some way. Nothing can replace her. No one can. There's no trading life for life. Believe me, I'd drown 6 babies right now if it could somehow make her better."
Dev doubted that, but he knew what his father meant. There aren't many like her.
"There's no one like her."
His father turned away and looked over their land, hiding his face. Dev wished he was closer to his father, felt like he could put his arm around the man, give him some kind of comfort, or feel some comfort coming from him. That was something he'd always relied on his mother for. Without her, his mind refused to complete the thought. "She's dying," he said, not quite making it a question. His father nodded. Then he pointed.
"She was insistent on the orchard, you know. And she wouldn't accept any spindly little bare root trees either. Nearly broke the bank that year, buying those trees and getting them delivered up here. And the hens were her idea. I wanted only rabbits, but she wanted the hens too. And she taught you pretty much everything you know. And Zoe?"
"You taught me a lot too," Dev said. "Hunting and fishing and carpentry. Lots of stuff." It was as close to a hug as he could manage.
"The book learning was all on your mom," he said.
"She's a good teacher."
"We don't get to short the animals, or the garden, or any of our work," his father said. "But I want her in bed, and I want someone close by if she needs something."
"Zoe can do that. I'll handle the animals and garden and the cooking and housework. You can do everything else."
"We'll take turns. I don't want Zoe to remember her grandmother only as a sick woman."
"She won't." Dev longed to go somewhere, hunting, out into the shed, somewhere, and pretend to do something and let himself cry. "I knew something was off with Mom, and with you. I should have asked sooner. I'm sorry."
"There's nothing you could have done. She's happier this way."
"I might have made my peace with her," Dev said.
"Are you not at peace with her now?"
"Of course I am."
"Then appreciate what she wanted for you. For both you and Zoe to not be worried for as long as she could keep it from you. It's one of her last gifts to you. So accept it without whining."
There was the old Arch again, impatient, gruff. "I'll try not to whine," Dev said. "Can't swear about Zoe, though.
She's a good kid.
She was raised by people who love her.
Good genes, too. Even Crocker's. Not too shabby."
"True enough."
"I hope she didn't get whatever gene made Kelly sick with this."
"What a thought." "No, me neither."
"Anyway,
I'm going to make sure your mother doesn't need anything from me. You go on and do whatever work you want. Figure it out yourself. I don't have the time or the energy to supervise you. I was thinking of going hunting. Maybe there's an animal out there injured by the fire. I can put it out of its misery and get us food all at once. If your chores are done here.
They are, Dev said, feeling equal parts exasperation and amusement that his father still lectured him about chores at this late date. I'll get Zoe and tell her I'm going hunting, and tell her to take care of her grandma, and see if she needs to talk about what we just learned.
Talk doesn't do anything. I'd have talked myself blue if it could have.
Dev wondered who he'd talk to if he needed to. Joan, Pilar, maybe. But he'd be there for his daughter and make sure any time she needed to talk, he'd listen. He might be growing into his father in some ways, but in parenting, he would not become him. Zoe would always know that she was loved and could talk to him about anything, that he'd always have the time for her. Chapter 27. When he came back from hunting, he had no meat, but he'd had his cry, and it had been something of a comfort to be out there, seeing the aftermath of the burn. He'd found a wild flower blooming from the blackened ground. Life found a way, always. Even after his mother was gone, Zoe would continue, part of her made of his mother. Even that baby was alive because of her. It'd always stand as a testament to her effort, made when she must have been tired and in pain, but working to make sure it would survive. After he checked in with Zoe and his mom, he went next door, finding Kurt and Sierra working together in the barn. "Where's Pilar?" he said. "I need to talk with all of you."
"I'll go get him," said Kurt.
"Is something wrong?" Sierra asked him. "Yeah, but don't make me tell it more than once. And if you can tell Joan and them, I'd appreciate it." When Pilar and Kurt returned, Dev told them about his mother. Pilar said, his eyes brimming, "Cancer, you think?" "She thinks, yes." "What can we do for you?" "I don't know that you can do anything," Dev said.
Kurt said, "If you need extra help with anything, just say the word."
Sierra said, "Zoe knew." "Knew what?" Dev said. "That something was wrong with your mother." "And you didn't think to tell me?" "It was the night of the fire I learned it, whatever that was. 2 nights? 3? Is that all? And the fire was coming, and everything drove it to the back of my mind. Damn, and I promised her I'd talk to you about it." She looked chagrined. "What did she say?" "That she thought Kelly might be sick, and that she knew Arch was worried." His poor child. "Why didn't she say anything to me?" "She wouldn't have to me, I'm sure, but it was a tough day for her. The fire was coming. She was mad at me, I think, and she blurted it out. Dev, what do I say to her now?" "Only the truth, and that you love her and are there for her." "I am, and I'm here for you if you need to talk, or anything. If you need me to help with Kelly, I'll do whatever. Sponge baths, read to her, anything at all." Pilar said, "You know that'll go for Joan and her family as well, Dev. There isn't a person here who wouldn't walk in front of a bus for your mother if you asked us to." As miserable as he was, Dev found himself almost amused at the metaphor. Something from the old times. Zoe'd never see a bus moving in her lifetime. "If you can think of anything to do to help her with pain, maybe brew up more of your beer?" "I'll start a batch tonight," he said. "Oh no, wait. We can't afford to use much grain on it." "That's so," Dev said. "Sorry, bad idea." "Maybe potatoes. I might be able to get something between vodka and beer. It'll take 2 weeks, and I'll have to use beets and carrots in lieu of sugar again, so it will look pretty weird."
"Thank you," Dev said. "I want to get home, but I wanted you to know. Apologize to Joan that I didn't tell her myself."
Sierra trotted after him. "You'll tell me if Zoe needs anything from me, won't you?"
"Of course. You might check in with her tonight after supper. See if she wants to talk with you."
"I will. I'm so sorry, Dev. I wish I could do more."
"And so do I." His mother faded fast. He had assumed he'd have months more with her, but it became clear within days that she was getting sicker. She developed a cough, maybe because of inhaling smoke the night of the fire, or maybe the cancer had spread to her lungs. They had no way of knowing. Whatever the cause, the coughing fit seemed to drain her of some life force, and every time she had one, she ended up looking frailer and older. 10 days after he had learned she was sick, she refused to eat. After 2 days of not eating, he demanded she have some soup, and he fed it to her spoonful by spoonful. But she vomited it back up in 15 minutes, and he regretted forcing the point. Everyone in the neighborhood had dropped by for 5 or 10 minutes most days, but today he told them thanks, but she needed her rest, and they all said to convey their love to her, and he did. 2 days after that, when she had him alone in the room again, she said, "I don't think I have much longer, Devlin."
"Mom,"
he said, and that's all he could say. He couldn't lie to her, and he could see she was slipping fast.
"I know you doubt God now," she said. "And I know you don't think there's a heaven. But there is one. I know it. And maybe I've been good enough that I'll get to go there. Of course you're good enough." Today, he couldn't stop his tears. "I'll be waiting for you. And for that sweet girl. Make sure she grows up good, too. And we'll be together forever. I promise you. I'll wait for you. It won't be long at all. I'll be good. And Zoe is good all the time. She's my angel. I want to sleep now. So tired. I love you, Mom."
He kissed her forehead and had to wipe his tears off her face before he left. That night, she woke again, and he let Zoe go in for a few minutes.
"You need to say your goodbyes, Pumpkin." "Is she going to die?"
"Soon, I think."
"I don't want her to die."
"Neither do I." He hugged his child tightly and let her go. Zoe came out in the 5 minutes.
"She hurts."
"I know."
"I wish I could stop it."
"Me too." "Want some dinner?" He hadn't made anything. His own appetite was not the best.
"Fruit?"
she said. "That sounds like a good idea." His father came in, looked in the bedroom, and then went to wash up before sitting with his wife. Dev could hear his voice rise once when he said, "Don't leave me," Zoe whispered.
"Grandpa's crying."
Dev nodded.
"I wish I could make him not hurt too."
Dev nodded again. He didn't trust himself to speak. He tucked his daughter in that night and went to sit by his mother's bed, his father sitting on the other side. His mother fought death. Breathing grew difficult for her, and yet she couldn't wake up to try for more air. Unconscious, she fought her final battle, and all Dev could do was witness it. At the end, her breathing grew easier and slower, until each breath came further and further apart. He kept thinking she'd breathed her last, but then one more wheezing breath would come. It was terrible to watch, and yet he knew he'd hate himself if he left her side. He only did once, to get Zoe breakfast. He told her to scoot on over to her mother's house.
Is Grandma dying?
I think so, honey. I love you, but I want someone else in charge of you while I help her and Grandpa, okay? She didn't rebel, thank God.
Tell her I love her.
I'll do that right now, but she knows. She'll always know. About 10:15, his mother took her last breath. He didn't trust it had been her last for another 15 minutes. Then he looked to his father. She's gone. Get the first aid kit and make sure. It was the first his father had spoken in hours. Dev barely knew enough to use the stethoscope, but he did as he was told. There was no heartbeat, no rise and fall of her chest. A scent of urine assured him it was over. I'm sorry, Dad. She's gone. I'll start the grave. Alone, his father said, and he left the house. Dev was left with his mother's body, and he did what his mother would have done had their roles been reversed. He got a pan of soapy water and cleaned her up, dressed her again in a skirt and blouse, and brushed her hair. She'd never been one for makeup, but she had a tiny cross on a necklace she had worn sometimes, and he clipped that around her neck. She looked like his mother, and yet death had stolen something from her, so she looked slightly wrong, like someone who might have been his mother's older sister. Then he didn't know what to do. His father clearly needed to be alone for a time, so he couldn't help with the grave now. It seemed stupid and almost beside the point, but he went out and fed the animals, gathered eggs, and harvested a few vegetables. He checked on his mother again, and then walked next door to start the painful process of telling everyone his mother was gone. Chapter 28. Kelly was buried out beyond the fruit trees, in a place that had room for more than one grave. Sierra cried at the burial, and she had been crying for 2 days. She wondered how she had ever thought her heart couldn't be touched anymore. It was touched now, more like punched or shattered. Memories of moments with Kelly filled her mind, from the smallest of things, like her handing over the box of straws just a few weeks ago, to her loving exasperation with Arch, to the morning Zoe was delivered, and Kelly had lost patience with Sierra's yelling and had started yelling back. In a crazy way, it had helped get her through the last painful moments of labor. It had been Kelly who had put the wet, tiny baby on her belly, who had said, "It's a girl." Her eyes went to that girl, almost 10 years old now, leaning into her father as Arch filled in the grave. She wished she could do something to ease Zoe's pain, but she knew only time would do that. No matter how much time passed, they'd all miss Kelly. In many ways, she was the leader of their neighborhood. Arch might not have realized that, but she had been. Pilar and Joan had put together a funeral brunch, and Pilar was already over at the picnic table at the Quinn house, laying it out. Joan had conducted the service, putting on her priest collar and a scarf thing with embroidered crosses that draped around her shoulders and hung past her waist. All of them had worn the best clothes they still owned. Arch handed the shovel to Dev, who kissed his daughter's head before taking it and doing his part to fill in the grave. They all took turns shoveling the dirt on, and then there were rocks to place on top, and a cross Kurt had carved to place at the head of the grave. In silence, they walked back to where Pilar waited, shooing flies off the table. Sierra ate more from the desire not to waste food than from hunger. Grief was hard on appetite, as she knew too well. As the meal dragged on, people started talking a little, telling stories of Kelly and her kindness. Arch said nothing. He seemed lost in his grief, deflated by it, confused. Sierra wished she could think of something to say to him beyond, "I'm so sorry." Over dessert of thin amaranth crepe stuffed with plum jam, which Pilar pointed out was owed to Kelly's talent with jam making, Joan told a funny story of trying to learn to plant potatoes from Kelly, and then Pilar told the story of his fall from the turbine and how she'd helped him. At the end of the story, Dev said, "You were flirting with her." "I was not," Pilar said, shocked. Sierra said, "You sort of were, as I remember you were high on drugs and said something to her. Maybe told her she was beautiful?" "She was that," Joan said, "inside and out." Pilar looked nervously at Arch, who didn't seem to be listening. "I'm sure I meant nothing by it." Sierra was amused by his embarrassment, and relieved she could feel amused by anything at all today. She and Dev exchanged a grin, but then Dev's smile faded, as it must have hit him again that his mother was really gone. Everyone had work, but no one wanted to leave. There was some comfort in just sitting there with friends, sipping water from mugs, enjoying a light breeze. After a long silence, Arch looked up. "It feels humid to me. Does it to anyone else?" Sierra couldn't tell that it was, but her father nodded. "Could be we'll get a monsoon." "We need it," Arch said. "Kelly." And then he stopped himself. He shook his head a little and said, almost to himself, "She'd want us to carry on." "We will, Dad," Dev said. "Zoe's counting on us." Arch looked at his granddaughter and managed a pained-looking smile for her. Sierra stood to gather plates. If she didn't do something with her hands, she was going to burst into tears again. Movement out of the corner of her eye made her stop with her plate in her hand. Becca was there, holding the baby and a bag. Diaper bag, maybe. And Gilly was there, and Saul. "Guys," Sierra said to the table, and she put her plate back down and pointed. She walked over to meet the people, worried that this was going to become a bad situation. But Saul said, as she neared him, "We're leaving." "What?" Sierra understood the words, but she had a hard time understanding why. Gilly said, "The place down there isn't right for us. We need somewhere different, somewhere with water, somewhere cooler. So we're going up the mountain." "Are you sure?" Sierra said. "It could be dangerous up there." "We know that," Saul said. "We know." "I'm sorry we haven't been down there to check on you," Sierra said. "One of our people, Kelly, just died. She was sick, and all our energy was focused on that." "I'm sorry," Becca said. "She was so good with Janine." Gilly said, "I'm sorry too. We're all grieving, I guess." "Well, come on over, I suppose, and have a seat." "We're not staying," Saul said. "Also, we want you to know that we'll never mention that you're here. We don't want anybody to give you trouble. I'm sorry if we gave you any." "I'll go over alone," Becca said to him. "Wait right here. I'll be back." Becca went with Sierra back to the picnic table. Most everyone was standing, and there was more than a little tension in the group. Like Sierra, they were worried this meant trouble. "They're leaving," she told them. "Headed up the hill." The tension ratcheting down was palpable. Joan said, "Do you have a place to go?"
"No, not exactly. But Saul has an idea."
Becca didn't seem inclined to explain more. Pilar said, "We all wish you luck, I'm sure." He looked down at the remains of the lunch. "Let me wrap these last few crepes for you to take with you. It's not much, but if you have kids, they might enjoy them." He leaned over and spread jelly onto the first in the pile of 3 or 4. Dev said, "The baby looks good. Have you named her?"
"No," she said. "And she's why I'm here."
"Oh?" Dev said.
"I don't want her."
Sierra was shocked, and then she wasn't.
"She's not our kin. To me, she'll always be the reason I lost my wife. I don't love her, and I don't think I can. I guess that makes me a terrible person, but—"
And she shrugged.
"So be it. I'm a terrible person."
"No," Joan said. "You're just grieving. That's allowed." Becca edged closer to the table and dropped the bag onto it.
"This is breast milk in glass jars and the pump. It should get her through 2 or 3 days. If one of you wants to do that, I guess she might just survive. But I'm done. If you don't want her, I'll take her up the road and leave her."
Misha's voice was shocked.
"For predators?" "Yes," Becca said. "We don't have the food. She might die anyway, and I don't want the reminder."
"She's half your wife," Joan said gently.
"She's half her killer,"
Becca said. Her voice was icy. She wasn't joking, and Sierra didn't think she'd change her mind. Either they took this baby, or its life was over. They all stood there, staring. Maybe every woman was doing what Sierra was, calculating if they could bear to take on this great responsibility. Then Sierra realized it would have to be her. Joan was too old, and her girls had no experience. Sierra looked at her daughter, who looked back, hope on her face. Well, at least she'd have an enthusiastic helper. Not skilled, but willing. Sierra smiled at Zoe, and was about to open her mouth and make the offer, when Emily stood and pointed at herself. She walked around the table and held out her arms. Becca didn't hesitate. She put the baby into Emily's arms, and Emily smiled down at it. She put her face into the blanket and sniffed the child, and when she raised her head, she looked happier than Sierra had ever seen her. She looked maternal. She looked like paintings she'd seen of the Madonna. Emily turned away and carried the baby off, aiming toward her home, riveted by the child and not bothering to wave a goodbye. But then her arms were full. As she walked off, Sierra heard her humming. No words, but she was making sound, volitional sound. She was making music for the baby. She never heard that before, not once. She looked at Joan, intending to ask her if Emily hummed around the house. But Joan's face told the story. Her mouth was open in shock. She stood, snatched up the bag, and went after Emily. "Damn," Rod said. "I didn't know she could talk even."
"She makes sounds in her sleep sometimes,"
Misha said.
She looked around. "I was going to ask Kelly if Em can possibly do this. If the breast pump would work and the baby could live. And then I remembered."
She stopped.
"We're going to miss Kelly in so many ways."
Pilar finished wrapping the crepes, stood, and trotted over to give them to Becca, who was already walking away with the others. Sierra felt like her world had been turned upside down. She hoped that Emily wasn't in for terrible grief. She hoped if the baby survived, that they could provide enough food for it, and extra for Emily, for when she was breastfeeding. Could she force milk to come in only 2 days, without pregnancy hormones? I don't think it took Becca much more than 2 days to produce milk, did it? Maybe 3 or 4, she said. That's true, Misha said. Okay, I guess I should help clean up. No, don't bother, Sierra said. I'll do it. You both go home and be with your family. New kind of family, Rod said. Misha said to him, Are you upset about it? Me? No, hell, I'm adopted. I guess you guys are making a habit of adopting every random kid who comes your way. He was teasing, not angry at all. He remembered his own parents, and had talked about them many times, but he had come to terms long ago with losing them. And he had landed in as good a situation as anyone could hope for in this new world. He was loved and valued. That's one lucky baby, Sierra said. I hope she makes it. She will, Zoe said. I know she will. Pilar returned. They're dragging that wagon up the hill. They have 3 kids, by the way. At least they'll all get dessert today. Dev said, Might be the last time in their lives they do. Pilar said, We did what we could for them. We have no reason to feel ashamed of anything. He didn't sound entirely sure of that. We did, Sierra told him. They'll be lucky to find anyone else as kind or generous on down the road. Dev said, I'd better get to the dishes. I will, Zoe said. I guess I have to learn to cook better, too. I'll help you with that, Sierra said. Or maybe Pilar would be better. He's the better cook. Don't say that, Sierra. You're a pretty good cook, Zoe said, climbing off her seat and grabbing an empty bowl. That afternoon, the sky clouded up. Sierra was helping Kurt make the barn more comfortable as a place to live. He refused to sleep in the house, though both she and Pilar had told him he was welcome to take the sofa and stay indefinitely. Too used to living alone, he had said. And I'll rebuild. Might take me a year, but I'll do it. She was lingering, wanting to be with him. It wasn't the right time to bring up the kiss they had shared, or what she'd like to see happen between them. Grief for Kelly was still filling her heart. She was willing to wait to talk about the other thing for a few weeks. Maybe I'm getting patient in my old age. Let's go look across the road, Kurt said. Why? I want to think about getting the grain planted. Okay. More had burned here than she had thought. Little fires had sprung up that horrible night, and she had battled them back, but the fire had taken out a lot of brush. That's the one good thing about the fire, he said. It did part of our work for us. Ashes are good for the soil, she said. 2 good things. So we can plant. Maybe even try to get a small plot going this year. Harvest before it gets cooler. Feels good today, with the clouds up there. She looked up, and a fat raindrop hit her in the forehead. She wiped it off and looked at her fingers, making sure it was indeed water. It's starting to rain. I know, he said. I was afraid to say anything for fear of jinxing it. She smiled at that. If not mentioning rain made it happen, it'd rain more often. True. His head was canted back, and he muttered to the sky. Come on, keep it coming. The wildfire had destroyed, but it had also cleansed. They'd plant their grain here, and while it would be a lean winter, with luck they'd make it. The rain, falling faster now, made her believe that. The baby might even survive. She wondered if Emily had named her yet. We're going to be okay, she said, suddenly feeling it was so. Are we? He glanced at her. Hard to tell. feeling so sad over Kelly.
It is hard. Must be terrible for Arch. But we'll heal, and if it rains, the land will heal too. Plants will grow. The hens will lay better for the cooler weather. We'll be okay.
If you say so.
He wasn't being argumentative. His voice had hope in it. I do, she said, feeling, despite everything, filled with gratitude for her life and everyone in it.